Hey, what's going on? How's everyone doing? I just got an error message from Twitch, so give me a second. Let's see. Okay, just give me a second. I gotta fix this on Twitch. Nope. Let's see what we can do. Alright. Title is too long for Twitch. So let's see. It says it's because I have the word race war in there. It probably thinks I'm advocating race war. So let's take out race war. Okay, let's see. Yes. Boom, there we go. All right, so we wasted a minute fixing Twitch because you think it would have told me. You think it would have told me that it was a bad title before. Anyway. How's everybody doing? This is a new camera. How does it look? It was kind of fuzzy the first time, but in this room it looks pretty okay. I also wiped it down, so maybe it was just smudges or whatever, but it's working today. Phew. Yeah, so it's a pretty good camera. It's called Logitech Brio. Let me remind people that we are up in here. I should have announced like way beforehand so we could have people ready, but hey, whatever. Let's get it underway. But yeah, when Bell Hooks died, I didn't really want to go into it too much. A woman's dead and everything, and I wanted to have a kinder, gentler me. And I'm still, for the most part, want to stick to that. Like, I don't want to attack the woman herself too much, although I'm not as adamant about that as I was because I didn't realize all the messed up things she said about black men, and some of it was kind of recent. Like, a lot of the stuff that she said that I did know about, I thought was a lot older, but people were showing me stuff that was like from 2000, like 14 stuff. So I was like, okay, I might have given her a little too much credit, but it's about something a little bit bigger, and I'll get into what it is, right? But before we do that, let's do the house cleaning. Um, let's run through it, or the housekeeping, whatever. Oh, the last live didn't get deleted. It was blocked because of copyright reasons, but it should be back. When's the last time you checked? Uh, Please let me know if it's not there anymore because yeah, it should be there now. It should be back. So if it's not back, I should know. Like I had to like YouTube is really it has a big itchy trigger finger. But something else y'all have to remember too is we broadcast on twitch.tv/champagne sharks as well. Like a lot of people are super loyal to YouTube or whatever, and they forget that Twitch is out there. Yeah, so the video is back. Creative cargo cults and more. Yeah, it is back. But always remember, you can go to Twitch and see the same video. We always simulcast to both, and yeah, y'all should definitely check it out. B. Scott said, "Do a slow roast, so bake, not a roast." So you know what? Let me tell people since we're talking about that. Oh, one thing, we're setting up on Rumble, and we were just been working out the logistics. One of them was this camera, and the other thing is I had to buy some hardware for certain things I want to do on Rumble. But Rumble is like a YouTube that's a little, it's not as strict on a lot of the stuff. So we're gonna do an exclusive show on Rumble like once a week. So you definitely want to subscribe here. Go to rumble.com/c/champagne shark. Subscribe there. I know I'm giving people like so many places to find us, but we'll streamline it and figure it out. I promise. Because, like I said before, we're trying to do an evaluation of what to keep, what is, we're trying to figure out what is the best return on our effort. You know what I mean? So, like I was saying, the Patreon, I'm not crazy about how much that's going. I mean, how that's going because the amount of work that goes into it is a lot to do the podcast. So I mean, I'm the kind of person that's always going to be doing something, but I will have to try to figure out what are the best return on my time out of all the things we do, and then try to focus on that instead of being spread out so many different places and making like peanuts here and there, which leads to something else that I've been. Oh, by the way, this is twitch.com for twitch.tv/champagne sharks for people to follow as an alternate way to watch these streams. So when YouTube does act funny over copyright and take stuff down, you don't always have to write and say, "Hey, what happened?" You can just go to Twitch. Everyone should remember that Twitch exists. And shout out to my Twitch people. I feel like I neglect you guys a lot, and you guys are pretty cool people. Yeah. So PayPal is our email address, but that's actually not the main reason I'm putting this up now. I want to put it up because we want to talk to people who listen to the podcast regularly, the free podcast, but have not felt the urge to pull the trigger and, you know, become a patron. And we want to hear people tell us like what type of programming or content or what type of perks would make you pull the trigger, because we kind of have our shows split up into part ones and part two, and part one is free and part two of the same episode is paid. And it's kind of amazing to me, but a lot of people will just listen to part one every week. I mentioned this a few streams ago, and this is not us complaining or trying to guilt people into becoming a patron or financially supporting us. We want to give people their money's worth, or deliver a product that they want to pay for. So email us at champagnesharks@gmail.com, and give us an example of the kind of changes or in either content or programming or in perks that we offer that would make you pull the trigger if you've been on the fence. And no guarantee that we're going to do it if it's something that's too much work or impractical. Uh, Probably not, but we're open to hear anything, and within reason, we'll try to do it. But anyway, PayPal, champagnesharks@gmail.com. You can hit us at Venmo or Cash App at Champagne Sharks. Become a subscriber to the podcast, patreon.com/champagne sharks. That's the main event, as far as I'm concerned. That's the podcast. That's where we have the guests. That's where we talk about, a little bit deeper topics. The stream is more for things that need a visual component or are time sensitive, hit the super chat if you're enjoying the stream, and that's pretty self-explanatory. Just that dollar sign in the live chat, just hit that, and if you give us a super chat or a super sticker, we'll read your comment on the air. So there's that. Also, support us over on Twitch as well. There's different ways to support on Twitch by subscribing and different things, and all that is very helpful. And what we are, and the other thing is, like, comment, share, subscribe. Become a if you can't support us financially, all this stuff is free. To hit the like button, if you're in here right now, just hit the like, cost nothing. Comment. You don't even have to wait for the video to be over. You can just drop comments if you want. It all helps the algorithm. And um share and subscribe. I'm not sure like where to look with this camera because it's like I have to look at the screen, but the camera's angled up, so it looks like I'm just looking down. And I got like a really small eye, so it looks like I'm squinting or something, but yeah, I'm not really sure like where to put. Like when it was built into my computer, it was a little bit easier because it was facing like right at eye level. But we'll figure it out. Yeah, something about the visuals of just me looking down all the time. It looks like like I'm some like autistic guy who doesn't want to have eye contact. I'm just looking down and just yeah, but Whatever, we'll figure it out. Anyway, here is the ticker. Nope, that that's not the ticker I want. This is the ticker I want. This is the one that has all the ways to support the show. So if you did not hear any of those other ways to support us when we said them, fear not, it's all at the bottom. So yeah, everything helps. Everything helps. The more that we can reliably make on this, then the less time all of us have to do at our day jobs, and we can like make more and better content. Like I want to start doing actual produced YouTube content, like not just live streams, but stuff with an editor and all that stuff. But that stuff's time consuming. Hey, how's it going? I did not know For Harriet had a crying video. Oh, thank you, B. Scott. Much appreciated. Jada Bishop, much appreciated. Yeah, yeah. Um, Not a lot of folks use us on Twitch, but the ones that do are pretty loyal. So it's pretty good. Hey, um, I'd like to know what you mean, because yeah, when you say you know what I mean, because I'm curious. I mean, it's not that hard to figure out what I mean, but yeah, I am still curious. Anyway, last thing I'm gonna do before we get started, um, is to just announce on Twitter what we're doing. But wait, Kam- Kamari is talking about. Wow, this is interesting. For Harry had a crying video. Okay, so apologies up front for the people who get mad if we don't talk about the topic promised in the first 10 minutes. Those people who don't understand there's a, speed up bar and there's a progress bar you can just move. Those people get like butt hurt. But I think I might have to go to that topic first. That sounds a little crazy. Yeah. Oof, that is interesting. I want to know what she was crying over Fresh and Fit. Those guys are. Don't even get me started. I'm trying to stay focused on what I'm supposed to be talking about. So anyway, uh, let me just announce. Yeah, I made the title a little extra provocative, but I mean, I'm not just trolling. Like I really do mean it. This is an actual thought I had when I was, um, yeah, it's an actual thought I had when I was actually watching Bell Hooks, and I just thought to myself, you know what white people won the race war. I had never actually read a full length Bell Hooks, and I never watched really what she was about, so I didn't really understand it. Um, and then when I so give me a second, I'm just tweeting it out to everybody, and we will get down to business. But yeah, when I had talked about a quote by Bell Hooks, because people were sharing all these Bell Hooks quotes when she died, and it was like when people were tweeting these quotes, I was like, why are these quotes all so vapid and just like the secret slash eat, pray, love slash just really basic self-help, not even like really mind-blowing deep self-help, because I don't think all self-help is bad. I mean, self-help is like advice. Like saying self-help is bad is like saying advice is bad. That's a very broad statement. Like some advice is good, some advice is bad, and some self-help is good. Some self-help is vapid or harmful. So I'm not one of those people that makes blanket proclamations about self-help. I think it's kind of a silly thing to do. You know, One could argue most popular self-help is bad. I could rock with that, but like I said, saying all self-help is bad is just saying um it's just as silly as saying all advice is bad. Nobody would say that. Like self-help to me is just advice that you read, but She's very superficial self-help, like The Secret or Eat, Pray, Love, and those type of things. And tune in, subscribe, notification bell. Okay, so that's done. Now, during the last video, I had brought up casually when I was talking to Vita during the last stream. I said that, um, I think the white people won the race war. It hit me. We were talking about stuff, and I was like, I think we as black people just have to admit that the race they won it. But what's really brilliant about them, and it really kind of hit me. What's really brilliant is that if they let us know that they won it, we would just like get worked up and maybe fight harder, you know? Like it's actually in their interest to let us think that the race war is still being fought. I mean, there's throughout history, there's plenty of examples. Like the example I had used when I talked to Vita, I can't play the video again because it'll cause copyright strikes. But like I was watching the movie Cabaret, and but it's not just the movie Cabaret. I've read the history of Weimar era of Germany, the Weimar Republic. And one thing, a big mistake that the West did they won, when the Western powers that fought against Germany won, they really demoralized and punished and tried to humiliate, make an example out of Germany. And it was considered like a national humiliation, and the morale was really bad. Like they wanted to really put them under the boot and teach them a lesson for the problems that they caused, and that built a lot of resentment. And there was a lot of a there was a lot of depression, like emotional depression, but also like economic depression. There was poverty. There was a lot of stirred up resentments. There's a great show on Netflix, and it's great because Netflix didn't actually make it; they just bought it. Like most Netflix shows, it's made somewhere else, and then they just buy it. It wasn't made by American Netflix themselves, but it's called Babylon Berlin, or maybe Berlin Babylon. I forget, but it's like a German attempt at a prestige television show, and it's really good. And it's set in the Weimar Republic, and it goes into all this. It's another good example, along with Cabaret. But fiction is no replacement for reading. Like you should definitely read real history. Um, and I first knew about this stuff from a book. It was called Paris 1919. I think they might have changed the book to Peacemakers or something. But Paris 1919, 6 months that changed the world. It came out a while ago. I think like 2003. Then they changed the name to Peacemakers. The Paris Conference that changed the world. But basically, it's by Margaret Macmillan, and it's all about how um, the powers that fought against Germany like met in Paris and decided how they were going to divvy up the world. And punishing Germany was like a big part of it, and kind of crushing them under the boot. But by demoralizing them so much, it made people feel ripe for the seductive uh, militarism of the Nazis. So when you look at the Nazis and how they look, it's like easy to rent masculinity. It's easy to purchase. I mean, it's masculinity in a box. There's like these leather boots. There's a reason why a lot of the gay scene, the cruising scene, back in the day used to kind of be big into like the biker and the leather and a lot of things that were kind of not that different than a lot of the outfits of like Nazis, because there's something seductively masculine about the Nazi aesthetic. The shoulders, the boots, the leather, whatever, and seeing that really kind of animated people, especially at this time in the Weimar Republic, where there's all this poverty, this decadence, this hedonism. Berlin was basically the birth of gay rights, so that like people don't realize that, but they were like super advanced on that stuff. Like people think history and progressiveness moves linearly, but it kind of moves like the stock market, goes up, down, like, it's like 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, and if you ever read about Berlin and, the popularity of the gay rights there and everything, like, after the Nazis took over, they started eventually, pushing homophobia and everything, and they rolled back a lot of that stuff, but the reason I bring all that stuff up is that it was adding to the feeling in the nation of, we're an emasculated nation, we're a castrated nation, we're just right now the world's bitch and whatever. And Hitler and the Nazis really kind of sold that easy to digest, easily package, easy to consume, for rent masculinity, and people really went with it. And one thing that they kind of learned, when I read history books, is that for after World War II, they handled things differently. They tried to leave them with some respectability. They prosecuted all these Nazis, but there's the Marshall Plan. There's all these things that they did to kind of, and it ties into like another concept. There's a concept in sociology that has to do with cons, and it's by a writer, sociologist called Irving Goffman. It's Irving spelled with an E. Erving. Last name is Goffman. And it's called Cooling the Markout. It's a pretty interesting article. Irving Goffman is a brilliant guy. Everybody should read him. It's a very, if you want to understand like people and get your bullshit detector very sharp, he's a very good author. I mean, I can go on and on about him, but I won't. I'm going to stay focused. But he has this paper called "On Cooling the Markout," and what cooling the markout means, and it's kind of related to what we just described. One of the most important things of good, one of the most important things of good con men is that you don't just leave the victim stewing. Like you don't just rob them and leave them with lost face, right? Um, what you do is you try to help them accept and make peace with the failure. Um, um, so try to make peace with the failure. So like they would have somebody, right? Like they would they would have a person who pretended that they got conned alongside you, but they were actually working with the other con man. You would get conned, and then you and this other person who you didn't know was actually working with the con man will be like sitting there and like, oh crap, we got conned. And then the two of you would go together and you go to like a bar or something and just bitch and complain and like, man, I can't believe we got conned and all this stuff. And then you would think, why, if I'm going to con somebody and I get the money, why would I spend any time and effort to leave a guy behind to just chill out with the victim? And the reason they did that is because that guy's job is to help him feel better about being conned. Like, so it's like, okay, I'm not alone. This seems like a smart, sharp guy, and he got conned too, So I'm not like an idiot. I don't have like the jackass face. like in cartoons when the guy gets duped and his face turns into a because if anybody's had that feeling where you've had like a fast one pulled on you and you feel like an idiot, it's the crappy feeling. And then you stew and you start steaming and you start getting revenge. There was a famous guy who was conned by some people who didn't cool him out. They didn't cool out the mark. And this guy was so bitter about it. He became the most infamous con man hunter ever. Um, this guy, I forget his name, but he basically spent he basically spent his whole time just hunting down and busting con artists. He's not. I just found he put his own con artist in jail. So he put his own con artist in jail. Then after that, he just became obsessed with hunt. He was so steamed and pissed off. He just kept hunting um con men and whatever. And by not cooling it, they not only screwed themselves, the con men, but they made things messed up for con men everywhere. Like that's how bad it went down. Okay, I think his name is Jonathan Walton. Um, yeah, and he's basically a vigilante who hunts down con artists. So if you Google Jonathan Walton, but it's spelled JOHNATHAN, and he's a perfect example of what happens if you don't cool the mark out. So he- there was a woman there was a there was a woman called Marianne Smith, aka Mare Smith, who scammed hundreds of thousands of dollars from 43 victims, including Walton himself, using elaborate um, series of confidence tricks. And then she just picked the wrong guy, and he just went nuts. And but that's what cooling the mark out means. Like you do all these things to kind of help the guy get over it and save face and feel good. Like you didn't just lose as bad as you think you lost. They'll be like, well, easy come, easy go. What can you do? And it's like, I'm not alone. This guy got conned too. And he gave me a nice philosophical outlook about it. And then that guy goes back and meets up with his partner and they split the money. But cooling the mark out is important in a lot of things. It's not just cons. Like they have articles and papers where they talk about, for example, cooling the mark out in relationships. Like when you break up with somebody, it's in your interest to kind of make them feel better, or like, say somebody like Steve McNair, he was the one that got shot by a jump off, right? The football player that was killed by his side piece and everything, but I believe he kind of dumped the side piece and he didn't cool the mark out. He let her like stew whatever. I believe that's what happened. And his mistress killed him. But there's like a lot of different ways where you're supposed to cool the mark out. And I think what white America has done with black people is they won, but they didn't want us to be like post World War One Germany, because people were angry. They had riots. That Black Power stuff was crazy. I mean, people were bucking shots against the cops in the streets, doing firefights. You had women shooting at cops. Asada Shakur was in Cuba because of it. There was something in the air, and now it looks quaint. Now it's just a cosplay that Beyonce can do at the Super Bowl. It's cute, but that Black Power look. I mean, this is gonna sound like a little weird, this comparison. I'm not saying that they're reactionary or anything like Nazis, or that they're fascists, but the Black Power movement, like the Nazis, was an easy to rent, easy to consume package of masculinity. Like, They had their own leather, they had their berets, they had the all black, the sunglasses, the pictures with the guns. I mean, that's a really seductive type of masculinity, and white people study history, you know? Don't think that they did not remember what happened with Germany, World War One, the Nazis. That was a major scar on the white West. That was a major mental scar. Yeah, this is a great point that Winfield's making. Confederates lost on paper, won in every other way. I agree. I remember when Jeff Sessions said the Civil War never ended. Yeah, it's that's a great example too. You know, this is a great point. John Henry Clark said that about the Romans that they were well-dressed thugs. Uniforms have a lot to do with masculinity and power, and Black Power movement had a lot of that. There was a lot of oh, thanks Harrison for the donation. Appreciate it. I've not been looking at the screen because I've been pulling up stuff. So yeah, what what they've been trying to do, what they've been trying to do is basically, and it's brilliant. They won the war, but they let black people think the war is still going on, and on top of that, that they're making progress, or that they won like the major battles. So we get things like Eyes on the Prize, which is a fun documentary that gives you a lot of information, but there is this tone of victory in it that to me is like spiking the ball on the 10-yard line, and you haven't even crossed the end zone yet. You start spiking the ball and dancing. It's plus like we got the right to vote. Movies like Selma, like we lost the war, but they let us keep making movies about these battles and this progress and everything. And it's really brilliant, and the other thing that I think they did that was really, really brilliant, and this what ties into bell hooks, right? Let me read some comments real quick. Yeah, so somebody asked me to elaborate that, and that's why I decided to do a whole show on it. Yeah, the disguise is that the disguise that they won is by showcasing non-white people in entertainment and media. Yeah, and that's all you hear about: representation, representation, representation. Yeah, we had a military defeat and everything, and this is she came from a generation of boomer radicals, but I disagree. I don't know if she was ever radical. I mean, I read it first, but I didn't finish it. I started it. It was just too hard to read. Anti-woman, and I don't think she was ever really radical as far as I could see. But this is what was brilliant, right? So before there was a big push, Booker T. Washington, his generation, it was all about respectability. W.E.B. Du Bois was Mr. Talented 10th and all this stuff. And there was this idea of we got to be twice as good. We have to be the talented 10th. We have to get along and show the white man that the Negro is worthy of his rights. It's on us to prove that we deserve all that stuff. And the only guy who was kind of the precursor at the time, well, not the only guy, the main guy, the biggest guy who was a precursor to what the Black Panthers became was Marcus Garvey. He was the one that was kind of preaching assimilationism is not going to work. Like radicalism used to and revolution used to be about not assimilating, about not wanting a seat at the table. What was radical about Malcolm X was he questioned even the premise that white people had a society that was worth assimilating into. Like he, he basically was saying, I don't think you're good enough for us. You have no moral authority. You're a bunch of jackbooted thugs who plundered and stole and genocided your way into what you have. And I don't think we have anything to prove to you. You should be proving yourself to us. Like, we live in a world where people call everything radical, but that was actually radical to say on national TV. Like, now people say stuff like self love is radical, like, or we're going to talk about stuff like that. And that's something, you know. Now, Marcus Garvey had his problems, but the places where he was good, he was very good. But he had that same easy to package militarism, that seductive thing that the Romans had, that the Nazis had, that the later Black Panthers had. They dressed like in regal military attire, used to run regimented drills and do all this stuff and do formations and all these things, right? Um, and that was very seductive to people too. That was something that was really, and he had to be kind of crushed and sent away, and live his life in poverty and exile. And they don't want that. But assimilation, integrationism, all that stuff was a very old respectability politics, Uncle Tom kind of idea. And when I say Uncle Tom, I don't mean a coon, because there's a difference between Uncle Tom and, well, honestly, in a way, it's kind of all scammy militarism. I mean, it's scammy. Everything is scammy militarism until it's not. You know, like the Nazis were considered like a joke and thugs and scammy militarists. Kind of LARPing until people just they went so far. People realized, oh crap, we underestimated them. When they became the power, suddenly they weren't scamming militarism anymore. Um, yeah. So, um, what was I saying? I got distracted by this comment. I got to stop doing that. Stay focused. Okay, so I mean, they realized that that was the old way, integrationism, radicalism. And when I say Uncle Tom is different than Coon, like Sidney Poitier, RIP, is an Uncle Tom. Now, that's not to disparage him. Basically, if you read a book by Donald Bogle, he discusses this very good. And Donald Bogle's book is called Toms, Coons, Mulattoes, Mammies, and Bucks. And if you notice, Toms and Coons are the first two. They're not the same thing. That's why he had to list it twice, Toms and Coons. But people have become imprecise with language and concepts, and they've kind of just become the same thing. But what an Uncle Tom actually is, if you read the book Uncle Tom's Cabin, Uncle Tom was, in his own way, a writer for Black people. He actually loved fellow Black people and the other slaves and everything. He just had this belief that by being extra pious, extra religious, extra turn the other cheek, extra conciliatory, and by leading by example and being respectable and following um, the Bible to the letter, even if his oppressors who gave him the religion aren't, that he was going to lead by example and, you know, win over white people with his um, respectability and his faith and his belief in God. So there is a coon in the book. It's not Uncle Tom, but the coon is the other slave called Sambo. There's a slave called Sambo. Sambo, now, coon, Uncle Toms are people who believe that by dignity and respect and self-respect and respectability, that's the best thing they can do to advance the lot of Black people and to win their rights, to show white people, look how we're human just like you. We just have to prove our humanity to you. We have to be twice as good. We can't go down to their level and everything. And if you look at Austin Poitier's roles, they're always about a dignified, you know, Black man. Sometimes he plays somebody who starts off kind of like a thug, but he comes around and becomes, I think, like there's one called the Blackboard Jungle, whatever the one with Glenn Ford was. We starts off that as a thug, but then you find out he has a heart of gold after, and then the white teacher brings out, the need to be respectable in him. But it's kind of shown that his anger, his radical or rebellious ways are wrong, you know. Now, but a coon, what a coon is someone who hates black people and likes to entertain white people with their hate of black people or please white people with the hate of black people. So, they will um they will entertain white people by mocking other black people. They will entertain black people by but entertain white people by physically harming and killing other black people, and ingratiate themselves to that. Like coons are like very murderous and anti-black, whereas Uncle Toms have a lot of times a warped, maybe misguided or naive type of pro-blackness that kind of motivates where they're coming from. So this guy Sambo, right, in Uncle Tom's Cabin, the overseer, the slave master, wants Uncle Tom to betray some other slaves. Oh, something else with Uncle Tom's too is they're always like uh trying to ingratiate themselves to white people. They'll like, be a honorary uncle or aunt to a white child. If you ever notice things like Bojangles and Shirley Temple and a lot of these other things, there's this old trope of or Mammy with Scarlett O'Hara. Was that her name? What's the name of Scarlett in Gone with the Wind? Is it O'Hara? Whatever. But like they're like fake family to, the white folks, and Sidney Poitier would play some of those roles too, where he would be like the father figure or honorary, big brother or something to like a white person. You can see it in like To Sir with Love, where he's a teacher who's kind of this father figure to a bunch of white kids. It's interesting because that usual dangerous minds trope that we all take for granted with the white teacher, uh, kind of coddling the black kids. He was in a movie called To Sir with Love, where he was the black teacher helping the wayward white kids. Oh yeah, another one is The Help. The Help has a lot of that trope where you is good, you is kind, that's like a female like Uncle Tom, like this counselor, this confidant and um honorary family, this fictive kinship with white people. So the slave master wants Uncle Tom to betray the slaves and reveal something about them, so that they can get punished. I think there might be some slaves that escaped or some slaves who did something, and he wants to know which slaves did this thing. So Uncle Tom refused to snitch. Like he's like, I'm not gonna tell on the slaves. God will take care of me. So he didn't snitch, but he didn't fight back either. He just like, got on his knees and prayed to God, but he did have his principles. And he did ultimately care about black people. He just didn't want to fight. And then the overseer, I think his name is, I think Simon Legree is the name. The overseer gives the whip to Sambo, and he's like, Sambo, like whip him, and Sambo's like, yeah, I'll do it, boss. And he's just whipping the hell out of him, and he kills him. And that's how Uncle Tom dies. The coon kills the Uncle Tom. Uh, yeah, so that's basically, what an Uncle Tom is. And the reason why I bring up the Uncle Tom is that the Uncle Tom way was kind of the dominant way of the race discourse. The mainstream black public intellectual, that was respected, kind of was the Uncle Tom. And Uncle Tom doesn't necessarily mean that you hate black people or whatever. You can be very pro-black, like Booker T. Washington in his own way. He would throw black people under the bus in a lot of ways, but behind the scenes, he would do a lot of things to help black people. But he was like, in the Uncle Tom mode, and to various degrees, one could argue that W.E.B. Du Bois kind of straddled that, fence between being a writer and being an Uncle Tom and all this stuff. But it was a lot of the Uncle Toms who did not like Marcus Garvey, and W.E.B. Du Bois hated Marcus Garvey and everything, but Marcus Garvey was preaching, even if it was almost an infantile type of militarism, he was preaching a type of militarism. They don't want that. They can deal with an Uncle Tom, but they do not want someone militant and radical. And if they let us know that we lost the race war, like when I was talking to Vita, uh, and shout out to Vita, she's she's in the chat right now. She was saying that she didn't want to tell people that they lost the war because people need positivity and hope. And what I was saying was it's kind of the opposite. Like knowing that you fully lost is can be one of the most invigorating, inciting things. Like I mean, and again, you saw it with the Nazis the Germans between World War I and World War II. Like they came roaring back, and some of the worst things that, like one of the worst things you can do, and this was in the 48 Laws of Power, is if you're gonna destroy somebody, you have to destroy them completely. But if you're not going to destroy them completely, then you have to cool the mark out. But you can't destroy somebody, but leave them in a position to come back. You know, uh, Al Qaeda, all these different things. They've done it. They've made this mistake. Yeah, it can be very sobering. It can show you in theory, but it also let you know how much work you have to do. Like if you kind of admitted to yourself that you totally lost, then when you see like Patrice Cullors or Bell Hooks or Audre Lorde just doing this weird poetry about like hugs are radical and friendship is radical, you better get out of here. Like we're prisoners of war. Like Nina Fuller always tried to tell people that they're prisoners of war, and I didn't understand it at first. Like it took me like years, but then when I started realizing that there was a war, I don't know when we fully lost it. It was in full. It was in full thriving in the 60s, and it carried into the 70s, and it broke a lot of people. A lot of those ex-Black Panthers, if they didn't assimilate and kind of get with the program, like right now Angela Davis is like tenured and she's doing stuff for Joe Biden, and she's on that Jesse Smollett is innocent webpage and doing all this silly stuff. Yeah, but she's pretty much deactivated. She's pretty much neutralized. um Elders Cleaver, like he mentally broke, and he went through a bunch of stages before and joining cults before he ended up becoming conservative. He became a Reagan conservative, but he and became a born again Christian. Like his brain actually fractured in exile. But these people were at war. Like they had to break people out of jail. Asada Shakur had to like escape to Cuba. I mean, these new warriors, despite all their talk about hiding insecurity all the time, they're getting book deals. They're appearing at the Oscars. Like the Black Lives Matter people were all on the Oscars. Um, yeah, yeah, totally true, totally true. But yeah, I mean, white power is not threatened by these people. The only people threatened by Black Lives Matter are really just other precarious whites. You know, like like on the plantation, there was the master, and he really owned it. He was the elite. But then there was the overseer and the white labor, and they were the ones who really hated like the slaves, because sometimes like the slaves would be treated better than the labor in their own way, as in their property. I spent a lot of money on this thing. You can't kill this property of mine. And sometimes like um a slave might be promoted to overseer and everything, and they used to have a lot of resentment for the slaves, and they used to in weird ways sometimes be jealous or competitive with the slaves, and they would really want to like kick the slaves asses and stuff. That those the modern day versions of those people are the white people who are threatened by BLM, because they're white people who feel like their status is precarious and whiteness is all they have. And anything that makes them think a black person is not knowing their place makes them think that I'm losing ground because being white is all I have, and if whiteness is not going to be enough, and if there's anything that reminds me that a black person can be as good in me as me, then I might be headed to the bottom, you know. But those are only people threatened by this critical race theory, threatened by all this stuff. But the actual white elites, they don't care. They can absorb this stuff. They run everything, and to them, it's the cost of doing business. What the white elite thinks is, okay, I can either go out of business or I can just change my business model and the cost of business will go up a little bit. This is something like, for example, if white supremacy is a business, giving those two guys who killed Ahmaud Arbery life sentence is one of those things where it's like, okay, every now and then you got to take a hit to stay in business. You know, you look at the Rodney King stuff and everything. They don't want another Rodney King. They don't want like moments like that when black people can feel really defeated is when shit can really pop off. You know, like not telling black people that they're defeated and letting them know that they gained a lot of ground by protesting and marching and prayer circles just tells people, you know what, we just need more protest marches and prayer circles, which is what we have. But when people feel really hopeless and have nothing to lose, that's when the riots happen. And that started happening again around George Floyd. You know what I'm saying? Like they had to like serve justice in George Floyd because they knew people were starting to riot before George Floyd. And then you see all these like crazy like Negro liberals always saying stuff like, uh, and the protests were peaceful, and it was these white people who were being violent and they were doing the riots. But like I was in a clubhouse room and there was a guy and there was a bunch of us talking, and it was about racism, and this one guy was like, and quiet be kept, the protests were peaceful, and it wasn't us doing all the rioting and it wasn't doing all that. And then when it was my turn to talk, I was like, why are you why is you framing your resistance and whether your resistance is good or bad by the metric of how well it pleases white people? Like you're acting like you're on the front lines and you're a protester and you're all this stuff, but in the middle of the protest talk, you're also reminding white people, hey, just so you know, we behaved ourselves. You're resisting while pointing out that you're behaving. That's like walking in backwards and saying you're leaving, or that's like yelling loud and throwing rocks, but you're hiding behind a tree. It's like you're walking backwards and hiding behind a tree, but yelling, I'm gonna get you. Like that's something to be ashamed of. If it's true that the white people were getting more rah-rah than the black people, and first off, I don't think it's true. Because I saw a lot of clips, I saw a lot of things, and there were black people turning up, right? These people are just straight up lying because they don't want to scare white people. If white people say that black people are rioting, then they're gonna be like, you know what? We're back in the war. And see, and this is a dirty secret. I think deep down, a lot of Negro liberals also know that they lost the war. Even if they don't fully admit it to themselves, at least subconsciously, they also know they lost the war. But they think they could find a place at the table. So they're willing to play along too, like they didn't lose and that they're winning and everything. But anytime they see a chance of a real war happening, then they get scared because in a real war, everyone's going to be the enemy, including them. And they won't be able to get a seat at the table. They won't be able to get book deals. They won't be able to get um, deals with Warner Brothers and all this stuff. So they don't want that. So when they, yeah, so yeah, so it's a but this is what the brilliant thing about what they did. this is the brilliant thing about what they did, the dominant society. And I think it's, yeah, Fanny Kravitz is born. He said, "Geez, you're speaking. I'll tell any white person. Imagine how bad you treat people for them to think only God can save them from a group of humans." Yeah, that's a deep point. Very good point. Thank you for that, and thank you for the donation as well. Yeah. So, this is what they realized. Now, the old way was the Uncle Tom way, and that's the way that they can tolerate. But black people got tired of the Uncle Tom way. A lot of them. And a lot of people want to get on that radical stuff. And one of the myths that they tell people is that the peaceful protesting, the conciliatoriness, the playing by the rules is what got black people whatever rights that they got. And I'm not going to totally disparage that generation or minimize what they did. That did get black people some things. I mean, it's a little overrated what they got. Like Selma got the right to vote, but Selma, if you like read, there's a book called Why the Vote Wasn't Enough for Selma. But you can also read other places, but Selma is still in third world conditions. Like they didn't get any material anything. They just got the vote. So they just get to vote for people who just won't do shit for them. But at least now they get a voice, but I mean, a lot of that's a scam because voting is an illusion even for white people, to be honest. It's a pacifying mechanism. What I mean by that is if I tell you you have a choice, but the elites are gonna narrow it down to two. So it's like the elites are like, you have power, you can vote, you have a choice. And your choice is gonna have to be between a ham sandwich and a chicken parm. And if you're like, well, I don't want a ham sandwich or chicken parm, it's like, well, fuck you. So do you really have a choice? It's an illusion of a choice. It's you have a choice within the narrow parameters that we give you. Yeah, and this is it. Your protest is not a protest where they're abiding by the rules imposed on them from the entity that they're protesting, and also trumpeting that, like, using that as a reason why, like, give us rights. We protested while behaving. What's that to be scared of? But if you read the Kerner Commission and what I was saying about the myth that protested, white people like to spread the myth that it's the civil and nonviolent protesting that got the stuff. But really, if you read the Kerner Commission and see the trials, it was the riots and it was the Black Power stuff and the fear of you know the militarism. And what actually helped the civil rights um, people was the Black Power and the radical and the what do you call it, the rioting and everything, because they started realizing is there's an or else. And when you have an or else, then the peaceful option seems like if I offer you a peaceful option, but I don't have an or else, then the only thing that you have to make the person consider your peaceful option is if the people have a conscience. And like Kwame Ture said, I don't believe in appealing to the conscience of my oppressor because my oppressor has no conscience. So what all that stuff did, and if you read about the Kerner Commission and benign neglect and all these things and the findings on the riots, they kind of realized like if we don't give these people something, they're gonna try to burn down everything. And that makes the peaceful option more appealing. And in the movie Selma, there wasn't a lot that I liked about Selma, but there was one good scene where Malcolm X talks to um Coretta Scott King, and he says to her, "Let me be the bad guy that makes them want to work with you. Like use me, Let their fear of me help drive them in your corner and everything." And he was apologizing for things that he said about the civil rights things in the past, and they realized that they could work together. But now there is no or else. Uh, Now the Negro liberals, the assimilationists, all these people, they will take out the or else before even the white people do. Because now you can get a lot more for being nonviolent and playing by the rules than you could in the past. Like now, I mean, because at the end of the day, say what you will about Malcolm X. Like I remember I worked with a girl once a woman in a corporate job at a law firm, and she said to me casually one day, she was like, "Yeah, I'm a Malcolm, not a Martin." And I was like, "That nigga got shot. Like, you're not doing anything that's gonna get you shot. So you need to like be quiet with that. Like, who are you to say anything like that? Like, he got shot knowing that he was probably gonna get shot. You know what I'm saying? Like he knew what he was doing was gonna get him shot. You know, like so don't try to act like you're doing anything as brave as what he's doing. Um, but yeah. So now, if you're willing to dress up and act like a Martin Luther King, but knowing that you're not actually in danger of anything because you're controlled opposition. You're sanctioned by the oppressor. Like they want you. Like D-Ray was sent down to um Ferguson. He- The people who were actually in the streets doing the rah-rah shit were throwing like Molotov cocktails and shit. He was sent down there to be controlled opposition and hijack the movement and everything and become the face of it and neuter it, you know? And everybody who was actually the rah-rah stuff in Ferguson, they all got shot, most of them. So the then this is the brilliant thing. And I keep going back to this, and I keep getting sidetracked, but they realized that black people were getting tired of playing by the rules, being complacent, whatever. They wanted radicalism, black power, black is beautiful, guns. People were bucking at the cops, and it was war. Like what happened to Fred Hampton? That was an act of war. You know, what happened to a lot of people uh were acts of war. There were there were shootouts, there were all types of things. There was and I don't think it neatly ended with the 60s. Like it was going on, it trickled into the 80s. Um Huey Newton died in the back alley, the move bombing, like those are some like the final skirmishes. But at some point, I don't know what the exact date was, but at some point we lost the race war. And what they kind of realized is that we can't totally demoralize them. We have to cool the mark out, you know. Um you have to cool the mark out. So they, did that. They never told us that we lost after they crushed us. And they gave us controlled opposition. So now instead of Elaine Brown and Kwame Ture and all these people, now you have Bell Hooks and Audre Lorde, and they're just spouting nonsense. I said it. I'm sorry. They are. Um, Someone got upset with me when I said that because they said, "Hey, you shouldn't say that stuff because Bell Hooks is a lot of people's first entry into activism and protesting." And I'm like, that's exactly why I have to say it, because that's why we have these fucking weirdo activists, because that's their entry way in. They came in through controlled opposition. This is why we have people who say Black Lives Matter, but also black men are trash. Like that's Bell Hooks' legacy. That's what they gave us, Like the exact fact that she is so many people's entry into activism is her biggest problem. Like, what good are you doing me if you bring a lot of people to my movement, but they're awful confused people? You're not helping me. Have you ever had someone who tries to help you and it's making things worse? And you're like, the best thing you can do is not help me. Like you're trying to cook something or you're trying to put together. Like, I remember I was trying to put together a desk once, and then my mom sent my two uncles who always argue to help me with the desk, and I had like three-quarters of it done. And once they came, they just wouldn't listen, and they were like fighting me over everything. And then The desk took like 3 hours to get done. There were three parts left out, and I was like, "Where did these parts go?" And they're like, "Oh, you don't need them." I was like, "What do you mean you don't need them? They're part of the thing, you know." So then they had to leave. Then I had to take apart the desk up until the point I had it before, then read the instructions that they refused to read, and then fix it. And then I got like I told my mom, I said, "Listen, next time, listen to me. Sometimes some people are the best help they can do to you is to leave you alone." So yeah, like this idea that I'm supposed to be grateful to bell hooks for bringing so many people to activism, and now we have these activists who spend just as much time bashing black men as they do white people. If anything, they are more comfortable with white people than you know. Yeah. So, oh yeah, that's another thing. They have no stake or roots in the community they represent outside of monetizing the suffering. Same goes for most of the academics. And the only black men they like are dead black men. They don't like any living black men because dead black men. And you know what made it like really literal? It's like in their subconscious, and you can see it in even the art they produce. Like, take something like the hate you give. The hate you give is bell hooks mentality shot through. The only thing the young black man can do is die and inspire the black girl, her white boyfriend, and etc. The old black man, the father, he's nice, but he's a dinosaur. He's getting he's and he's kind of impotent. The other black man is Anthony Mackie, and he is the terror. He's the oppressor of the community. Like people like Audre Lorde and Bell Hooks always say, like he's black patriarchy. He's terrorizing the women and children in the community. The other black man, the father of Star, I think his name is Star. Um, he's impotent to protect his family. They can't. Her big protest thing is to grab a bullhorn, and it's like America's Next Top Protester. She's a star. She gets up on top. She's the leader. And what makes it great is that she's being represented. She gets attention. She gets the right to lead the protest. And the protest gets tear gassed and disrupted and, beaten by the cops, and she escapes. But it's considered a win. It's considered self-actualization because she got to be heard. Like the point of the protest is for it's a star making turn for me. It's like American Idol. It's my time to shine. It's my time to make it to the big league. So protesting in that movie is not like real planning. It's not political agendas. It's not putting things together. It's not a political program. It's not acts of war. It's not spooky sat by the door. Protesting in that is 8 Mile. She's like Rabbit in 8 Mile. It's her time to shine. The protest is like the rap battle against Papa Doc. And Anthony Mackie is in that movie too. Make out of that what you will. But he's always in these kind of movies that I think kind of have black men kind of losing. You know what I mean? Uh, so I just want to read. I just want to read what people are saying because I always like what you have. Yeah, Lovecraft Country. That's a great example. Tick is only good for being a literal dildo. That's the only thing he's good for. The only time they ever talk about him nice in the official Lovecraft Country podcast is after episode 3 when he's having animalistic sex with Letitia. And they're like, ooh, and they're like, well, that was a hot scene. But the rest of the time, he's just basically emasculated. And the book is not like that. And his only role is to die so that the black women can shine. And who's left at the end of Lovecraft Country? Because I jumped to the end, and basically, Tick, the straight black man who's young, has to die. The older black man dies earlier. That's his uncle. So who's left? there's, and this is the intersectionality, and it's not in the book. The book is actually better, to be honest. It's not in the book, but the dead black man dies so that the everyone else can self-actualize. This is the idea. The dead black man, by dying, everyone else gets to live. And that's what Black Lives Matter is. Black Lives Matter is, these black men died so that we could shine. We're going to build our careers, our stardom. I'm getting these writing gigs. I'm getting this Time Warner all around deal. I'm getting this movie deal because of dead black men. And but I don't actually like them when they're alive, and F them. So some examples. There's The Hate You Give, The Black Boy Dies. She gets to self-actualize and become a star. Her name is Star. So she gets to live up to her name and become a star, a protest star. What did she solve? Nothing. But consider the victory. Victory isn't that she got any of the black people in the neighborhood. She got jack shit for them. The only thing she got was something to put on her activism resume and a chance to shine and to tell the other black people what to do. She got to be the manager of black people. That's all these people want. But what is the one victory in the show? The cops don't get in trouble, but the cops are also shown as having a type of humanity. Like the cop is shown as kind of broken up about what he did and everything, and it's kind of trying to show that the system's not perfect, but we have to reform it and everything. But what doesn't get any grace, what doesn't get any redemption, is Anthony Mackie's drug dealer. And the victory in the movie is they get the black man terrorizing the community to get locked up. That's the win. And the cops, the same cops that they were protesting against, are the ones who lock up Anthony Mackie. So basically, we didn't get justice for the dead black guy, but Star got to be a star, and now she's gonna go to college, and now she's she got her white boyfriend, and she got to upstage the white girls that she's competing with and everything. The black guy is off the streets, and the implication is we can work with the cops once we get the bad black men out. So basically, the young black guy died because he was working for the bad patriarchal black man. And it's the bad patriarchal black men that make the black community so bad that the cops end up escalating to being as racist as they are. So by getting rid of the warrior class, if you remember, I had a video called the Killmonger Gambit, and I was saying how what the Wakandans brought to the table wasn't vibranium, and it wasn't anything like that. What they brought to the table was Killmonger's corpse. Because if you're a warrior nation that celebrates your warrior class and does all that stuff, you coming to me as a black nation, showing how powerful you are, how much technology you have, and whatever, how can I trust you? Even if you're trying to work with me, you might turn on me or overtake me. If they try to reveal themselves to the Western nations without killing Killmonger first, they would react to them as a threat. They had to kill Killmonger and bring his corpse. That's what they bargained with. And that kind of showed them, look, for all the power, all the vibranium we have, all this stuff, if we're willing to bring you the head of our leader, because Killmonger was the leader, he won it fair and square. Black Panther didn't. Black Panther had to be reinstalled by the CIA and by the women. He had to have the women put him back in because you can't have a strong warrior class. It was important that his mother, he was a mama's boy, his mother and his girlfriend and his sister had to prop him up, along with the help of the white man. The white man had to give him his masculinity, as well as his mother and his girlfriend and his sister. That's the black man that they want. If they had all that power, even if they pretended to be nice, they would keep thinking, what's going to stop these people from turning on us? And that would scare them. But to come to and they knew it on a certain level. That's why they hid from the world, because they couldn't let people know that they're black and strong. But what they did is like, hey, if we can bring you the head of our warrior class, king, then that you can trust us. Anyone who does things that craven, or who, like, we fought a war to protect you. We fought to keep white people safe. And a lot of those think piece types, a lot of people in the think piece mafia and the blue checks of color, they said, hey, Killmonger, he couldn't, he had to be killed. He had to go. He was bad because he was taking the oppressors' ways. And who did they quote? They quoted Audre Lorde. There were a bunch of think pieces that quoted Audre Lorde. And what did they say? They said, um, you can't dismantle the master's house with the master's tools, right? So he had to go because he was trying to use the master's tools. But okay, you're working with the CIA. So basically, he has to die because he's using the master's tools, but you're fine working with the master who gave him the tools in the first place, and then meeting up with the master's bosses, the masters of the master, and saying, hey, can we work together? So you have no problem with the master. You just want a white master. That's all it is. You're afraid of you don't want to have to listen to a black master. That's what it is. You have no problem, but things like Audre Lorde bell hooks, they're very useful for de-radicalizing. And okay, so there's that. There's Tick. Tick dies so that everyone else can thrive, and he's just there to sacrifice himself. He's Trayvon Martin. He's Mike Brown. He's a corpse that everybody can stand on to stand a little bit higher. And by his death allows for the literal realization of black girl magic. Like in that final episode, by him dying, right? And this is the thing, he thinks he's the chosen one, because one of the favorite narratives of bell hooks of the world is that black men want to lead everything, but it's really black women who lead everything, and they're black men, their machismo and their outdated ideas of heroism held back black people. But if you let black women and queers and the other marginalized people of the black community that straight black men supposedly oppress, if we let them be in charge, then everything's gonna be hunky-dory. So Tick is supposed to be the hero. He presented as the hero. He thinks he is the hero, but he finds out that his real goal in things is to die so that um, black girl magic can become literal. So it ends with black woman taking the magic back and Letitia becoming magical. But who's left? His father, who's gay. They made the little girl, D, she was actually a boy in the book. And I don't believe she gets disabled. But because of intersectionality, you have to have the checklist, So you have Letitia, the black woman. You have the father played by Michael T. Williams, who's gay. So you have a queer. Then you have a girl who's disabled. So now you have disability, ableism, and it's all presentism and bell hooksism. And they worked on somebody else's property and IP that was already popular. This is what they do. They can't make anything popular on their own. They have to like make everything into a skin suit, like Buffalo Bill and Silence of the Lambs. They take things that are guaranteed to be popular because they have a following, then they use it and wear it as a skin suit and pretend to be that thing. But they just turned it into just an intersectional mess, and it got canceled. The thing got no ratings. They talk it up like it was doing great. The thing got no ratings. It was a big nothing burger. But yeah, so it's a little scapegoat, but there's like plenty of examples of this. But anyway, all that is informed by bell hooks and Audre Lorde and those people. But what I think those people can be called is, it's a paradoxical thing. It's radical integrationism or radical assimilationism, which is a paradox. That's not radical, but what they kind of realize is what I was saying before. All these people back in the days, these old heroes, whatever, believed in respectability politics, believed in assimilation, believed in being twice as good, talented 10th, Tuskegee. We're going to prove our worth, and then black people started realizing no matter what we do, they're not going to see our humanity. And they had a taste for radicalism. After the real radicals were crushed, the two things that dominant society could not do. Um, oh yeah, KOCs and BCOCs. Yeah, Karens are color and blue checks are color. Yeah, but there are two things they had to do. They had to. The first thing is we can't let them know that they lost. We have to cool the mark out. And the second thing is they don't want to go back to that um get fire hoses shot on this type of thing. We don't want to go back to that peaceful, like all the heroes got shot. Like, like even the so-called good ones still got shot. Medgar Evers, Martin Luther King, So we can't have that happen anymore. We can't have the good ones get shot. Like we have to have, because once we got the or else, like when it was the civil rights people, we were just shooting them, sicking dogs to them, whatever, because that was the worst we thought they had. When we saw that they were willing to do some guerrilla warfare, they were like, okay, let's not shoot the Martin Luther Kings of the world anymore or whatever, but let's make sure that we own them, you know? Because at the end of the day, he was still too radical for them at the end of the day. He wanted reparations. We get a defanged version of Martin Luther King, but even though he was nonviolent, he was still not one. So like we need someone who's nonviolent, like Martin Luther King, but doesn't actually want shit, except being on TV and getting like book deals and memoir deals, and who just wants to be in charge of people. They just want to be what Sambo was. Sambo wanted to be in charge of the other slaves. He just wanted a chance to with the other slaves, Um yeah. But no, I don't want to say black women because no, see that's very important because there's a lot of black women. There's black women in this chat right here who don't think this way, but the time and on top of that, there's a lot of black men. You have Damon Young, with his black people or the white people of black people talk. You have that guy, FD the signifier, who is, who's on here, who's always talking about, appeasing feminists and doing their like I don't think it's fair to put it on black women because there's a lot of black women who are not down with that shit. And these people, these blue checks of color, hate them as much as they hate black men, you know. And there's a lot of black men who are basically ideologically eunuchs. They're self-castrati, they're castrated, And I will ride with a lot of the black women in my corner over any of those guys any day. So I think it's important not to, put it all on black women. But the truth of the matter is, black women do have the option to integrate and assimilate better if they're willing to demonstrate that they have no ideological loyalty to the plight of black men or the black community. So you have two types that take advantage of this. You have like the, say for example, the intersectionalists. They don't really f with the black community or with black men, but they pretend to be pro-black because they want to use dead black men to get put on, but while they're doing that, they're still actively propagandizing against the live ones. By propagandizing against the live ones, they let the powers that be, the elites, know, hey, despite all this agitating we're doing, notice we're not doing anything that actually gets people convicted. And also notice we're demonstrating, the same way the Wakandans brought you the head of Killmonger, the living warrior, we're demonizing a warrior class every day. We're doing the Killmonger Gambit. You can trust us. Whereas the divestors, they don't even pretend. They're just honest. In a way, I can kind of respect the divester more than I can respect a lot of black man hating intersectionalists, because I know where I stand with a divester. It's true. So what they kind of realized is people want or don't want to go back to that respectability integrationism. I mean, you see it in the way that people always say, like what I described. I'm a Malcolm, not a Martin. People want to believe they're a Malcolm, but in reality, they're beneath a Martin. They're not even as radical. Or I mean, let me tell you something. Even if I'm non-violent, right? Meaning I'm not shooting and I'm not um raising my fist, you're still a warrior. If you can walk head face first with your head up into troops with guns, pepper spray, dogs, I mean, you're still a warrior. Like, you have to have balls to do that. And these people who like always disparage these people and everything, like back in the days, the people who were disparaging those people, at least were people who were doing stuff even more radical. You know what I mean? But now you have people who don't do anything except talk rah-rah stuff on social media about what they're gonna do, but when anything happens is Twitter do your thing. They're holding up a camera phone and hoping Twitter will get the person fired. You know what I mean? Talking about like I'm a Malcolm, not a Martin. Like, stop it. But that is the trick. They realized we need to give it the flavor of radicalism or revolution or community empowerment, but it's the old integrationism. So what they did is they took the old talented 10th mindset, the old nonviolent resistance mindset, the old assimilation mindset, the old integrationist mindset, the old what we need is the first black this, the first black that. That was one of the old ways of thinking. Like, if we had the first black everything, um the idea of, hey, if we have enough half white, half black babies, the world's going to turn gray, and that's going to all the old ideas that people associated with respectability politics and all that stuff. They said, okay, what we're going to do is dress that up as radicalism. So these people want a taste of radicalism, right? What we'll do is we'll give them the old unradical stuff, but now tell them it's radical. And that's what bell hooks is. Bell hooks is radical surrender. That's what it is. Bell hooks is a surrender dressed as a fight. That's why I say when I say, like, what we have now is people walking backwards and saying they're leaving, or people shouting, I'm coming for you, I'm gonna get you, but they're hiding behind a tree and backing. Like, that's what we have. Because if you just told people, because if you notice, even these people, despite all their stuff, right, they have to talk like they're doing the opposite. Like, so, like, for example, take Audre Lorde's quote: "You can't dismantle the master's house with the master's tools," right? But nobody believes in the master's tools more than these people, because a lot of those dudes in the street, the kind of people who are willing to start a riot and throw Molotov cocktails in Ferguson, a lot of those people have given up on fitting into white society. You know what I mean? They have been in and out of jail. Some of them, they've not gone to college, or they haven't been able to integrate into the corporate America, or they don't even know any white people. A lot of those people, they don't. But the woman who is criticizing straight black men of lower socioeconomic status as being enamored with the master's tools, she has an undergraduate degree, a master's degree, a PhD. She's always trying to get put on by white people. She's always complaining when she's not getting put on by white people. She's always bitching and mourning about not being represented. And how is the white institution like Columbia University that you're working for, or the white nonprofit, how are those not the master's tools? How is that degree from that predominantly white university that you're so proud of or that PhD and the doctor you put before your name that you want to make sure everybody calls you by, that was conferred to you and as a construct of white society. How is that not the master's tools? Um, it's totally the master's tools, you know. Um, but why can't they just say we want the master's tools? You can't do that because after the 60s and the 70s, people want radicalism. So what they do is they talk radical while living integrationist, assimilationist, conciliatory, and surrendering. Nothing makes sense. Like, so they're always talking about, if you look at these like black activists, the blue checks and the wanted checks, they're always talking about criticizing people for respectability politics. But they're the first ones when the George Floyd happened and they couldn't control the protests that they could the original Ferguson ones and the other ones, because this time people were sick of them and people weren't listening to them. There were some people who were trying to be America's next top protester going to these protests, like Fanny Kravitz, and there were some different BLM types in different cities, and you would see them yelling at other black people like, stop doing violent stuff, we gotta be peaceful. And they're upset because they're like, okay, this is my time to shine, I'm gonna be the star of this, I'm gonna be, like, from the hate you give, I want to be put on like the original BLM founders. But if this protest turns violent, I can't attach my name to it. I can't say, hey, I was on the front lines of this protest. I can't tell a white person that, because they'll be like, wait, you mean a protest that, had violence and a Wendy's burned down? So they need the protest to be nonviolent and ineffectual so that they can go in front of white people with that bona fides, with those bona fides, to be able to say, yeah, you should put me on as the next America's next controlled opposition because I helped diffuse this protest. I was part of this protest and I was able to make sure nothing got done, and this peaceful one. But they can't go, hey, put me on. I was like, they don't really lead either protest. They're just protest crashers. But so they're lying either way when they act like they lead any protest. But at least the peaceful one, they're happy to lie about, because it suits them. But they can't lie. They can't do anything with the violent protest. But the fact that they weren't able to do that and diffuse things shows that people are listening to them less. But the first thing they say is like, they start chastising people to protest respectfully. Like, they're the true believers in peaceful protest. But let me read some comments. And if you like the heat that I'm dropping, then please remember to support us. It's always appreciated. Hit us with a super chat. Hit us with the follow. Hit us with the like. There's like a lot of people in here. And share it. Put this on Twitter. Put this on Facebook, on your Facebook wall. Let's get more people in here, because I think I have another like half hour left. Maybe a little more, because I want to show you guys something. But I'm gonna. Oh, made by Ruben. You see some crazy stuff, man. Like, uh, hmm. There's a see. I don't. I don't like that stuff because there's a lot of black women who suffered for their, you know, loyalty to black people. So the other thing that I will say too is there's a lot of black men who didn't have the option. Like, a black man, I mean, homosexuality was not so accepted in white circles during slavery, such that like a black man can just become a male bedwench or bedbuck, easily. Like, he can't easily like peddle his ass or his sexual wares to get special treatment the way that black woman Sheba in Django Unchained would. But we see people now, a lot of dudes who I believe are, ostensibly straight, who I think would totally bust it open for white supremacy if it would help them. They would do it figuratively, they would do it literally, and I have no doubt that in slave times, there were a lot of black men who would have done whatever. So to whatever extent that, people think, there's black women more prone to, throw black people under the bus or assimilate. A, there's a lot of black women who didn't, but B, there's a lot of black men who I guarantee you the only thing that stopped them was that they couldn't, but they sold out to whatever degree that they could. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like I don't want to give black men too much credit because we just couldn't really do all that stuff that other people can get away with. So I'm gonna play something right now, and this was what made me realize that we lost the war. Because after, so I was tweeting about bell hooks, right? And I saw a quote from her, and I thought it was so ridiculous that I talked about it. I was like, this quote is a totally ridiculous quote. I believe this quote is real, and it made me start wondering what else she had said. Because I was like, this is just a really ridiculous thing to say. I'm gonna pull it up right now. Give me a second. I'm pulling it up on Twitter. So this is it. I'm going to share the screen now. Before I share it, I'm going to well, JG, the real Black Power movement, did have the ability, the capacity to attack the government as well. Like, and I know that you're putting Black Power in scare quotes, but I don't think these people even call themselves Black Power. They just say Black Lives Matter. And what's Black Lives Matter versus Black Power? Like, Black Power is a demand. Black Lives Matter is a plea. So yeah, they're not even Black Power in scare quotes. But actual Black Power was willing to attack the government just like white power is. But now what we have is a plea, like, and it's the plea not even, it's a plea for validation, it's a plea for affirmation. Black Lives Matter, that's an affirmation. That's like, it's self-help almost. It's a, yeah, it's a plea. But anyway, here it goes. I put this bell hooks quote making the rounds because when she died, so many people who looked like basically the white girls who were just basics who, wear Uggs and Michael Kors watches and have been straight like 90% of their lives, but had like maybe one fling with a girl in college or maybe kissed a girl at a party once, and now they want to be queer. These are the type of women to me who are sharing this quote. It was going over and over, and the quote goes, queer not as being about who you're having sex with, that can be a dimension of it, but queer as being about the self that is at odds with everything around it and has to invent and create and find a place to speak and to thrive and to live. And it's kind of word salady, so it's might not be easy to understand what um it is, right? But again, queer not as being about who you're having sex with. That can be a dimension of it, but queer as being about the self that is at odds with everything around it. That means not fitting in places and has to invent and create and find a place to speak and to thrive and to live. Now, basically, everybody wants to be validated and affirmed now, right? And this quote is kind of perfect because a lot of white people, they're sick of having to be affiliated with oppressors. They're sick of having to be considered oppressors, right? What happens with that is that you're always on the defense, you're always begging for forgiveness, you're always checking your own privilege. And white people like being in charge, and a lot of white people like being bullies. And now the victims are bullying them, and they don't like to be on that side of it. And even the liberal ones, it wears thin. So they want to opt out of being oppressors, but they also kind of envy the oppressed people. But like white conservatives and white liberals both want to opt out of being an oppressor and opt in to being oppressed, but not really. They want to pretend. Like they don't want to actually give up the perks and the generational wealth and the resources and whatever of and the power of being oppressor. They just want to pretend that they are in terms of optics, and then they have the best of both worlds. I get the material benefits of being an oppressor, but the identity of an oppressed person. So that's why now white people, but there's a difference between conservatives and white liberals. White conservatives will still be like, hey, I'm a straight white man, but you know what the truth is? Straight white men are the most oppressed people there are. So what they just try to do is redefine reality. What they do instead is they say, hey, I am what I am. I am whatever you say I am, like the Eminem song, but I'm just going to reframe it as the most oppressed people. So, like, oh, straight white men are the only group it's safe to make fun of. It's the only group that's safe to whatever. Uh, so they still want all the benefits of being a straight white man, like the power, the patriarchy, the networks, but they want people to pretend that straight white men are oppressed. The way liberals do the oppressed opt out, right? Like straight white men still think they could win the World War one way. A lot of straight white male conservatives still think they could win without cooling the mark out, without doing the cost of business. They think that they can defeat diversity and whatever by just crushing it, but so they're in that World War One mode. White liberals are in the post World War Two mode. They're like, we want to retain power, but we want to cool the mark out. We don't want to. We're the more elite. We want to make sure that these people still think that they're winning. So what the white liberal does is this: they say, okay, I'm not white, I'm not cis, I'm not straight, I'm something else. So they're just finding things to be so that they can still get all the benefits of being, like there's a good show that's an example of this. There's a show that just came out called Sex Lives of College Girls. It's a terrible show. It's by Mindy Kaling, but it's very informative because it's such a shit lib show. Like it's just such a centrist Gen X liberal written show is so clearly, even though it's mostly about modern day college girls. And what's interesting is they're trying to have the diversity there, right? There's two girls of color and there's two white girls. Now, with all this Karen talk and this new uh cool thing of bashing white women all the time, like a lot of people are getting sick of that white feminism and stuff, and a lot of these black feminists have a love-hate relationship with white women where they kind of now want to replace white women, both as like the partners of white men and as the leaders of white movements or whatever, or at least get a seat at the table. But they also want to be around white women. because they represent escape from black society as well. And this show is interesting because it prayed this stuff for diversity, but there's a conventionally attractive white blonde girl. There's two conventionally attractive white girls. If they were just cis, straight, privileged white women, then they would be too toxic to redeem. Like the woke Tumblr crowd would hate them and, you know, have enmity toward them and whatever. So what they do is one white girl is poor. So she's defined as being poor. So the rich white people, she doesn't really fit in with them, the privileged one. Then the other white girl, she is rich and privileged and conventionally pretty, but like, American standards. I actually think the poor white girl is probably actually prettier, but the other one has the trappings of like what, is Aryan beauty, like fancy clothes, super blonde hair, tall, whatever. But she turns out to be closeted gay. So basically, they get to be on the side of the oppressed because now they have another thing. One is not straight, and the other one is not privileged. So what ends up happening is, so basically. Oh wait, I don't know if you're trying to join in. I'll let you decide yourself, Vita. I see Vita's in there, but yeah, I'll let her join in when she wants to join in. Yeah, but basically that's what's happening. They white people want to be something else so that they can have the joy of victim bullying, because white people, they like to bully anyway, but now they can do it while pretending to be not oppressed. It's all pretty interesting stuff. Hey Vita, how's it going?
Hey, you have a great stream. I wish you, maybe you did tell us and I just didn't see it. I was like, oh my God, this is such a good topic. A lot of good topics today. You're killing it. Go ahead, though.
Oh, thank you, thank you. No, no, it's all good. It's all good. So like this quote here, right? Queer is just a feeling, right? Like but that's not what queer is supposed to be. Like queer should have something to do with who you have sex with. Like if you can be queer, so people were saying stuff to make fun of it, because like what I was saying was, this bell hooks quote making the rounds is terrible to me. It says you don't actually have to have any same-sex attraction to be queer. You just have to feel like an outsider in some way in your environment and feel the need to invent a new space you feel at home in. So basically, what bell hooks is giving people is like, hey, if you feel like you're boring because you're straight, you're white, you're cis, whatever, then you can be queer too. Just, do you feel like an oddball? Like, but what does that mean about the self that is at odds with everything around it? So basically, if I'm black in an all white school and I feel at odds with my environment, am I not queer too? Like, and there's an expanding definition of queer where everything is um queer now, so I feel like in general what bell hooks did was that the old protesters, the old radicals, they would give you a height to aspire to. And you're like, okay, if you want to be radical, then you better walk around with these guns. You better give away free school lunches. You better march with us against the police and, risk getting shot, risk getting firebombed. Like, you have to like put in work. Now, what the bell hooks and the Audre Lordes of the world do, like this controlled opposition, everything you do is radical. Everything is rebellious. So radicalism meets you where you are. You don't meet radicalism where it is. So basically, what they do is basically, what are you already doing? Then they take that and they say, okay, well, guess what? That's radical. And then people are like, oh, okay, well, I guess I don't have to do anything else. It's very, um, if being a complete loser is radicalizing, then being told that you already did your work before you did anything is almost demobilizing. It's like, okay, well, I guess I did my part, So um, all these quotes that were coming up from bell hooks was like, friendship is a radical act, forgiving people is a radical act, and people were putting all this stuff. So I started like mocking it, and then people were defending it in different ways. And people were saying stuff like this to me. They said, you took it out of context. Actually, I'll save that for last. They said she was speaking, not writing. right? And it's hard to speak. Well, I'm like, well, in that case, you shouldn't be a speaker, because I can see Kwame Tori speak, I can see Elaine Brown speak all the time, and they're not saying stuff that is the opposite of good. I know exactly what they're saying. So they're trying to say, yeah, this sounds bad, but they're saying, yeah, this sounds bad, but they actually meant something good. You never hear that about these other people. What they meant is what they meant. Like, if she is so full of word salad and circular talk that she's accidentally saying anti-revolutionary and bad stuff, then why is she always speaking? Like, why am I supposed to do the work of inventing good stuff that she's supposedly saying? Then the other thing people were doing is they were telling me this was the opposite of what I was saying. They were saying, well, what she actually means is, and they were saying, like, queer, uh, gay just means same-sex attraction and whatever, but queer means not just who you sleep with, but that you don't fit in. You know, and I was arguing with this person for, not arguing, but discussing for a while, and then he said, "Yeah, yeah." So what she's saying is that so I'm like, "Wait, what are you saying? Not what you think she's saying. Tell me what you're saying." And she's like, "Okay, so um, all queer people are gay, or at least outside the sexual mainstream, but not everybody who's um outside the sexual mainstream is queer. Like, if you're a gay person, but you're very bourgeois and conformist and assimilationist, you're gay, but you're not queer. So queer has to do with." I'm like, okay, that's well and good, and I agree with you, but that's not what this quote says. This quote clearly says queer is not about who you have sex with. That can be a dimension of it. That is optional. And they said, okay, well, she shouldn't have used can, but she was speaking and not writing, so she's imprecise. I'm like, okay, you're making up stuff that you're introducing stuff that's not there to make her say the right thing, but the actual words are saying something different. You know what I'm trying to say? You know what I'm trying to say, Vita? Like, they're trying to
Yeah.
gaslight themselves out of what she's actually saying.
Right. It's a very common tactic, and it's funny because I remember my my sophomore year of college, I had a writing class, and it's something that the professor kept trying to tell people: you cannot explain the writer's intent. Please stop trying to do that. It's something people do when they want to defend something a writer said, because the type of writing class it was, I think it was like sociology, rough writing. I don't know what it was. But anyway, but a lot of debate in this type of writing we were doing. And so she kept trying to explain to people you cannot explain the writer's intent because you don't know the writer's intent. You
Yeah,
have to
exactly.
only go by what they actually said. But people wanted to defend their argument. So they had to put words in the writer's mouth, so to speak, because if they didn't do that, they were afraid it would completely dismantle the entire belief system or the entire argument that they've made or presented to other people.
And what you described is bad enough when the writing is vague, but in this case, she was clearly saying a firm, concrete thing, and they were still trying to say. And people kept doing this to me, not just that one. I don't want to remember everything, but they were just saying, well, I think what she's saying is, or I think that was a very popular one. I think what she's saying is, and I'm like, look, if we have to keep saying, I think what she's saying, then she's failed, because we should not. How are you a radical thinker, a revolutionary thinker, and your words are a Rorschach? You know, like that ink blot thing that they show in psychiatrist thing where
Mm,
everyone sees something different. Like you can't be a radical thinker who's supposed to have some kind of program to revolutionize and set everybody free and be liberatory, but everyone who reads her
has to
sees
guess
something,
what she's saying.
because it gets what she's saying, and all come to different conclusions, and we can all just make her conclusion what we need it to be. Then that's not good. That's bad. If we have to, like, argue over, I mean, again, I keep using these examples, but you listen to Malcolm, you listen to Ida B. Wells, you listen to Fannie Lou Hamer, Kwame Ture, all these people. of all the discussions I've had about those thinkers, the one thing I've never had to do is sit around and say, "Well, I think what they're saying is, I
Right.
think what they're saying." But with these people that they're always championing, you always have to do that. With Audre Lorde, no two people can agree what the master's tools dismantle the master's house means. Whenever I bring it up and put out the flaws, we're like, well, I think what
I,
she's trying to say is, and it's like, okay, so it's not a good quote. If we can't even agree what she's saying, then what are we
it's
even
not a good
arguing?
quote because it don't even make no sense. Because why can't you dismantle the master's house with his tools? Like the
Yeah,
metaphor doesn't even make any sense.
it makes no sense. It's just something they use for things that they disagree with. Basically, if you disagree with intersectional feminists, you're using the master's tools. That's the only common trend, and again, it makes no sense, like you said, because they're the most master's tool loving people on earth. They watch
Right. I
white
heard you
shows,
make that
they get
argument.
white degrees, they get all this stuff. It's like, what are you even like talking about it? But
There were some things that were
mhm.
said on this podcast, and I was like, "Oh my god, I really want to jump in on this conversation." Can I do that now, or are you still making?
No, no, please do, because I can go on forever. So please do.
So there were a few things. Remember what I want to start. Well, I'll just kind of start with one of the things I first things I remember. So this isn't going in any order of which you just discuss these topics. But I liked that you were pointing out to people who were low key trying to throw black women under the bus and try to say, it's black women doing these things, you know, that are doing the things that we see the black blue checks doing, right? The Karens of color, so to speak. And the problem I have with that isn't just because it's not all black women, just like it's not all black men. My problem with that is that it completely denies the fact that those are particular black women. And they are not at all representative of most black women that you know day to day. Those are very select black women. They talk a certain way. They have certain beliefs that come from certain backgrounds, right? And those things are very particular to those group of women. And notice that women in that circle promote other women in that circle. Now, I'm not saying there aren't outliers. There's outliers and everything, but the reality is that most of those black women are very select black women. They're not going to the South Central to the organizers that I know that are on the ground. They ain't never talking to them ever. You'll never see them on TV. You'll never see them on MSNBC. They're not giving those black women spaces. They're not giving those black women platforms because it'll tear their whole shit up. In fact, it'll completely dismantle everything that they're trying to frame the black community to be. All the divisiveness that's being created between black men and black women, that doesn't work if you have the black women that aren't throwing black men under the bus. It doesn't work. So this idea of blaming all black men or all black women on either side is ridiculous. Because we also know that's another thing that they'll do. They'll prop up some, one coon or one, no, I'm gonna say a coon, and they'll say this is representative of black men. Oh, look at how black men throw black women under the bus. They'll bring up Terry Crews or some shit. You know what I mean?
Even though they loved him when he was tossing black men under the bus, that's the funniest
Oh,
thing.
absolutely loved it. Exactly, but exactly my point, right? So we have to be very clear in who we mean. Because they're not just throwing any niggas on TV. They're not just throwing a microphone at any black woman. You know what I mean? They're not doing that. So we have to be very clear in who we're talking about. So it's beyond just, well, it's not all black women. It's not just that it's all black. It's not even the majority of black women. I think I said it on here before. Black women date out of their race less than anybody else. So where the fuck all these divestors fucking come from? You get what I'm saying? Where the fuck did this new movement to throw black men under the bus even come from?
Yeah, it's a vocal minority. I mean, even if it's a growing minority, it's still a minority. I was gonna say something real quick too. What you said about a select group of black women that they picked to do this, make no mistake, they don't really want that many straight black men in the hen house. So in that camp, they let a few in, like that Damon Young guy. Mark Lamont Hill was in there conditionally. Then he said the Palestine thing, but it's only a handful. If they had more openings for more black men in that straight black men in that circle, a lot more people would show up. Like they just don't really use them that much. It's not out of that black men don't want to do a lot of the same fuckery for a head pat. It's just that there's less slots available to them. But I'm
And I
telling
think the
you,
leashes are a lot shorter.
yeah,
Also, I
yeah,
think
that
they
too.
push, and I think what happens a lot of times, at least from my observation, the straight black men that do make it into those spaces have to be quiet. Like you
Yeah,
can't shake shit up too much, or you lose the position. So you get a so again, it still only attracts a certain group, or they don't last that long in those positions. They're out, or
and
it
they have to
doesn't.
be willing to be under the black women in the space, or
Yeah, and
they'll get kicked
and
out.
be willing to repeat the rhetoric, you
Hmm.
know. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't see this lasting too much longer because I think a lot of these people are getting a little too big for their britches. And one
Yeah,
thing white supremacy does not like is niggas getting too big for their britches. So we'll see how long all of that lasts.
I also
Um,
think there's an economic crash that's gonna come, and right now the world is playing with monopoly money. Like, there's no reason we should have 2 years of a pandemic and the Dow Jones keeps hitting record highs. But we live in this world where narrative has been trumping reality for a couple of years, where it's like you have companies that don't make money, like all these tech companies, but it's like, hey, they got a million new users, so who cares that they lost money? Stock price goes up. Disney parks are all closing because of COVID, but they got 50,000 new Disney Plus subscribers, price goes up, and there's like all this monopoly money happening. But inflation is rising, money's getting tight. Uh, the network, the CW, uh, is being sold because it's making no money. It came out; it was not profitable since 2006. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's surviving on goodwill and venture capitalist money and um, phantom economics. Like, there's a lot of internet companies that don't really sell an actual product and don't have traditional profits and whatever. And I think after a while, the fantasy can only go so long, and it's going to trickle down. What I mean by that is, if places like CW are finally being asked, okay, we can't keep floating you for prestige or kicks. You got to show and prove. You know, you're able to survive because you're not an independent company. You're a wing of this company, so we let you lose money, and we compensated, but now the shareholders are getting sick of it. Money's tight everywhere. So, okay, if they start tightening money, these people live off white people's charity. Like, their shows don't get ratings, their stuff doesn't sell, the stuff goes straight to clearance bins, and they just keep failing upwards. But now, if the white guy in charge is being told by the white guy above him that you better start showing profits or whatever, these people are going to be screwed. And I think it's already happening. Like, if the CW is getting sold because it's not making money and that's a problem, then if you're a woke person who wants to write some trashy thing that gets no ratings for the CW, are you still going to be able to do that? If Time Warner starts asking HBO Max to start showing profits, are dumb things like that new Eyes on the Prize going to be able to survive? So yeah, I think for a lot of reasons, including the too big for your britches thing, I think they're going to be in trouble.
mhm. Of course, of course, and I don't think they realize it's gonna come. And honestly, it don't really matter because the rest of us gonna still be in the same positions, whether or not they get knocked down.
Yep.
Um, there was other points that were made. I'm trying to remember what the other ones were. Um, has something to do with the protest people. These controlled opposition. The points that you were talking about. Um, what's interesting is in a lot of the work that I've done, I've literally always felt like when nonprofits that I know started off as radical, but had to start, trying to get funding. Oh, in fact, I'll say they weren't even nonprofits yet. They went and became 501c3s, got their nonprofit status, so they could start getting grants and things like that. And I watched the politics change, and I watched the people in those spaces change. And I'm a strong believer that the nonprofit industrial complex is part of the watering down of Black movements.
Agreed.
Um, that's part of the controlled opposition. Oh, y'all need funding to do the shit that y'all want to do. You want to do shit in your community. You want to help the people in your community rise to, above the circumstances that they're living in. You want to increase the economic stability of your community and your people. Okay, we got the funding for you. The same people that are causing the problem that put together these foundations and they, and tell you, hey, we're helping your community. You have to go to them for this funding in order for your work to continue. But it's basically creating more of the same problem because they now put you in a position where they can control their opposition. The people that would normally protest this real estate company for putting this putting something here that we don't want in our community. Well, guess what? That same real estate company has a foundation that funds your organization. They still are the ones that are funding your quote unquote protest against them. Think I'm joking? Specifically happened with the California Endowment. They fund their multi-million-dollar foundation owned by Blue Cross or founded by Blue Cross, or it's their foundation or whatever. They fund health projects all across California. They come out in support of something called Farmers Field. State Farm was going to create like a new stadium or something. It ended up not happening for whatever reason. But California Endowment was in support of this. Mind you, they're funding organizations and nonprofits that were fighting against it. So these are real things that really happen, because the reality is, if they're funding you, you're not really going to go against them. You can't really, because they're funding you. So they can pull your funding whenever they want to. They can blacklist you whenever they want to. Remember, these people all hang out together. That's the other thing you have to understand. These are not separate entities. Part of the reason why, at least from what I believe, based on the interviews I've heard from David Gross and other organizers in the community, there were two Black groups that were trying to buy that Crenshaw Mall. One was a community organization. One was David Gross, right, and his people. They were trying to buy this property.
Can you tell people
Yes.
who David Gross is in case you don't know?
He was Nipsey Hussle's business partner. He does a lot of real estate stuff. He has what's it called? Build Our Own. So he tries to fund Black projects in South Central right now, in particular California. I think it's all across California now, and he tries to create investment opportunities for people who are in places like South Central. So they cap your ability to invest. So big companies can't come and be like, "Oh, we're going to invest $100,000 or $200,000 into this." So now we're the biggest investors. They cap all their investments at like 2,500. So people in the community can now invest in local businesses and projects, right? So that's what David Gross is. So that was one of the projects that they were trying to do, was get this mall. They also had some local community organizations that came together that were trying to get this property in the mall. But and they were both the highest bidders. The people who owned the property sold it to somebody else who didn't, who said, and they claimed because they were going to close quicker than everybody else, but they ended up not closing for like a very long time, like months and months. They were told, in fact, David Gross said he was told they were going to close in 60 days, and they didn't. So it wasn't that, and they didn't outbid everybody. So what was it that made it so this other group got this property, even though they weren't paying the most? More than likely, some sort of cronyism. Somebody married to somebody. Somebody's son is married to somebody's daughter. Somebody's so-and-so's golfing buddy. Somebody owes somebody a favor. We forget that these are the people, that their kids, this is their circle. This is who they kick it with, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's an organization out here, they do this project they want to teach Black boys to golf because that's where business is done on the golf course. And honestly, I
Oh
think it's a really
God,
dumb project. Yeah, I think it's
I
a dumb
hate that.
project. Because the reality is, you're not going to get on those guys' golf courses.
And,
So,
and that's another example of that cargo cult thinking. Like, rich people are making deals on the golf course, so then, like a cargo cult, they think it's the golf that makes it happen. But no, it's the fucking money to make the deal. If you go on a golf course but your pockets have lint in them, you can golf all you want. But when the guy asks you, "Yeah, I have a great deal, investment, or do you want to invest 100,000 in the restaurant?" It's like, well, I just okay, I don't know. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, yeah. So at any rate, but but you're right. There is this belief that somehow is going to lead to, Black success and whatnot. But really, it's just more of the same respectability politics. But at any rate, I just feel like one of the things that we don't, I don't know. I guess one of the things I feel like we don't really talk about, at least not enough, in my opinion, is the fact that we have so many um black people reliant on these old ideas that keep getting pushed over and over and over again, and they're not benefiting us. And I think this reliance on money outside of us is going to hurt us in the end, because that's who these activists are trying to get. They're just trying to get more name, more money, more shit for their own people. It has nothing to do with actual advancement and the progress of black people. But it's like I was telling somebody earlier today, you know, once anything becomes mainstream through politics, through media, through anything, it's a wrap. That movement's
Yeah.
over.
Mhm.
It's done. First golf, then billions.
Yeah, Isaac was asking why I'm laughing. It's because I'm reading the chat. Because when I talk, I can't really read the chat like that. So while you're
Right.
talking, I can listen and actually finally read the chat. So that's why I'm laughing at Isaac. Like, but that one made me really crack up.
No, but that's how they talk though. That
Oh
for some
yeah,
reason they think like I don't know why people. I personally think it's kind of ridiculous because, like you said, you still don't have any fucking money to bring to the table. So whether you can golf or whatever it is, it doesn't mean anything if you don't
yeah,
have any capital,
exactly.
and we don't have any capital. But I think we have too much reliance on too much outside shit anyway. Not to say that we not to say that we have a whole lot of options, because I don't think we do. But at the end of the day, I think we're going to really continue to see this more of the same shit as long as we continue to see um, this sort of idea that we have to be reliant on white people, whiteness, allies. Because I think they're all meant to sabotage. I think it's more part
Yeah,
of the controlled opposition shit.
yeah, exactly. And it's like, um, actually, I want to give you a chance to say any more responses that you want to say to things I said before I continue. If you have
Um,
anything else.
it was something else, and I remembered it and then I forgot it. Um,
You can't if you can't remember it, just keep thinking about it, and then just jump in when you remember it.
okay.
Um, when I was talking before about like talking about this quote, it's interesting how people were just trying to find ways. Like a lot of people, it wasn't just one person; it was a lot of people. Were just trying to find ways to just make this a good quote or defend like bell hooks. And like one of the things was like, hey, she was a lot of people's entry into activism, as I said before. But I'm like, if that's the kind of activism that is coming into spaces, then I don't want it, because it's all about hating black men or new age woo woo self-help fluff and
A
everything.
lot of that shit is a group thing.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't think most of them niggas actually read bell hooks. Number
oh
one.
yeah,
I think also once you're a part of a certain circle or a certain group and they're all praising something, you're biased going in already. So you begin to create all these meanings based off of what you've already heard. That's why I told you I have to watch Insecure after all the fanfare is gone, because I know how the human brain works. That
of
shit can
course.
fuck up how you watch something.
No,
Um,
totally. I mean, there's so many things I thought was hot to like watch it with some distance. I'm like, oh, this is some crap. Like, what was I thinking?
exactly. So I think sometimes people are in certain circles and certain spaces. Bell hooks is constantly quoted in spaces that I've been in, especially around my college era, because I think the college scene is one of the most annoying scenes on earth when it comes to this
Oh
shit.
yeah,
Um, and the reason why I say that is because I remember, like I told, like most of you guys know, and most of you guys I've talked to, you guys know, I have been doing community organizing for so long, and I actually been in the streets. I actually understood racism more from a structural perspective than I did from a personal perspective, because I didn't know any white people growing up,
yeah,
Um, so when I went to college and I started meeting other groups of people, and I didn't know what I know now. Because again, I didn't really know, other than Latinos, I didn't really know anybody. And even then, my Latino circle was pretty small because we were all activists together. We were a part of that black and brown coalition type shit at a time when niggas was killing each other. Like Mexicans and white people were killing each other. So
yeah,
that to me, that was how I grew up. So when I got to college and I'm meeting these other people, black and otherwise, they might be black, they might be Middle Eastern, they might be mixed Middle Eastern and East Asian or something. Like you'll meet all these different people and they're all activists, they're all radicals, they're all artists, they're all these things. I started learning all these terms. I began to hate certain terms like space and body, you
Oh
know,
yeah.
black body, the black body versus just whatever the fuck they're talking about. Funny enough, that was said a lot in Black popular culture class, and I struggled so much in that class. And all these white people were like thriving in that
Oh
class.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and
They love that nonsense.
I was like, what the fuck is she even talking about? Like, I could not grasp it. I was in the fucking teacher's assistant's office trying to figure out what the fuck, like, what are these people talking about? I don't get it. And I got like a C. Imagine a black person getting a C in Black popular culture. Although I did learn some things,
It's not even like Black history, like the popular culture. That's
bruh.
crazy. Yeah,
But the thing is, you have to, of course, you have to look at history a lot to go to the popular shit. So we had
yeah.
to do things like watch the tip drill video and analyze it, like real shit. So anyway, but the college space was very much that, right? But even more so, that's when you have the people of color, quote unquote. First time I ever heard that shit. Never heard of people of color until I got to college. Um, First time I ever heard a lot of the terminology. First time I ever heard of Audre Lorde. I didn't really know what feminism was. I remember one time I was part of a group and they said something about feminism, and I said, "Well, I to be honest, I never considered myself a feminist because I don't even know what that is. Like, I'm not a feminist. I guess I mean, it was like, oh, do you believe in equal rights for women? I'm like, well, sure, I believe in equal rights for everybody. So you're a feminist. Oh, okay, I guess I'm a feminist. So I thought I was a feminist for the longest time. Because these were the
Well,
terms. And,
well, the problem is feminism can mean whatever people want. It's the same as it's like what Black women did with the term intersectional, where they just make anything they like intersectional. Like Harriet Tubman is intersectional. Like she never called herself that. It didn't exist when she was there, but they make her that. Feminism is the same thing. Like for example, once I started doing like my own research, I never realized that what they call first wave feminists, they didn't call themselves feminists. They were called suffragettes. But
Right, they were very specific in what they were talking about. They wanted to vote for white women.
yes, and they were called suffragettes. But then the the so-called second wave feminists are really the first wave feminists. They were the ones. The word feminism existed. I think the French created it actually, but it wasn't what they were calling themselves in America and the UK. They were calling themselves suffragettes. You read all the literature; they were called suffragettes. Then the women who call themselves feminists to make themselves part of a longer tradition or bigger tradition called themselves second wave feminists and called the suffragettes first wave feminists. But that's what they do. They will say anything that empowers a woman or is
Hmm.
pro woman is feminism. But that's like a trick because it makes it so that you can't be pro woman without now being part of their movement and everything. So
Right.
like
And they dichotomize it. Either you're with
mhm.
this or against this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Either you're for women or you're against women. If you're for women, you believe in these ideologies. And it's funny because that was the other thing I was going to talk about. We can finish this though, but I was going to talk about the Democrats thing and my whole argument on Twitter because you kind of touched on some things that I touched on in that.
Mhm.
But I do want to hit on what you're talking about now. And I think that's a really good point as well. And I think somebody said something in the chat that I thought was pretty good. I think it was Isaac. Um, oh, Isaac said, I don't personally believe that Bell Hooks permeates in the general Black community because she doesn't. I don't think people know who the fuck she is because I didn't until college. And even then, I didn't really know who she was. I just kept hearing her name brought up, and I didn't know who the fuck she was, to be honest with you. And he also said Bell Hooks might have been more successful if she dropped an album like Mary J. or Keisha Cole. And I actually think that's 100% on point. And I actually think there's more substance in Mary J. and Keisha Cole than anything Bell Hooks has ever done. And if you ask throughout history, Black women, at least within 2 to 3 generations, have related to Mary J. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Talk about Black woman angst, especially, poor Black women who in these relationships, that the kind of relationships that you saw in hood Black, in the Black community, but particularly in the hood, the type of ways that we describe relationship, which is also why I think that song with her and Method Man was such a big hit for us, not just for white people, because it was a big hit for white people for whatever odd reason. But I think it was one of those things is like, okay, this is how we see relationships. And I think that definitely hit a lot more about self-esteem. Take a look at my life and you see what I see. My life in the sunshine. Um, I felt that shit more than I felt anything. Bell Hooks said. Mary J talks about loving yourself. Mary J talks about radical self-love.
Oh yeah. But you want to know something that's interesting, right? Is something that's interesting with bell hooks is one of the excuses that people were giving me as well is they were saying, well, you have to anybody can make anybody look bad if they just isolate the bad quotes and everything. So I was like, well, what are the powerful, concrete, actionable ideas that she had, like her actual theory, not just because everything I was reading was about either disaffirming black men or just affirming uh certain people, like making you feel good. I'm like, and there's nothing wrong with making people feel good or whatever. Just don't call it radicalism or liberatory politics. Just call it self-help or something. And what this is what I find interesting, right? I looked, and this is Bell Hooks, and I put her name and I put photos. I chose photos on Twitter, right? That's what's on the screen right here, so that I wouldn't be accused of cherry picking. We can see what useful quotes that she had. So it's like, I am passionate about everything in my life. These are quotes that people were saying when she died. I am passionate about everything in my life. First and foremost, I am passionate about ideas. I don't have a monopoly on good ideas, but when we listen and truly hear, we can learn the ideas that will inform our path forward. Okay, what does that mean? What can I do? I mean, she says simple things in a lofty, convoluted way, but it's gibberish. She's just basically saying, be passionate about ideas and be open-minded to other people's ideas. That's all she's saying. Like, why is this something that is such a radical, rebellious quote? But we keep going and see. I want to scroll in real time so people can sort of see that I'm not cherry picking. You know, so from Communion by Bell Hooks. As long as the predominant response women have to men is initially fear, concern for our safety, then we will not have a world where women can wholeheartedly like men. Lots of women feel like they need men in their lives, but far too many of them feel uncertain about whether they like men because they don't know really who men are and what they think. Or if they do, they might confess to loving men but not liking them. Um, Let me go to the next screen cap that follows it because it's a whole passage. And oh, where did it go? Let me get it back up. So yeah, yet she says many women put more careful judgment into selecting a new toaster oven than they put into evaluating a prospective partner. Perhaps women suspend careful judgment because deep down they know that to exercise it might mean doing without male partnership for long periods of time. Now, nothing here is wrong, but again, it's not rebellious or radical or whatever. But it's not a unique thought. You can't look at that and say,
Wait.
"Mhm,
Perhaps women suspend careful judgment because deep down they know that to exercise it might mean going without a male partnership for long periods of time. It just sounds like more of the shit you hear women in groups complain about niggas. It just sounds like the
that's
same
exactly what it is." And,
shit.
and you know who spoke out against this in um a way more succinct, easier way? Whoever the first black woman was who said, "I can do bad by myself." Boom, same thing. She just
Oh
said,
man, that was a song by this group called Changing Faces. Remember
"Yep,
that?
and
So
that's
wait,
an old black
so wait a
phrase.
minute. Basically, the argument was made. I have to agree. 90s R&B women were killing the game. They have all the bell hook shit was talking to man, they said it in the realest, most succinct way.
Yeah, I mean,
I can do bad all by myself for
that's
sure.
all that she basically said in that quote. I can do bad by myself, and it's not a wrong thing, but I didn't need that academic word salad to either say, because first, it's not revolutionary, it's not radical, it's not liberatory politics, and to the extent that it's good advice, it's so convoluted and pretentious. You can just Like there's regular black people who can just say in one clever phrase, what she just put in word salad. Uh,
I wanted to also I highlighted this 2008 B. Scott quote. And like Mary J, we wouldn't even she wouldn't and like Mary J, she wouldn't even have to sing on key. Just sing with some conviction, and we'll love it. And admittedly, I do love her. And exactly 2008 B. Scott. Like this is the funniest thing. There are just some artists, if we're being very honest, they weren't the most dynamic, most amazing vocalists on earth. They just hit our hearts. They
oh
hit our
yeah,
they hit something in you. Sade ain't Whitney, but we love us some Sade,
yep,
right?
yep,
Mary J. Blige. Shit, if we being honest, what's Billie Holiday? Billie Holiday couldn't really sing that great, but when she sang, I listen. The first time I heard "Good Morning Heartache," I cried. I didn't even think I had been through a heartbreak before. And I was like, "Damn, I felt that shit." If you I
yeah.
mean, there are stories of Billie Holiday singing, and motherfuckers just couldn't stop crying. You know
And
what
there's
I mean?
people who are the opposite. There's people who can actually have pipes, but it's soulless. Like you don't feel anything. It's just an
Yeah,
exercise in technical
that's
excellence.
basically Beyonce, and I love
Yeah.
Beyonce, but she's not a soulful singer. I think she
No.
has some songs she does better than others, but she's one of those people who I think knows how to imitate the sound of soul singers without actually having to have any soul. Because
Yeah.
some great soul singers weren't the greatest vocalists; they just hit you. Nobody would compare Donny Hathaway and James Brown. You know what I mean? Donny Hathaway was a vocalist. James Brown was a soul singer.
Oh yeah. But check this out. Next person, prepping for the teaching semester with bell hooks as my talisman, and that's very telling. First, I should capitalize bell hooks, and as respect to her, you're not supposed to capitalize this. That says a lot.
Right.
But talisman is magic, but that's exactly what this is to people. She's actually kind of honest. I'd rather her have someone say this than say that it was intellectual and radical and liberatory. Just say that this is a magic
It's your, it's your good
talisman
luck
to you.
charm.
Yeah, it's a good luck charm. That's really
But you
what it
know what's
is. Mhm.
the other
It's
thing I
magical
hate?
thinking. Yeah.
That bell hooks thing. People act like she's so deep for lowercase spelling of bell hooks or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think that's that deep. I just don't.
No, nothing. Nothing. She's in the United States. Trump is like a poor person's idea what a rich person should be. Like, yeah, I think bell hooks is for a lot of people like a simple person's idea of what a deep person is. Um,
I asked years ago, what does bell hooks do? And nobody ever answered that question for me. They all, I mean, they
makes
said that
makes money. I
she
guess
just
she's
writes
getting.
shit. She writes
Yeah.
shit and run her mouth and have opinions. What does she do? Nobody can ever tell me.
So here's another one. Bell hooks had clear insight. This is a doctor, someone with a PhD. Bell hooks had clear insight on J.K. Rowling too, but this gets overlooked. This is they love to say like first she's the most not overlooked person there is. I mean, compared to her actual quality of work, she's actually too looked at, but she goes, this gets overlooked. I read this interview and my jaw dropped. I don't even know what this quote's gonna be, but I bet you it's not gonna
Yo,
be
I
anything that should
swear
be.
she has to write headlines for BuzzFeed or something.
So
Whoever
let's see
wrote
what this
Dr.
is.
Cara Murillo has to be writing headlines for BuzzFeed. That's kind of shit that they write.
And the question to me isn't so much why are the Harry Potter books so well received, but why aren't other books that are alternative that offer different kind of visions just as popular? Because we do know that a very patriarchal, white male dominated mass media really pushed the Harry Potter books. I forget which of the leading magazines, I can't remember whether it was Newsweek or Time, had the Harry Potter stuff on the cover. It was because certain kinds of white men in power like these books. So basically, that's the jaw dropping thing. Like you discover that Harry Potter does better than a lot of other things because white men in power like the books. I mean, okay,
Yeah,
that's
I
this is
was
pretty
waiting
basic.
for.
Yeah,
I'm still kind of lost on what was the clear insight on J.K. Rowling when the reality is anybody who has any sort of prominence or notoriety in media is somehow propped up by white men,
yeah,
including bell hooks. So
exactly. Nothing, not even rap, gets to be mainstream popular without white men in power co-signing it. But that's like people keep putting all these tweets about her quotes, and it would just be the most vapid stuff. This person, another doctor, the function of art is to do more than tell it like it is. It's to imagine what is possible. So I kept going for quote after quote, and the only other quotes that weren't like this were things like that black men are monsters that beat women, and the Central Park Five was guilty. So I'm like, it's either woo woo stuff that does nothing, or the stuff that actually does take a strong stance, puts black men's lives in danger. And the next excuse I got was, well, you know, anybody can take a quote out of context, but you said a lot of good stuff, which they can't tell me what it is. But I'm like, okay, Hitler supposedly has some great opinions on art. That's not why people like them. Like I can't say like if someone says, yeah, you can't celebrate Hitler because he's a Nazi. Well, some people liked his Nazism, but his art opinions were great because yeah, but nobody was fucking with him for his art. And the same with Bell Hooks. I haven't seen any great thoughts by her, but even if they exist, that's not her impact.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody is sharing any of these supposedly deep liberatory thoughts. They're all just sharing magical thinking and nonsense. Here's another one. Here's the next quote. Bell Hooks writing about love is more of what I'm needing in 2022. We can create an environment permeated by a love ethic. Those of us who come from a non privileged background know this by heart because we felt the love in those places where material plenty was lacking. Love is especially available to us because it is a non market value. We can create love wherever we are. Valuing ourselves rightly means we understand love to be the only foundation of being that will sustain us in both times of lack and times of plenty. You can just play the song Beatles, All You Need Is Love. Boom. That's the same.
You know what? Honestly, this stuff is like I'll say this. She's she's more like a poet. You know what I mean?
She's
I
an
don't
actual
even.
poet. So is
I
Audre
think
Lorde.
it's the way she writes these things that sounds so nice. Like she does write it in a very artistic way. As
Oh,
far
she
as
does.
it looked like what you just read, for example. It sounds beautiful. You know what I mean? It sounds like it would be one of those quotes that will be on the like on a painting at Marshalls or TJ Maxx. You know what I mean? It's like you know I'm talking about those little quotes that people put up
Yeah.
on their wall, like love, live, laugh type shit. That's really and I think honestly those will be really great quotes to like hang up in your office or hang up, which is what they do, right? Like
Oh,
people
yeah.
print these out, and so I get why people could like her as a writer, but I think to make her out to be some sort of radical activist in her work.
Who's gonna free everybody and fighting white supremacy and whatever. That's my problem. If people appreciate her for what she was, I would not have a problem. If they liked her, like like they like The Secret or whatever, or
Yeah.
a good poetry book, I would not have a problem with it. If someone said, "Hey, I was going through a bad breakup or had low self esteem, and Bell Hooks helped me out," that would be fine. But for people to act like, "Oh, people like Tommy Curry are dangerous," read Bell Hooks instead. I'm like, okay, no,
Because what is
she's
she?
not sacrifice. She's not substituting. Like he's giving actual data and practical stuff that can help me, and she's just selling hugs. Don't try to replace real radical thought with this. That's where it gets dangerous. And when I was realizing like this is what
What
supposed
blew her up?
radicalism now is, that's when I realized we lost. Like they did a switcheroo on us and they gave us this to worship as radical. And now people will even try to downplay the old people, like saying, "Oh, the old Panthers, those old people, they were sexist who wouldn't let women speak. So don't listen to the old Kwame Ture. Don't listen to James Baldwin. He had a bad conversation with Nikki Giovanni. Read Bell Hooks. Read Audre Lorde." So they're actually actively even trying to erase good, useful stuff. Like when I played that Kwame Ture quote that had to do with mobilization versus organizing, you can still use that to this day. And then he got that from Lenin, and it's like practical information. Like Lenin used that type of thinking to overthrow Russia. It's as actionable as it gets. And then
Right.
Kwame Ture took it and applied it to black people and stuff. And white people are scared of black people getting that kind of political education. They're fine with you reading this all day. What in anything I read gives white supremacy anything to be afraid of? Like everyone's gonna be too busy hugging each other to fight
What blew up Bell Hooks? Like, why is she so popular?
because she's useless. I think
No,
personally.
but I mean, there's a lot of useless people writing shit. My question is, what made her the darling? How
That's a
did
good. That's a good question. If anybody in the chat knows, I mean, my guess is she's a very savvy networker. She's prolific, and I think is able to make uselessness sound profound and radical. And I think, I mean, here's another quote: "Rarely, if ever, are any of us healed in isolation. Healing is an act of community." Okay, no one goes through things
communion?
alone. You need friends. I mean, it's not wrong, but they're acting like you
Well, no, no,
need
no, no.
her.
Let's beyond that. It's actually 100% accurate. It's not
Yeah,
just not wrong. It's literal science.
yeah,
Like
totally.
it's literally what I talked to you guys all about healing, stress, trauma, all that stuff is associated with being in community. 100%.
Yeah, she's totally right.
Isolation is actually one of the worst things you can do for yourself when you're suffering. Doesn't mean you can't ever have any alone time in silence, but connection and knowing that you have support is actually what gets you back out there to live life again.
I mean,
So,
look at jail. Jail is you're surrounded by like the worst people on earth, murderers and molesters and all types of people. But the worst punishment they can give you in jail is to put you by yourself.
yep, 100%.
You'd rather be with those people than be by yourself, going through it alone.
Connection, attention are all neurological, biological human needs. That's why I hate people say, well, that's also just doing this for attention. Yeah, and maybe they need it. Maybe not from me, but they probably need some attention.
But there was a quote someone said before that people just want someone with authority to give. I think it was Jeffrey
I
Cordy
did
that
see
said,
that.
yeah. And that made me think of this. When Insecure was going off, there were all these articles that were writing um these glowing things about it, but everything they were praising it for was just so basic. But what they would do was they would preface the basicness. So I'll give you an example. Critic's Notebook, saying goodbye to Insecure and its true love story. It's about its potent legacy, etc. And then this passage, because I was reading these things of Insecure, I couldn't help thinking about the late scholar Bell Hooks, who in All About Love writes, "Friendship is the place in which a great majority of us have our first glimpse of redemptive love and community. Learning to love in friendships empowers us in ways that enables us to bring this love to other interactions with family or with romantic bonds." And it's like, that's a nice sentiment, but you didn't need to cite a scholar to make a point that basic. You could have just said, we all need friendship, and friendships is how we learn to relate to people and love and romantic
Well,
relationships. Like,
I mean,
mhm, yeah,
I think that one fit because you just wanted to quote somebody because it's an article, right? So people in articles like to have just a quote to say something poetic. I don't think that's too
but
bad.
but I feel if you're gonna quote a person, then you should quote them because they're saying something pretty unique. If it's a point that, like for example, I wouldn't say Albert Einstein said, when it gets hot, you get sweaty. Like, why do you need to bring up a scholar to say that? Like,
No.
it's like I'm using somebody who's super smart to make a really basic point to make the point sound deeper, and that's so I don't have any problem with the thing. I just think as a writer, she could have just phrased something similar herself. Like, she's a writer, make your own poetry about friendship.
Unless it was like some real outstanding metaphor or example. I
Exactly.
It's
Yeah,
like
that's
it's like people take a rap quote, and I'm like, wow, of all the quotes you could have gotten, why did you pick the most basic
yeah.
line of either that song or that person has to make whatever? I'm like, you could have just not used a quote. Like, you could have
He,
just
here's the next one. Insecure's final season was about legacy. The show will leave a lasting one. And then, as I read the article, as I heard the news about feminist author Bell Hooks' death, I came across this quote from her book. Remembered Rapture, the writer at work. No black woman writer in this culture can write too much. Indeed, no woman writer can write too much. No woman has ever written enough, Hooks wrote. That's how it feels to say goodbye to Insecure. Okay.
what? That
No black woman can write too much. No woman can write too much. So basically, that's why Insecure is important, because
yo,
black
there
women
was
be
no
writing.
correlation,
Yeah, yeah. It
and
was so forced. At least the
there
first
was
one was relevant.
Oh, now I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Uh, Vulture, it's always been a show about growth. Issa Rae talks through Insecure's bittersweet finale, the show's legacy, and her one regret for they want to make the show so groundbreaking, so bad. And then you go in and it says, after Bell Hooks, I saw a quote from her book All About Love going around Twitter. Friendship, and again, it's the same uh quote. Like about 4 articles use this friendship quote. I just very interesting that none of them know how friendship works without
The hooks.
Bell Hooks.
What's
Uh,
funny about that also, so it's a you're also witnessing press shit, right? So a
yeah.
lot of this stuff is just press shit. They're gonna do this stuff to brand things to make the show look more relevant in history than it actually probably was. Um, but the thing that's so funny to me is how I've pointed this out to you guys before. All these websites copy each other.
Mhm.
None of this shit is new. I've told you guys a million times. I told you guys when we were writing for what was a hip hop site, hot new hip
Is
hop,
it
might have been hot
DX?
new hip
Oh,
hop.
they might actually share a group chat on Twitter, and one of them shared the quote, and they all said, "Hey, can I use that too?" Sure, why not? Yeah, because it still seems weird. It's all came out
No,
the
no, no.
same
I'm
day.
gonna tell you. I'm trying to tell
Mhm.
you how they do it.
Oh yeah,
They
please do.
all have the same. They put together these feeds. So everybody who writes for these sites, they have a feed, and you put all the sites that fit into your genre of writing. So if you're a hip hop site, you put all the hip hop news. If you're a gossip site, you put all the gossip sites and all whatever, right? And you just see what terms and things pop up the most, and you fall in line. So a couple of them are going to start it off, and then after that, the ball gets rolling because they all literally copy each other's articles. They use the same content, and remember, a lot of these are owned by the same people.
Hmm.
So that's the other thing you have to remember. They're all on the same message because they're all owned by the same companies. So that's another thing.
And this is a great example. There's someone called Rupi Kaur who is known for being a totally vapid poet, but a lot of people who hate Rupi Kaur love Bell Hooks, and she's the same. Bell Hooks is just a slightly uh, she's Rupi Kaur with a better vocabulary. You know what I
Let
mean?
me see if I can find this Rupi card because you guys have mentioned her before.
Oh, and this is true. Bell Hooks was friends with Gloria Steinem, CIA operative, and people make excuses for that all the time. But that's liberatory. So here's the last one. How Issa Rae and crew left an indelible mark on television history. But what's funny is, ironically enough, what these people are doing with Issa Rae and Insecure is what they're also trying to do with Bell Hooks. Like take something basic and make it much more impactful than it was. So it's very fitting that they bring her in here. And this is the Onion AV Club. The late Bell Hooks told us, again, loving friendships provide us with a space, blah, blah, blah. And that kind of made me think, like you said, I don't think people even read Bell Hooks. I think they just read the tweets with her quotes.
I
And she
told you.
just, yeah, I totally agree. Because why are you guys all saying the same things I've seen quoted? And again, it goes back to my other point when people are saying, oh, you can cherry pick anybody and make them look bad. But I'm like, if the bad stuff is the only thing that people are quoting for her, again, it's like Hitler and the Nazis. Like it's the Jew stuff that people were that was the most impactful. So it doesn't matter what else he said about other stuff. But I'm gonna let you talk, and then the last thing I'm gonna show is um what made me finally realize that we lost, and just nobody told us.
Okay, so the other thing I wanted to address was shit, I forgot. Oh, the shit with the Democrats. Yo. I got accused of being anti-black, anti or anti-black because I said that black people have been fooled into thinking the Democrats fuck with them or some shit like that, right?
Oh, is that what
Yo,
happened?
yeah, and I think I was responding to something. I don't know. Some guy said something about Biden. I don't remember, and because he blocked me, so I can't even go back to tell you what it was I said exactly. But all I said was that black people have been fooled into thinking Democrats into no fooled into supporting the Democrats or something like that, right? somehow that turned into me saying black people are stupid, and that was anti-black, completely deflecting from the fact that Democrats aren't doing shit for black people. So these are people who were trying to frame it as you have no, the only strategy or option that we have as black people is to align with the Democrats. But the real thing that pissed me off was they kept trying to say I was a Republican, or somehow I was like Candace Owens, or I was a step
That's the
away from
worst.
Candace Owens, or I was a fake woke.
Basically, your only two choices are to be a Democrat or Republican. They can't even think beyond those two.
Right. And then another guy accused me of being a Bernie brother or whatever. And you guys know I'm not anti-voting. And I told you guys this before. I'm against voting for shit you don't believe in. I don't vote for politicians because they're on my ballot. I did not vote for president. I voted. I vote pretty much every election. Even the elections nobody else votes at, local elections, those little city stuff. I vote in all that shit because I actually pay attention to what's going on in my community. I pay attention to
That's
what's on
more
the ballot.
important to vote for, honestly.
It 100% is. They keep talking about, first of all, there's this assumption that I didn't vote for my congressperson. I voted for my congressperson. I don't tell other people how to vote for their congresspeople because I feel like you vote the way according to your principles and your goals and whatever you align with, or you don't vote at all. And I totally get that too. I don't knock that. I'm not on the train of everybody must go vote because you black and people died for the right to vote and all that shit. I'm not on that train. I'm a strong believer that you vote or don't vote in accordance with your own principles. Now, if you have certain principles and values and things that are on the ballot and you're just not going down there, hey, that's on you. You know what I mean? But there was this assumption that I don't vote. And they keep trying to tell me, oh, well, people like you are why the Democrats are losing, blah, 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 blah. You don't know what the fuck I voted for. You don't even know my stance on things. You didn't even take the time to even ask me. You just made these assumptions. So now there's this belief that you have to put. Y'all know how I am with anything that feels cultish. Black people in the Democratic Party who are all gung ho for this shit. Now I'm not talking about the black people who just vote for the folks that they think of the lesser of two evils and just doing what they feel like they gotta do.
Exactly. Like just voting against the Republican. They don't actually cry at Joe Biden on the screen.
Exactly.
Have you seen? Did you see Eva Pickford from America's Next Top Model crying?
It was so sick. It was so sick. But what's clear to me when people do that is clear they don't actually know politics, which was the irony of it. They kept trying to say people like me didn't know anything about politics. And one of my friends, shout out to my friend Josh, he talks the most shit to me on there. If you ever see a nigga on there just talking shit about me randomly or to me randomly, that's my friend Josh. Just ignore him. But he actually was telling because he knows me. He's known me for years since I was like 18. And it was very clear to him that they didn't know what they were talking about because he knows I'm very active and I know my politics. I know my local politics very well. Most of these people probably couldn't even tell you who their alderman is or whatever the fuck they got where they at. You know what I mean?
Oh, hell no.
And I know that they don't know because if you ask them, they can tell you who their congressperson is because they watch enough TV. They probably live in a big city where their congressperson is always on television or some shit, But at any rate, this idea that somehow you don't know politics because you expect perfection. That's what they all kept telling me too. You could use something perfect. No, I want somebody who's not a white supremacist at the very minimum. You know what I mean? I think the guy who architected, whatever the word is, wrote and created a bill after telling Reagan and begging Reagan to ramp up the drug war. That same man who caused the problems and then said, hey, I have the solution for you niggas, took out all the shit that black people actually wanted in the bill, took all that shit out and said mandatory minimums, I'm locking all you niggas up. That same motherfucker I'm supposed to be supporting, I'm supposed to be standing behind, who told you niggas you not black if you don't vote for him, that motherfucker. So I'm anti-black because I said we've been fooled into supporting this guy. I didn't say black people are stupid. Anybody can be fooled. Anybody can be deceived. We're not stupid people. And honestly, I don't think most black people are like those black liberals. I think most black people are just like, I just want to get something. I don't want these motherfuckers is, clearly white supremacists. They will burn a fucking cross on my lawn. I know I don't want them motherfuckers. I don't think
Yeah.
most black people who vote for the Democrats are like those black liberals who actually believe the Democrats are going to bring them freedom. I actually don't think that. But I do think we've been duped into thinking that voting for the Democrats is better than voting for the Republicans. I'm not a Republican. Fuck them. I don't fuck with none of these people. I got accused of being a Bernie bro and all this other shit. I don't even think about Bernie Sanders. He
Oh
doesn't even
God.
come up in my regular conversation. You
These
know,
people just make up anything.
they just throw shit at the board. But I just really get frustrated with people who think you have to be one or the other, and that there's only this one route to progress or black people, and it's through the Democratic Party. And because it doesn't make any sense. That doesn't mean that there aren't individuals in that party that I might fuck with or I do fuck with. There are. But that doesn't mean as a party. But I also think people also run under parties just because they need that support or they think that's what's going to win. Not, I would love for those people to run independent, but ain't no money in running independent, and you ain't gonna win shit in most big places running independent. It's not gonna happen. So I always say, at least for me, look at people's actual policies. What are they actually? What are they actually writing? What legislations have they actually backed? What
Hmm.
have they actually done? There are going to be some things you don't like. There are going to be some things you do like. Are there enough things that you do like to say, you know what, I'm going to go for this person because I have these goals for my community or my family, and this is aligned with that? Or are you going to say, they don't do enough for what I need or what I think is important for my community? That's how I vote. It's not
And
about, go ahead.
and even if you're not active in your local community for the past couple of years and you feel like, oh, I didn't do the homework, they have sites out there like Ballotpedia and some other ones that I've discovered, and they're pretty good because what you do with them is you just enter your zip code. It tells you who's running in your area and all the stuff like they promised and what their platform is. It's not as ideal as following them all year round, but at least you can. It's not that hard in this day of the internet to do research on local politicians. I remember it used to be kind of hard if you weren't plugged in to know who your local politicians were because you had to work all day and you came home at the end of the day, and a lot of stuff happens when people go to work when it comes to like local politics and everything. But
Mhm.
that's not an excuse anymore.
I agree. I mean, I don't agree with that. I mean, how is it this? I think people I think people are as involved as they know to be, or they
Yeah.
feel that they can be. You know what I mean? Um, I think a lot of times people root for people that they believe have their best interests or are doing the work they feel like they're not able to do. So they believe Sean King is doing something. They believe D. Ray is doing something. So they try to back those people. Um, but I don't think are you trying to log into something, T?
Yeah, I was logging into the Champagne Sharks Gmail
I
account.
get alerts every time I try to log into some shit. I don't know why.
Oh, that's okay.
I have to like approve you to go into some shit all the time. But you know what? Before I move on, I saw Kamaria, um, How to Be a Badass book. People love that. I was I saw you put that up there. I know what comment you were making
Oh,
about that.
oh, oh! I wanted to ask her what that was in reference to. That's what I was
Oh, you're gonna
curious
ask her
about.
the same thing.
Yeah, because I actually tried that book along with the Mark Manson, like the Art to Not Giving a Fuck, and I was like, what is up with these cursy books that I just don't like them. I
Yo,
do not
there's
like
a
those books. That
okay.
book was so
So
bad I couldn't finish it.
I'll tell you this. I noticed that too, and I was wondering what that whole thing was about. Um, it's like you ain't shit, but I'm gonna show you how to be. You know, like it'll be some shit like
Yeah, yeah, like what the
but
fuck,
I do
man?
want to say this. I actually read there's two of them, I think. How to Be a Badass or You Are a Badass, and there's You Are a Badass at Making Money. I read both of those books. I think those kind of books, they don't really give you any real tools as far as tangible tools. I think they're more motivational things. You know what I mean? Um Actually, I found when I saw her wife that actually went and found my book. I have the other one somewhere, or I have it digitally, I think. I only got this because there was like some worksheets and I thought were pretty good. So this was actually really not. I would never recommend this book. I'm not recommending it at all.
Yeah, I
Um,
listened to the audio version, and I think the reader made it worse because the reader was
a white
uh
womanish white
y-
woman.
yeah, so hearing her curse just sounded really Karenish. It was just really annoying. So
Yeah,
that didn't
it
help. I
was.
don't know if it reads better,
I,
but it was
I think. Well, one. I
especially
also I
bad
think
as
it's
audio.
and I think it's a girl book. It's very girl. It's very girl targeted. Um, but what I did like about the book for me was as a person who was in the process of starting a business, I wanted to get my mind in a certain space. And for people who don't understand what I mean, so everybody does things differently and thinks differently. I'm one of those people who my brain literally has to get in the zone to do anything. I don't have motivation to go to the gym, to do whatever, unless I can get my brain in the zone. So what I do is I often just read things like that, motivate you to eat better, or motivate you to exercise, or motivate you to do whatever you need to do, because it just puts my mind in a certain space. I definitely don't think they're helpful as far as actually trying to make money. I don't think it's that. But if you just need to feel good, it's like rap music for me. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes I have to listen to something about going and getting money. Remember when that song Every Day I'm Hustling? And it cracked
Yeah.
me up when Cat Williams did that stand up talking about how you just how that song pumps you up at work. Nigga be on the fries at McDonald's just feeling every day I'm hustling. I literally played that song on repeat on my way to work every day because it was just one. Now there was no real advice for me to how to get through my work day in that song. Songs about
But it
drug
got you
dealing,
pumped. Yeah.
or it's about selling music slash drug dealing, right? Um, but and I'm not in music or drug dealing, but
But you know it's funny. I feel like that's what Bell Hooks did for a lot of people. I think she was there. There's no game plan here, but it just gets me feeling good. But the difference is, that's what it's doing. You're not acting like every day I'm hustling is a substitute for reading about business. Like it's fine as
right.
long as you're honest about what it is.
Same thing like listening to Nip. You know what I mean? Listening to Nip was I'm an audiobook person mostly because I told you guys, I deal with my attention is not the best. So I can't, and sometimes even audiobooks are hard 'cause I have to go back and rewind shit a lot because I literally trail off of my thinking a lot. But sometimes listening to people read these things out while I'm driving, if I'm just not in the mood to listen to music that day or in that moment, is helpful for me. So I also go to YouTube. Another thing I do, I go to YouTube and find affirmations or things just to play while I'm driving. It's literally to psych myself up. It's really to get my brain in a certain, because I just know how the brain works. Um,
But you see, you used the word there, and that word was affirmation, and that's the difference. Because I like affirming things. It's just you have to be honest that that's what you're getting, and
I
and
agree.
and what I'm gonna play for you to end this
Mhm.
is the word affirmation is going to really come into play, and I'm glad you used it because that's why I think is a big switcheroo that was brilliant by white people. They swapped out revolution in politics for affirmation, but allow people to keep calling it revolution in politics. And I think that's the problem. Like
I agree.
affirmation, I enjoy affirmations and affirming things, and you enjoy it, but we know that it's affirmation. We don't pretend it's something else.
No, you're right. I think I think a lot of times people don't want to be honest about it because it's like the Bible. You know what I mean? It's it's the thing that it's like the horoscope or the Bible, things like that. Like science shows that they quote unquote work, but it's like any other placebo. You know what I mean? They work because you believe it works. Um, you believed in it, it motivated you, it got your brain in the right way of thinking to achieve that thing. I listen to Nip. Listening to Nip does not replace actually reading the books he talked about reading. It doesn't actually change. You still have to learn branding, you still have to learn business, you still have to learn a restaurant works. You still have to learn these things. None of those things are absent, just knowing, but understanding that these kind of things and a lot of the self-help shit, to be honest with you, is just playing off of the psychology that you can find in actual science books. And maybe you don't want to read those. A lot of the shit Bell Hooks said about connection and friendship and love, literal things that you can find in neurology books. Nobody's going to read that in neurology. Maybe you like it better coming from this poetic person saying these things, making you feel better about your friendships or yourself. Because self-love is extremely important. It's one of the most
Yeah, very
defining
important.
things in your day-to-day. How you operate in relationships is based on how you feel about yourself. Most people don't know that. I don't know why we don't know that by now, but a lot of people don't know. How you feel about yourself does dictate the type of relationships you get into, and then how you navigate while you're in relationships. But just again, knowing that something is just to feel good. Going to church feels good for people. So then you get out there and go through the rest of your week because you know you done sang and danced your heart out, and the preacher done gave you some nice words. You threw some cash at them. You started feeling good at work. They gave you a promotion at work. Oh, God bless me. Nah, nigga, you just felt good and got to work.
Yeah,
And did
yeah,
what you
exactly.
needed to do.
No, no, for real. I'm gonna show you some stuff for you that's gonna blow your mind. I don't know if you've been smoking tonight, but you might want to if you haven't, just to get just to get ready, because it's some real
Oh,
bullshit.
wow.
But
Oh, real
but
quick, Isaac said he wants a champagne shark with Vita and Kenny where we discuss hip hop. He wants to know if we'd like Nip as much as we were from Atlanta or Louisiana. I'm wondering, that's a good question. Probably from Atlanta. I don't know about Louisiana because Atlanta people, they're about that business too. So,
yeah, they are. I mean, they're probably the only region that's still really about that business. Like I feel.
yo, and like dedicated. What happened to
Yeah.
Houston, by the way? I thought Houston was supposed to be doing that shit. What happened?
I don't know. It's a good. That's a good question. I don't know what happened, but what's good with Atlanta. I don't want to get too far off track, but I would say they've created an economy where they don't have to depend on the local MS owned or Clear Channel owned or iHeartMedia owned station. They made this whole economy through the strip clubs, and that's how you break acts down there. And I respect that. Like they found a way,
Mm.
because New York doesn't have that. It's like we lost
Neither
that. I
does
can't
LA
speak, but
anymore.
yeah. Yeah. But anyway, check this out. So one of the next things people told me is, oh well, people on Twitter are vapid. So of course, if you take people's Twitter quotes, you're only gonna get the most vapid quotes. And I was like, I've seen people put up, yeah, people like Q/Andre, yeah, people like you, people like Kenny, people like Mario, people like Rennie and Jamel and Nina and all these people. I've seen them post quotes from people all the time, and they're dope as fuck and smart. Like there's no rule that only dumb quotes end up on Twitter. I've seen so many inspiring quotes from different people that just blew my mind. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do a quote. I put Bell Hooks quote, and you can see the search. I didn't put Bell Hooks dumb quote. I'm not gonna cherry pick, but uh, you just
You
go
gotta
through.
Google best bell hooks quotes.
Oh, so that'll be what they say next. You're right. So you know what? Maybe I should just do that. Let's see. But the fact that these are the average bell hook quotes still says something anyway. Love is an action, never simply a feeling. What we do is more important than what we say or what we say we believe. Sometimes people try to destroy you
Nah, Maya
precisely.
said that way better.
Yeah, yeah.
Maya Angelou said people always remember how you people won't remember always what people will always remember what you say, but they'll always remember how you made them feel.
Mm. It's funny. I put best bell hook quotes, and the same quotes came up. They're just in a different order, but I recognize uh, the text is too small on that one. But love is really more of an interactive process. It's about what we do not just it's about what we do not just what we feel. I don't know. It's a verb, not a noun. Okay, that makes no sense. Love is a verb and a noun. Like, okay, but yeah, you get the
Yeah,
idea.
that doesn't make any sense at all
Yeah,
because it's literally both.
but here is the final part. This is the part that I said made me realize that we lost the war. And nobody told us, was the last thing someone said is you have to watch it in context. And I was like, where can I find it? I don't know. So I'm like, wait a minute, so you don't even know where it's from. I thought you knew where it was from and you watched it in context yourself. And that's why you were saying I need to see the quote in context, but they didn't even see the quote in context and know where it's from. They just wanted to say something. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna be a good guy. I'm gonna do what even you didn't do. I'm gonna find out where the quote's from, and I'm gonna watch it. So I googled the passage, and I found the YouTube video. The thing was 2 hours, and I was like, "Fuck! Is there a timestamp?"
Is it the
So
one
over the
that you
course
sent
of like,
us?
hmm,
Is it the one that you sent us?
um,
You put one. I think
yeah,
you
oh
put a
yeah,
link to
yeah,
it.
I did send it. Yeah, I did send it. I had to watch it like in 15, 30 minute increments over 2 days. Like when I was like on the bus or the train, I would just like watch it. And this is like when I saw it, right? Because are you still a slave liberating the black female body? Now, Are You Still a Slave is a book that was by Shahrazad Ali in the 80s. So that kind of struck me weird. Like, why is she using Shah? Like, I did not imagine Bell Hooks being a Shahrazad Ali fan, but whatever. But it sounds like, okay, we're going to set you free from your shackles. Are you still a slave? Because I like the book Are You Still a Slave? But that book is a black nationalist, like a radical type of book. And at the time I was into that stuff. But she
Liberating the
takes
black
that
female
title,
body. What is
she takes
that?
that what's that?
The
This is a
second
news
part. Is that from the book Liberating the Black Female Body?
Oh no, she added that herself.
Okay, because
Um
that definitely sounds like something weird these blue checks would say.
yeah, especially the body part, liberating.
That's what I'm
You
talking
can,
about.
you can say liberate black women. You gotta liberate the black female
Right.
body. Yeah.
Good afternoon and
So I'm there. I'm like,
We're
this is a
about to
new
watch
school.
spoken word. No, this is not spoken word, Isaac.
So this is a new school. All these people are there as students, and she's been invited to speak. And one thing I say about white liberals back in the day, they would bring on like Black Panthers and Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and Kwame Ture to speak at white schools. Like for whatever reason, white liberals kind of want to hear what these people had to say. But now, and this is why I say like we lost the war. Like even the white intellectuals want like the inspirational woo woo. Like no one is platforming the real shit anymore.
welcome. This is the third event in the Bell Hooks residency this spring. Some of you may have known that Bell Hooks did her first residency at the new school last
There's a lot of these panels, by the way. She said this is the third one in the series. There's a whole year of these nonsense panels.
fall.
Nonsense.
Stunning success in person and online. And we are live streaming this event, I believe. And so I'm Stephanie Browner. I'm the Dean of Eugene Lane College, the liberal arts college within the new school. And it's a pleasure to welcome you and our esteemed panel of talented, brilliant, visionary, radical thinking women. And I'm going to make a few comments about each of them. So Marcy Blackman on the end there, her first, woo,
I'm just gonna show the intro, then I'm gonna hop around.
Marcy is a novelist. Her first novel, Poe Man's Child, received the American Library Association's Stonewall Award for Best Fiction. Her second novel, Tradition, which came out June 2013 from Water Street Press, has been described as a novel to be savored and remembered. Her short fiction and poetry have appeared in many anthologies, including Black Like Us, Fetish, Beyond Definition, New Writing from Gay and Lesbian San Francisco, Signs of Life, Channel Surfing Through the 90s Culture, Revival Spoken Word from Lollapalooza 94, Brown Sugar, and her first nonfiction title, Bike New
Yo,
York
this
City,
is
The
like the
Zeitgeist, New
most
York City, was published in
common way
2011.
these things go.
She is an avid cyclist,
Yeah,
She looks
founder,
like
member of the
it's the
Sister
total
Spit
package
Rambling
right
Road
here.
Show. She
yep.
once spent 6 weeks in a van with 11 queer poets on a cross-country spoken word tour.
The reason I'm playing this because I want you to hear these people's bios. So she spent 6 weeks in a van with the 11 queer women doing a spoken word tour. That's what qualifies her to free you from being a slave.
And 12 weeks alone on a bicycle, pedaling from San Francisco to the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Marcy lives and writes in Brooklyn.
Of course.
What did she say? I didn't catch that.
Marcia lives and writes in Brooklyn.
Shala Lynch is on this end, and Shala Lynch is an award-winning filmmaker. Her feature documentary, Free Angela and All Political Prisoners, is a as many of you clearly know, is an account of the events that thrust Angela
Everything
Davis into
about
the
this
national
is like
spotlight. From the
college.
young college professor
Oh my
who
god, it's
fugitive from the
so
FBI's
bad. And I
Chinese
was kind of looking,
secrets.
and
The
college is
film
not an
premiered
excuse
at
because
Toronto
colleges used to
International
have
Film Festival
some
in
of the most
2012.
radical
Pro-Black and Lionsgate distributed
types
the
of
critically acclaimed
things. You know what I mean?
documentary in theaters
Well,
last
to be fair,
April.
some of them
It's now
still
available on
do.
DVD and
Yeah.
So
digital
we just have to go online and
It
find like
won a
Dr. Joy
2014
DeGrew's lectures are
NAACP
online, you
Award
know?
for Excellence.
Oh yeah,
Her
but I think
first
she's more the
independent
exception than the
feature
norm
documentary
nowadays,
was Chisholm
unfortunately.
72,
That's true. And her
on
shit was from like
Fox.
2005, so
And as you can tell, this
I think
was
now
about
you have to
how
go to
Thomas
almost like a
George was
community college or
historic run
small
for
colleges to
president
get
in
that type of stuff.
1972.
But they used to
This film
bring
premiered
people
at
like
Sundance
Malcolm X
Film
to like
Festival
Harvard and
and
stuff.
aired on
You know what I mean?
PBS's POV
I think
Yo,
Harvard.
series, 2 independent
I think
stories,
Harvard might be.
nominations, and a
Yeah,
prestigious
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Peabody Award.
I'll say Dr. Amos Wilson is probably the perfect example.
Charlotte
He used to
has worked
like
as a
that was that whole
visual
era I
producer
was
and
talking about
associate
last time we
producer
did the
for Ken
stream.
Burns and
You
Florence
know, the
Yeah.
80s
Nightingale.
and
She worked on the
90s when
two-part
a lot
folklore
more.
type documentary.
Yo, this is boring as fuck. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's totally boring. But that's kind of my point. Like, who's gonna get riled up to rebel against
Finally, my
anything
pleasure
from this
to introduce
dry
The black
stuff? But then
black woman.
I want you to hear like their bios, because the bios are like this spoken word with a bunch of
She's
queer
helped push
people
us and
and
make
just
us
like
think
really
more
weird
deeply, more honestly,
things.
more radically than
Oh, wait, but I want you to hear this part because
through
it's
their
the radical
ability to
talk, and this is
produce
what
and
I'm saying
perpetuate
made me realize when she gets the bell hooks. Hold on.
people.com, the People magazine website, for 5 years. She lives and writes in New York City with her boyfriend, photographer, and filmmaker Aaron Treadwell.
Okay, not her, but I think bell hooks is gonna be the next one.
Finally, my pleasure to introduce Bell Hooks.
Everybody's worked up already.
Esteemed visionary, leader, radical thinker, poet, cultural critic.
Okay, outside of poet, after everything I've shown you, like radical thinker, uh, brilliant leader, like leading what? She's not a part of any movement. Who are?
Well, she is a cultural critic. She does criticize a lot of shit, wrongly
Yeah,
even. But
that's true. The cultural critic part, I'll
She
give her.
inspires us and calls us to love and to decolonize our minds.
Decolonize our minds. Like that means nothing.
In her writings on gender, race, teaching, contemporary
Not actually decolonize like the government or like material conditions or things that actually put money in people's pockets, but decolonize like your mind, which I don't know what that means.
the irony of that is coming from a colonizer.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I mean. Like anything that a white woman like this is behind, I already know is not for me.
It's not radical.
culture.
There's nothing
Yeah.
radical
Topics
about
she
it. If
reminds
white
us
women
these
like
are
it,
all
that's for sure.
topics
Yeah.
that must be understood.
Radical for her is shopping at the bodega instead of Whole Foods. That's a radical change.
Good as
No,
interconnected
you're dead serious.
through their ability to produce and perpetuate systems of oppression. She's written over 30 books. You have
So you see, she's talking about her as someone who is giving a blueprint to fight systems of oppression, and that's why I'm saying if you just said she wrote good affirmations, that's fine. But it's the extras, and that's when I realized I'm like, okay, if this is our new speech and panel for revolutionary blueprints, then we lost. Like we have lost. They're feeding us our radicals now, and our radicals are the black rupee car, the black eat pray love lady. That's what we have got now, and we have
read
lost.
many of them, I'm sure. Her most recent writing focuses on community, communion, loss, love, and the ability of loving communities to overcome race, class, and
How many combinations of love and the word commune? It's like community, communion, commune, community. Hold on, listen to that. Like she's trying to make it sound more deeper than it is. It's the same two words.
she inspires us and calls us to love and to decolonize our minds.
Colonize.
In her writings
So
on
love.
gender, race, teaching, contemporary
went back too
culture,
far, but-
and other topics, she reminds us these are all topics that must be understood as interconnected through their ability to produce and perpetuate systems of oppression. She's written over 30 books. You have read many of them, I'm sure. Her most recent writing focuses on community, communion.
Community, communion. That's the same thing.
Right.
Like you have to be in communion to form a community, but okay.
Yeah. I was
Loss,
trying.
love,
She said love.
in the ability of loving community.
So she said communion, community, loss, love, and then the ability of loving communion. So she's just not
But
just
is it
combining the.
communion? But she said loving community, but communion is loving community, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. She's just saying the same two words over and over. She started to combine them.
Race, teaching, contemporary culture,
Oh,
and interconnected through their ability to produce and perpetuate systems of
I keep going
oppression.
back too far.
She's written over
Of
30
oppression.
books.
She
She
sounds
has
like she's,
the ability of
you know,
loving
she sounds
communities
like
to
people who
overcome
do the
race,
roller coaster
ability
rides.
of loving communities to
You know, like put your hands and
fires
arms inside. We're gonna go for a great ride.
us and calls us to love and to decolonize our minds. In her writing, many of them I'm sure, her most recent writing focuses on community, communion, loss, love, and the ability of loving communities to overcome race, class, and gender inequalities. She has published memoirs, poetry collections, children's books. She has taught many places, including Yale, the University of Southern
She's good at making
California,
money.
Oberlin College, the City College of New York, and currently Berea College in Kentucky. She has joined us at the New School last fall.
Okay, enough's enough. Let's just get to her.
Welcome to all of you incredibly gorgeous
Affirmation, you're gorgeous.
women out there who are liberating the female body and the Black female body. Remember that Scheherazade Ali gave us the Black man's guide to the Black woman? Well, she went on to do another book that, of course, received no attention hardly, which was Are You Still a Slave? And I thought about that book a lot after seeing 12 Years a Slave, because one of the aspects of the film I found so incredibly upsetting was the representation of the Black female body. Not just the body of Patsy, but the body of all the Black women, coded again as sexual servants, victims only, there to satisfy the needs of someone else, and even the wife of.
Now, what's weird is it's slavery. Like,
Right. I
I
was
think that's
waiting
the
for
point.
her. Yeah, I was trying to hope that maybe she was gonna make that make sense for me. So hold on. Keep
But
going.
also it's kind of weird that it's the what happened to women that was especially bothering her. It wasn't like the men
Right.
were having a great time.
I was gonna go there, but I wanted to make sure I heard her out first before I
Okay,
said that. So let's
let me
hear
then.
her out.
Solomon,
Yeah.
we
To
never
be fair.
really see her have a voice. And a lot of people said, well, she didn't have a voice in the book. And I said, there wasn't that one Black woman having sex in the book either. You know, the one that creeps over into to sleep with Solomon. I mean, think about that. He could create the sexualized Black woman image, and people didn't question that image because isn't that what we are, Black women? We'll just fuck on the minute. Anybody that, and weep afterwards.
Now that scene, I wasn't a fan of that scene. 'Cause I thought it was kind of heavy-handed. But he wasn't trying to say that the woman was a slut when he put the Black woman in there. Is that she was so desperate for any type of connection for being a slave so long that um, it was supposed to be a dehumanizing moment for both of them. Now, I didn't like the scene. 'Cause I thought it was kind of heavy-handed and unnecessary and like graphic, but it wasn't a Jezebel trope. She wasn't like hot to trot, and it was like hot. It was, if you know the scene that she's talking about. So that's just
Yeah,
very bizarre.
I've never seen. I don't watch shit like that, but
Yeah, it's
I've,
not
I've
good.
never. I know. I don't need. And it's funny because Black Libs kept trying to get me to watch it, and I was like, I'm good. I just don't need to see that shit. I feel like there's so many other Black stories at this point. I don't need the same ones. But
I mean, I don't mind a slave story, but I just wanted to be better done, and that one I thought
I
was
I I don't mind a slave story. It just has to be different than what
yeah.
I think it's ever been done before. It has to inspire some sort of new thought or narrative. And if I don't, and nothing anyone told me about that movie seemed to do that, so it was no reason for
No,
me to
it would
watch
just
it.
make white people feel guilty, but also good about
Yeah.
themselves because there's a
And
good
it
white
was, I heard
liberal
it
at
was
the
really
end.
graphic and gruesome, and
Yeah,
I don't need that. What do I need to
And
see that
it's
shit
like
for? You know?
yeah.
we're all sitting there thinking, where did she come from?
Okay,
White supremacist, capitalist
let's get jump forward.
patriarchy, every step of the way. I was watching a TV show. If some of you know the astrophysicist, Mr. Tyson, and how he was asked, was race a stopping block for him? And he said, are you kidding? Every step of the way, people were telling me I should be playing basketball. I should be doing anything else other than dreaming and becoming an astrophysicist.
So it's about dreaming and becoming. It's affirmation. You can dream big even if you're black, which again is not a bad thing to say. But none of this is a revolutionary thing. Like you get to be an
Right.
astrophysicist if you dream big.
I mean, I told us that in kindergarten.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing is just pure affirmation. It's just
Who
2
are you?
hours
Where
of
do you come
hugging each other.
from? Who are your parents? And I couldn't be black because that was outside their definition of blackness. So I had to learn how to say, well, no, you have to expand your definition. And
I matter. I'm affirmed. You have to expand. They're just constantly giving themselves permission to love themselves.
also, though, in terms of career, I never would have thought that I could be a filmmaker. I didn't know any filmmakers. Spike Lee was doing his thing, and that wasn't, And so I think that how I even come to what I'm doing is having the experience of feeling outside and then looking for connectivity. And I looked to history because I didn't understand race and I didn't understand gender.
What did she make?
I actually thought
she makes some kind of movie. She made a documentary that my friend Mtume told me was not very good about some.
the Angela Davis one.
Maybe it
Free
was
all political prisoners or something.
Oh yeah,
Growing
I
up
think
in
she
New
did do that one.
Okay.
York City in the 70s. Free to Be You and Me, Baby is my album that, Malcolm and Martin had taken care of the race thing, and Gloria and the Gals, gender on lock, and I could be an individual, right? 70s in New York. Where did it go? And that's not the case. So I looked to history, and I kind of rediscovered slavery and rediscovered the kind of repercussions of slavery, the ripple effects, the patina that we all deal with. And my answer was to reinvestigate, like an archaeologist, history and to re-find my people, my line. And so that's how I can see Shirley Chisholm run for president and put her at the center of the story, not as the victim, not in the side character.
So again, it's back to affirmation. Shirley Chisholm inspires me, and she's at the center of the story. It's not what she did, but she got to be the star. She got to be seen. And if you always love saying, I was seen, affirm my blackness. It's just how to feel good about yourself.
You know what's bothering me the most about this is how much of nothing it is. And how much, and I'm not even going to pick on this one event and these particular people. It's that this is replicated so many times, and then the terms like radical get thrown behind it. And I've watched it happen in college. I watched it happen after college, and we're still watching it today. And it's really very, it's so insincere. It's more branding. It's more self-aggrandizing. You know what I mean?
Self-aggrandizing, great term. Thank you.
It's not
Nailed it.
Useful. There's nobody walked out of here with anything useful.
Exactly.
To be radical, to create change. There was no, okay, now let's get some actions going. You know what I mean? And here are these actions. We're going to ask for reparations for Black women, but for Black families. So, as Black women, we can feed our families. Something like that.
Yeah. And that's what I mean when I say, like, I realized we lost. Like, if this was the radical stuff, and then we have Angela Rye as the liberal, and then we have like Candace Owen as the conservatives, like basically this is what we have. It's just 3 different levels of useless.
Yeah. And it's kind of pissing me off because it would be different if they were at least saying things that were actually radical. If they were at least saying things that inspired new thought. You know what made Malcolm X great? Because he actually said things that were against the common thought. Saying you love yourself is not against the common thought. Saying Black women's stories are important are no longer against common thought, right? Like, it's important to me that if you're going to say something that's against the common thought. Like, there were things you said today on this live stream before I even came on that I was laughing at myself. I was saying, what's so funny is you're kind of towing the line of hotepness is what people consider hotepness on the internet. Because it does, but it's so much more radical and different than most Black outlets, publications, and platforms are saying, right? So like you're calling out these fake activists, even saying things like, what do you call it? Controlled opposition, right?
Yeah.
In regards to movements that all Black people are supposed to somehow say are, good movements for us. You're saying more things that are radical and substantive than this entire thing. Because I remember when you sent the link, I kind of skipped through. It was so boring.
Oh,
I couldn't
it's
really
so boring.
get
But
through it. But
the only reason I listened to it is 'cause I was trying to find the queer quote. The queer quote is
but
in this,
But we
and
say more shit on here. And the thing that's
oh
so
yeah,
wild about us, and that's one thing I'm always talking about how grateful I am that I was able to be a part of this and you guys invited me to be a part of this because I always felt like I was weird. You see the shit niggas say to me. You see the shit I say on Twitter, which is part of the reason I'm sure you guys invited me to come on. But I feel like I say things that aren't that controversial. They just seem like common sense.
yeah,
And but then when you put them up against the common thought, it comes off as radical to people. Like whenever I say I don't give a fuck about teaching white people shit, people get really confused by that. What do you mean? We need allies. No, I don't have in my head I need them. You guys can have in your head that you need them. I don't have that in my head. I can't work that way. I don't operate that way. I don't have in my head I need these Democrats in order for us to have progress. I'm not grateful to them for our right to vote or whatever the fuck that you claim that they did for us,
mhm.
but because we don't have that type of mentality of appealing, wanting white people to be a part of us or us being a part of them so badly, it goes against so much of the common thought. This bullshit we're looking at is not going against any of that, but it's using all the terminology. It's saying all the things to make it sound as though that's what they're doing without having to actually say anything. There's
Yeah, yeah.
nothing. I promise you, nothing in there got stirred. I promise you, nothing in there
It's gonna
stirred
rile
up.
up a white person. Yeah,
No,
not at
hell
all.
no.
If
This white
anything,
lady
if
was
the
too happy
conservatives
to
saw
get up
this, they'd
there.
probably mock it before, if anything.
Listen, white folks be scared to introduce me to shit.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Because they say this is the thing. They always. I'm gonna tell you. I told y'all this story. I was on a panel for the LA Public Libraries, the Big Read program, whatever. And they had this big event, and I was on the panel. I don't know who got the idea to invite me. Oh, I remember some lady who heard us on the radio. She invited me. So I do the panel. This white lady is like, she's a big fan of the radio station I was working at the time. It's a white liberal radio station, talk radio station. And so she was like, oh, I'm just a big fan and I'm so angry at racism and I just hate racism and it makes me so mad when I see racism. I swear to God, this is the shit she was saying.
Oh,
Um,
God.
so in the panel, she says some shit like, during the Q&A, she spouts all that shit again about how she hates racism and all that shit, right? But then later she got pissed because I basically said fuck the public school system, and half the women in that room were teachers, and I did not know that. And they were all old white women. It was like 99.9% old white women. They were all like retired teachers and shit. Like who else would be at a fucking library event? But so they were going off, and I even called out this white lady who tried to, say, well, she was actually, I wasn't even calling her out. She was calling herself out. And then another girl on the panel who was half black, half white was trying to make excuses for her while the white lady is confessing that she said she was fucking racist, right? So anyway, I go in on that, and I don't let her off the hook like the other black girl was. Like, nah, because she's trying. The white lady said some shit like, oh, I noticed that I talk differently when a black woman enters the space. All of a sudden she starts saying, yeah, girl, all that type of
That's
shit.
the worst.
Well, they do that shit all the time. I totally switch up how I talk the second they do that too. All of a sudden I become Claire
Yeah.
Huxtable. Like I'm not, we're not doing that. But anyway,
Oh,
so
wait,
she was
supposedly she's worth 15 million. Okay, I'm sorry. Go on.
who, Bell Hooks?
That's
Who?
great. That's crazy if true. But
Who?
anyway, yeah, I think he's saying Bell Hooks is worth
Oh,
15. When
but
she died.
anyway,
Yeah.
so I'm tearing up these white folks. I said, so they mad at me because I said the worst place for a black child is the public school system. And I think I stole that from Carter G. Woodson, but they wouldn't know that. Mind you, the event was for Black History Month, who was created by who? Carter G. Woodson. But anyway, but they didn't, mind you, these are all teachers though. So I said that, pissed them off. White lady who was so angry at racism was just so upset with me that I said this, and these hardworking white teachers, blah, blah, blah. Obama came up through the public school system. And I'm like, fuck Obama. They really got mad at that. So then after it's all over, that same white lady who was so angry at racism was just like going off about what I said. And I doubled down on what I said. And mind you, there was another black woman who agreed with me, one older black lady, was the only one other black person in there. She was older black lady. She 100% agreed with me. She was one of the first kids to integrate Boston schools. And she talked about how terrible that whole experience was. And I was also pro segregation in schools. I was like, I didn't think we need to integrate schools. I think we just needed more money for the schools since our kids were going there, which is actually what the fight was about. People don't know that. But anyway, white ladies I'm so angry at racism, flipping out on me. And I said, wait a minute, why did you come to this event? The event was to hear Black people's perspectives, right? But it wasn't what she wanted to hear. That was literally the event. It was a Black History Month. We had to read Ta-Nehisi Coates' book, Between the World and Me, and another book by this lady named Sylvia something called Citizen, a bunch of poems. And it was all a bunch of shit. To me, I didn't like either book, but white folks love these books, you know.
Oh yeah.
So when I wasn't in line with the white liberal talking points of black people are supposed to fall in line with, like the other girl was, they couldn't handle it. Miss I'm so angry at racism was flipping out on me. So I told her, I said, wait a minute, didn't you come here to hear our perspective? And she said something and she stormed off, right? And then she comes back in 60 seconds later. Well, just for your information, I came here for the books. And I said, books about Black experiences? And she got mad and stormed out again. Then she told one of the coordinators, I guess I'm not welcome here. And then she stormed out.
Yeah, because it's always got to be about them. They love being centered as allies. That's why they like the DeRays of the world and everything. Like DeRay went to Ferguson, and then when he was down there, he was doing these town halls, and it was about educating white people. I'm like, why are you in Ferguson during Mike Brown thing, and you're holding events for white allies?
Oh, Claudia Rankin, that's her name. I said Sylvia because I have a friend named Sylvia Rankin. But yeah, you're right. Claudia Rankin is the author of the book Citizen. Thank you, Kamaria.
Okay, so.
Or not at that. That's how I can, you know.
Are we still watching?
Oh yeah, but I'm gonna jump around. There's a part. We're not gonna sit through this whole thing.
Woman of color, Angela Davis.
I thought we were.
And then the selling of it is a whole nother thing. So
I think everybody up here.
Not light-skinned Black people. They complain about the light-skinned Black people on this panel.
Charted our own path through life against what we've been told we should be. And
only light-skinned Black women get
but
all
it's
these
also
spaces.
not so much of a choice.
Yep.
It's something that I feel like, at least for me, I have to do. I
Me,
don't
me,
know
me,
any
me.
other way to live. Going back to the boxes thing, I don't see boxes. And, you know, I only really ever hear people talk about boxes who are white, and generally white men who say, oh, well, that was outside the box.
What?
And I'm like, what box?
Look at this makeup shit. That's not like a white guy thing.
Yeah, and she's basically they're all just talking about the right to be as awesome as they are. It's just humble bragging. This is all this is.
The point of naming yourself bell hooks and leading with your work and writing.
And bigging each other up.
Woman, when you wrote them, when there was no blueprint. I think that all of these things also lead to.
So they're all taking turns bigging each other up and then bigging themselves up. That's what this is. It's narcissism.
Thing is really key, and self-identifying. And I think everybody up here has named ourselves, and so
it's about affirming yourself.
But now I'm a criminal because I'm not walking or sitting or fitting or squeezing myself into this box that has been defined.
So basically, she's just such a rebel because she doesn't go. That's her radicalness, her rebellion to not accept being in the box.
For me, by.
But I thought she said she never heard of the
about
box.
how we image ourselves.
Exactly.
The language that we use to talk about ourselves.
Is she wearing a shirt that says "Year of Bell Hooks"?
Yes, she's wearing a shirt that's her own. I was going to get to that later, but that's how narcissist she is. She has a Year of Bell Hook shirt.
Seeking freedom.
And it's a very common thing. I tried some of her other stuff, and she talks about herself and how great she is a lot, but makes it sound very elevated and lofty.
Language that we use for ourselves. And the
so again, it's all about yourself, defining yourself, self-actualizing. There's nothing about community in here, despite all.
They need to say that. They need to say affirming yourself, bell hooks. Yeah. Affirming yourself. Are you alive? Do you love yourself? You know, and play some music. Have some balloons. Make it exciting. I want to love myself. This is so boring.
But but that's what I'm saying when they say like they take old things. They took an old title, "Are you still a slave?" But then put this under it. They know people want to believe that they're radical. People want to believe that they're not Toms, that they're not respectability politics. So they're like, okay, we'll give you the Tom shit, the respectability politics shit, but we'll let you dress it up as radical. And that's what this is. Like, there's no need for this to be called "Are you still a slave?"
Person that way, but they were there and they weren't
Same way. Would people be enchanted by her? Or is it the combination of all of those?
The drunken love lyric, why did she let her husband say that about anime? All of this stuff. I wish that was not in there, but also having Partition come out.
Wait, don't skip
just
this.
going to take it as
Okay, I'll
she
go
was a
back.
Oh
from sexual
shit.
abuse and issues with my body and my sexuality. It was
Go back a little
freeing
bit.
to have Beyonce.
Okay.
So much images of
Oh, this is where she badmouths Beyonce
Aspect.
too, by the way.
Of her greater and greater power of self is to be able to move both inside that identity and outside it as you so choose. The question will be is whether this marketing apparatus that is our commodity culture will affirm you in any way
Affirm.
as you
Will it
try to
affirm you?
move
That's the big.
outside the boundaries that have been set. We're really into trans right now. People will tell me, oh yeah, it's like the ordinary people. It's almost like
But the whole point of this is basically, I'm gonna jump to the part that you want to do. The whole thing is everybody's valid, and you can even call yourself what you want, and that's where the queer quote came in. It's like, if you want to be queer, hey, you're queer. You don't actually do anything gay, but
white, cis, heterosexual, rich men about how they think my life should be distilled in order to suit their audiences. And so much more in my book subtitle for a reason. It's not just about this idea of me seeking
she plugs her book.
reconciliation with my body and gender and society's expectations of what my gender is supposed to be, but it's also about a story about a girl growing up in Oakland at the height of the crack epidemic with a father who's struggling with that, and a mother and father who were super messy and had so much struggles of their own that framed how I came into this world and thought of self, and my father's gender policing of me, and my maternal grandmother and aunts who fed me so much images of Black womanhood beyond just
Me. That's
Claire
all anybody's
Huxtable.
talking
That was
about this
so
panel.
Where's Beyonce? I want to hear about
like
Beyonce.
inspirational for me, which was the connection to wealth that I was growing up with. It was like, oh my God, I want a brownstone in Brooklyn. That's what I want. I still kind of want that, but it's,
I know. Who doesn't want that?
but it's, and I think about going back to your daughter and talking about the drunken love lyric. Why did she let her husband say that about anime?
Right.
All of this stuff. I wish that was not in there, but also having Partition come out in December, like a couple months before my book came out, when I'm writing about sex work and sexual abuse and issues with my
Dang,
body.
was that a point to plug your book? Just say
have
what happened.
Beyonce and showing her ass and owning her body and claiming that space. That meant a lot to me because it gave me the okay as someone who I looked up to since I was 15 to have that.
I was
And
affirmed.
I'm not saying that
It was
she
okay for
is
me to
not
love me.
participating in all of this, but I do think that there is power in her leaving her father. And I don't think that she's going straight into Jay-Z's hands, but that documentary was about leaving her father and saying, I will not let you give this distilled image of me anymore. And that resonates with me on so many levels too. And so we can continue to critique, but that was my thoughts on that.
But what was the? Wait, don't.
had
Okay, hold on. So yeah, she basically critiques Beyonce,
This, but I do think that there is power in her.
and she was defending Beyonce.
My
Yeah, I was
concern,
trying to
though, is
understand
that
what their
whole
arguments were.
idea again when we think about containment, that we say, oh, but this person who is doing major harm.
She's talking about Beyonce. She said Beyonce
I
does major
see
harm.
A
Okay.
part of Beyonce that is in fact anti-feminist, that is assaulting, that is a terrorist.
She said Beyonce's a
In
terrorist.
Oh.
the sense of, especially in terms of
She
the
lost a lot of
impact
fans
on
over
young
that.
girls. I actually feel like the major assault on feminism in our society has come from visual media and from television and
I want you to listen to what she's saying because I'm gonna say something about it. But why she's
I'm
critiquing
listening.
Beyonce?
videos. Just think, where would do we even know of late any powerful man of any color who's come out with some tirade against feminism? The tirades against feminism occur so much in the image making business, in what we see. I mean, think about Snow White and the Huntsman, if you saw that. The image of Charlize, his character as the wicked stepmother. But the interesting thing that we see in that film that I didn't see any reviewer talking about is that character talks about her mother releasing her as a child into the hands of adult predators. And her amazing line in that film, where she's looking a little like a hot Gloria Steinem, is she says, "Men ruin women."
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with
This
Beyonce.
whole sort of anguish of having to be in this world as the sex symbol, as the sexual, whatever. So I guess what I'm concerned about constantly in my critical imagination is, why is it that we don't have liberatory images that are away from, not an inversion?
What I think she really hates Beyonce for, listening to that, is that I think Beyonce is conventionally hot and it bothers her. But she can't just say that. So she's dancing around it, but she keeps saying visual culture, visual, and Beyonce's visuals. But I think it's really just what she doesn't like her about her.
I want to see what this goes, where this goes,
Okay.
real quick.
Okay.
Version of what society has told us, but that our own sense of what am I looking like when I am free? I can tell you this: I ain't wearing no T-shirt when I'm free. I'm wearing this T-shirt, which Stephanie, my friend on the front row here, was like, I don't wear T-shirts, but this T-shirt was made by the women's studies folks, Carlin and Anna.
He's plugging shit now.
Yeah.
Fuck that. So I agree with what you just said. I just want, because the thing is, you probably already seen this part, so you already know. I don't remember.
You know, my problem is I already know these answers go nowhere, so that's why I get eager to. But I understand what you mean, because when I watched this the first time, I was like, "What is she gonna say?" And I started gaslighting myself, like, "There's no way this could be making as little sense as I think it's making. Maybe I'm crazy." So I would sit through stuff.
No, it's funny that you say that, because you pretty much have to gaslight yourself to join a cult, and I think this is how the cult of bell hooks works. So, because I was like, okay, what point is she going to actually make? And it's so funny. You're affirming so much, because I never really realized how much I could not resonate with her. And I remember when I first heard of her, I tried to read. I think I read like the first page of Feminist Theory or whatever it's called. She made like one good point. And I was all needed, like I didn't really need to. She made one good point. I was like, oh shit. Because it was the one point that questioned white feminism. And I was like, oh, that's a good point. And I just kind of let it go. But other than that, nothing ever resonated with me. But I remember watching a conversation between her, reading about a conversation between her and Lil Kim. I think it's like a interview or a conversation. It was something interesting. And it kind of felt like, she just didn't really seem to like Lil Kim at all. I thought she kind of insulting her multiple times throughout this conversation. But I think you're right. I think she doesn't have any, because the critique of Beyonce didn't even become a critique of Beyonce. It became a critique of male-dominated media and the perspectives and the options that women are given as far as what's considered acceptable, what's considered to be liberating for the female body. Like, why she's basically saying, why is being hot and sexy liberating? We need other ideas of liberation. But how is that specifically a critique of Beyonce and not the system that she works in?
Yeah, exactly. And
what makes Beyonce a terrorist for working within a system that existed long before she came around? Like Janet Jackson didn't exist before that. You know what I mean?
Do you know why? Because
Dorothy Dandridge didn't exist before that.
If all this woman cares about is affirming herself and others who remind her of herself, then Beyonce, just by being conventionally hot, is disaffirming. So basically, anything that doesn't affirm you, this is why I think the word gaslighting is so popular with this crowd, and they call everything gaslighting, because the word gaslighting, if you think about it, it's the opposite of the word affirm and validate. Like, So basically, if you live in a world
Mm.
where everything is supposed to affirm you and validate you, then the worst thing someone can do to you is to gaslight you, because they're taking away your affirmation and validation. And I think the popularity of the accusation gaslighting is the worst thing you can do is a symptom of this you know um affirmation obsessed culture.
That makes
But
a lot of sense. I think that's accurate.
thank you.
At the table. And what she means by that is exactly what you're saying. You know what? You're
And then it's like they take turns between affirming themselves and then politely affirming each other, but they really just want to affirm each other because it's like an exchange. I'm going to affirm you so that you can affirm me later, but it's like a taking turns,
Notice
like
how
passing a
civil
blunt.
they can act when they disagree with each other, but they can't seem to do that with other people.
But what are they disagreeing with each other on? Not really any. I mean,
They're
to a
about
degree,
they
Beyonce
lightly
maybe.
challenge. They lightly challenge.
Yeah.
You're allowed to say, claim your reality. She was attracted to me. I bother her. Well, that's just the way I roll.
Claim your reality. Define yourself. No limits. You can be whatever you want.
And to
What
not
is
worry
claim?
about it.
I
as
hate when they make up
negative.
shit. Claim your reality. What the fuck, dude?
I don't know. Just more affirmation.
Like we have to be able
Yes.
to claim our positivity and to create
claim our
world.
positivity.
Remember not to lie
and create
that
our world. Okay, so
to make
this
sure you
is
pay your
the
rent
children.
and eat. And so, you may work at an archive, right? But it's an archive that thinks like you do.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep jumping
And
ahead.
her weapon was to use
Oh, this is a great
our
part.
low expectations.
This is great.
and
You know that
proclaim
you
my
can like
identity
double
and
tap or
say that
whatever
the-
and go back a few seconds. If you
Okay.
hit this actual screen, the actual video, not down there. If you like click it a few times.
Wait,
quest for self.
where do I do that?
And the quest for writing self and the
You
quest
have
for
to, like,
revealing
so like
self
go where
is
the put your
something worthy
cursor where the
and
water
leads
bottle
to
is.
liberation. And so I always think that was always my worst
Like,
case
put your
scenario.
cursor over there and then
Oh.
just
I'm
like
happy that
click it
I'm
a
not
few times.
there, but
Click on that. Like
I
just
always
click it
think
like
that
three times.
that's what
real quick.
encouraged
but
me
I'm
to
going
continue
forward.
to
So
write.
if I want to
Okay,
go
well,
forward,
yeah.
I should go
Yeah.
here.
Here are four
Yeah.
fabulous
You can't
See,
do
this
it.
thing on when I do it,
women for whom
Oh, yours
maybe it's a
doesn't
Ma-
do it.
the journey
maybe it's a
to
Mac versus
freedom
PC
has
thing.
also been
You're a
so
Mac?
much about
Yeah,
the
Oh,
journey
no,
of
yeah, I don't know.
imagination.
because that'd be great if we could do
Capacity
that.
To imagine
Yeah, that's how I
yourself
skip through stuff.
differently.
It goes by double tap is
Counter-hegemon-
20 seconds, triple tap is 30 seconds, that kind of thing. 40.
Do you want that works on my phone, but just not on here? See, but
Oh.
I'm gonna know what you're saying. She says the word imagination or imagine a lot through this. She loves the word
Mhm.
imagination. But think about the other woman said about you can be whatever you want, you can create
Claim
your
your
reality.
reality?
These people are engaging in a childish magical thinking. Like it's very much a magical thinking what they're doing, which is what I think these people like, because it's affirming. You can be whatever you want. It's like being like a kid. You know, when you're a kid, you think you can be an astronaut, you can be a NBA player, whatever. These people are kind of trying to be like that, to totally self-define. And
Well,
Mhm.
I agree. However, I think, do you ever hang out with like artists, like
Yeah.
actual artists?
Yeah.
They're the most annoying fucking people to talk to in groups.
Yes.
Because this is no offense to my artist friends. I have a lot of friends that are artists, painters. I have a really great painting over here that's done by one of the most talented artists in LA, right? So I'm not hating on artists, but you niggas are annoying. And this is because they talk like this and they understand each other. Nobody else understands. They talk in these abstract ways. They find these very artistic ways to say the most abstract things. Sometimes I can connect and understand it. Sometimes I can't. Most of the time I can't, because they're not really saying anything, but they all seem to speak that language. But they're mostly just they're just creatively thinking. I wouldn't even say they're being childish.
Yeah.
But I don't even think they're being artistic really in this conversation, because they're not. They're doing the affirmation thing, but it kind of reminds me of being around artists, and when they start talking in their art talk and they just start saying abstract
I think
shit.
deep down, even the artists don't even understand each other. They're just all playing Emperor's New Clothes with each other, and no one wants to be the first one to break the spell. So they're all responding to each other while not even knowing what. I think today, even when they're talking, they're like, "What the fuck am I saying?" Even I don't understand what I'm saying, but I'm gonna keep going. It sounds dope.
Sometimes maybe they're in their own world, or they're just really high, and like when you're
Yeah,
high.
I think the high part is right.
Yeah, artists are always high. I tell you.
Well, she's high in her own supply. Both hooks. She's high in something.
On
the
herself,
journey to
right?
freedom
Yeah.
has also been so much about the
Imagination.
journey of imagination,
There you go. Imagination.
the capacity to imagine
Imagine.
yourself differently, counter hegemonically.
What
And
does
that's
that mean?
why the
Stop
Counter
that.
hegemonically is what she just throws in to make what she's saying sounds like structural analysis. So a hegemony is like the overall structure in the system. So she goes,
Mhm.
she's something narcissistic, but she throws in counter hegemonically. So now it sounds dope and
Right.
radical. Yeah.
imagination
Right.
is so important.
To the imagination again.
Because Shala imagined Angela Davis in a different way from the
Imagined.
images we had of her.
Images to this
Um,
in the form of
that
imagine.
imagination
How many times you
of
can say
oneself
imagination?
is I would like us to end on that note, and people can
She
speak about
imagined Angela in
creativity,
different ways
because
and
it is
created
striking to me, and
images.
I didn't think of this when we were first
That's being
putting
a
the
document.
panel together, that for each of us, creativity and the uses of the imagination
And
have
the
been
uses of the
what
imagination.
led us into the freedom that we have.
I hate how
It
these
is
people
what
talk. I
enhances
can't.
I
my
know, and the imagination led to the freedom that we have. So we're already free. Like what is this? So it's over. Why do you have to
Now
fight if you're already
I
free?
now do people see when I try to explain to people, because they're always surprised, because I guess people assume that I'm actually smart. I'm not. I don't read shit. I'm not that smart. I listen to books because I can't read them. But in college I definitely wasn't that bright. But for some reason people assumed I was just a straight A student, especially in college. And I liked college. Don't get me wrong, I liked college way more than high school. But this is why I didn't do well in many of these classes. Motherfuckers will talk like this. This is literally why. American studies classes, Black popular culture, they all talk like this.
But I'm gonna say something. Do you know what I think that's about? I don't think they're even testing you for any knowledge. I think this is initiation, as in we want to talk nonsense, and if you can talk the nonsense back to us and act like it makes sense, we know we can work with you because you're gonna help our useless committee. If you push back and fight back against it, it's almost like a hazing or a test. It's like um if you talk sense back to my nonsense, then I know that we can't use you. But if you actually entertain me, like I'm saying something that is actually worthwhile, and even worse, add to it, and that's really like what it is. It's almost like uh, a cipher. It's almost like a rap cipher, but instead of like rapping lyrics, they're like rapping gibberish. It's a gibberish cipher, you know. And she's like Rakim. She's the Rakim of gibberish. And the other girl is like Buckshot. I'm using the old examples because rap ciphers I don't think exist anymore. But yeah, that's basically what this is. This is a gibberish cipher. Instead of
Yeah.
a rap cipher.
This is why I didn't do well in college. Shit like this. I did good in the classes where I could actually that were more tangible, but this was that shit I did not. Circle jerk initiation. There we go. Thanks, Kenny.
Yeah, you could tell. You could tell they don't get their hair done in salons. Uh, so,
Yo, they
and
don't.
but
beat
this is the last thing
and
I'm
jump
going to show. But mind you, this is the end of the thing. This was a whole hour, and this was
beyond
Wait, it's
where
funny. Just to
we
Isaac's
should go.
point, they literally go to
Um,
salons and be like, "Do you do black hair?"
so if you
I have
but they won't go to a black salon because they don't want to be around all those actual black women. They go to like a Japanese salon and ask them to do black hair.
They'll go to the black salon in order to get information for their next book or their next
Oh yeah,
article.
that's it. Or maybe buy a product that they'll go home and try to
Right.
use, but not actually. But okay, this is the part I want to show. Listen to this gibberish. This is amazing.
historical imagination.
She's
I
imagination.
look back and I am in search, and I love finding our acts. I think of, I want to see verbs. So Shirley Chisholm runs for president, Angela Davis, political crime drama. I'm
Even when they give other people props, they give them props, if you notice always, for inspiring them to think that I can make it one day. So the reason she doesn't like Beyonce is that Beyonce's too hot. So I don't feel affirmed by that. And the most important thing that all these historical people can do to them is to make them feel good about themselves. They don't actually care what they believed in and what they stand for. But if you ever notice, everything they say in this panel about somebody is because they made me think I could get rich and famous too.
Right.
always asked, what's your next project? And
Listen to this.
I am I'm not even working my historical imagination. I'm just shifting the lens a little bit. And my next project is a scripted narrative feature movie project, and
Get
it is
ready.
about a woman who lived before
It's a
the Civil
movie.
War, who
Mhm.
self-liberated herself. She self-liberated herself.
Self-liberators.
Redundant, but she
Yeah.
did. She left her free husband and her family behind and went to the north. She got there and she was like, this is great, but it's kind of lonely. I want to go back and bring more people. So she did.
You see where
She
it's
went
going?
back hundreds of times, saved hundreds of people. And she is an action heroine, yet we don't see her that way. Her name is Harriet Tubman.
She
No
dropped
shit.
Harriet Tubman like a deep cut. She made it sound like a
No
girl
shit.
boss movie. She made it
But
sound like a
it was like,
superhero.
who else would who the fuck else would you be talking about? Like, we all know
Yeah.
Harriet Tubman. Like,
She
it
think
was
she just
not a big
dropped
surprise. It was like,
a deep cut.
boom, never heard of it said like that before. And you're like,
And the way she made
girl.
her story sound so simple, like yeah, she got free and then she got lonely, so she's like, "Let me just save 100 people." I was like, "That's the most dehistoricalized version of, you know." It just sounds like a rom com almost. But
But I
what
just
you
don't
saying?
like,
I
but
was
even the
like,
way she's talking, like, why
"Oh
are you
yeah,
talking like this? Like, what did she say? A scripted narrative, something, and like, bitch, a
a
movie?
film?
Just say you
Yeah,
mentioned
yeah,
a
a
movie.
movie, a scripted narrative." Yeah, you're right. I didn't catch that one. That's a good catch.
Do you know what her
And I'll say one thing though, Jamel and Rennie and Q were all going in on how anti-black male Harriet, I mean how anti-black male Bell Hooks was, and they're giving all these quotes. But when I got into this debate on Twitter that led me to this thing, I was like, you know what? That's not even her worst crime. Like she actually has nothing good to say. Like I think her incoherence is actually needs to be more critiqued than even her anti-black maleness, because at least if she was dope and coherent on some other stuff, I can understand why people entertain the black male stuff. But outside of the black male stuff, everything else is just, aren't I dope? And you're dope too because I'm dope. That's basically all she has to say. And that was, to me, I think the more indicting thing, that she's not even competent. But check this out. Check this out right here.
tagline was? Live free or die trying. So my story is Harriet.
So my story. So she can bring back to self. The most important thing about Harriet Tubman is that she shows that I matter. So somehow I'm bringing it back to myself.
Live free or die trying, an action story. Now, how did we not see her genius?
Who did not see Harriet Tubman's genius? She's the most celebrated.
No,
person.
first of all, she stole that from Dead Prez. Get free or die trying, which was a play off of 50 Cent's Get Rich or Die Trying, clearly. So she thinks she did something right there. All you did was copy Dead Prez, but you wouldn't know that. Maybe she does know that. I don't know.
Someone said they're pitching an intersectional Shark Tank. And this is an elevator pitch. Kobe Kadafi star. God, I have to look at the screen to navigate the video, but I'm missing a lot of good. That's why she did it. Loneliness, and this is what I mean. Like when that person told me that, hey, Bell Hooks is people's first entry into activism, and we shouldn't put her down because she's bringing people. But the kind of person that gets brought in by this, I can't work with
It's
them.
not
What can I do in a
activist.
movement with this person?
But you know what's so funny? I'm gonna tell you some guys some real shit. You have when Bell Hooks died, I started seeing people who I've never even heard ever mention Bell Hooks. All of a sudden, they're posting their pictures of Bell Hooks books they have in their house, and in one of these useless quotes. And I'm thinking to myself, but you niggas are like actual activists. You guys have never. When have y'all been talking about some Bell Hooks? What? It's like they're all on this same sort of messaging.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, why are you talking about Bell Hooks? You actually do shit.
Yeah, exactly. But that happened to me in Twitter space. I was in a Twitter space and they were complaining about white feminists and how white feminists are trying to divide and conquer men and women of color by using divisive gender war stuff and everything. And then a lot of these women in there were dropping some heat about, fuck these white women and their attempt to always try to weaponize gender war dynamics and try to pit, and make men of color. And then some other girl goes, yeah, I'm tired of these white women doing that. And that's where the great Bell Hooks said, I'm like, bitch, Bell Hooks, that was her whole blueprint, was saying black men and black women. Like, why are you even bringing her up? You're not even thinking. It's just habit. You're supposed to say Bell Hooks, but Bell Hooks hung out with Gloria Steinem, and is one of the main people that help white women create this whole men of your community are your biggest oppressors nonsense. And it really upset me because other than that, she was dropping heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really drove me nuts. But exactly what you're saying, people who should know better will still be popping
Because
this
they didn't read
nonsense.
the hooks either. They just see what everybody else is
Exactly.
saying.
How do we better than 007? We don't have to make it up.
It's better than 007. That's the best compliment you can give Harriet
But
Tubman.
you know what's
Did
so
this
fucking
happen?
Mhm,
stupid?
mhm.
There's so many real like if to me if you was really radical, you'd find a woman that nobody ever talks about.
Exactly. And you
And
compare her
you
to
know what I
someone
mean?
historical, not
How many of y'all have
007.
heard of Clara Brown?
I haven't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Huh? You said you have?
I no, I haven't. Yeah, I'll give you an
Exactly.
example. Yeah.
This was a woman. She was a slave who was child was just split up from her child. She spent her whole life trying to find her child. She went from I think it was Kentucky to Colorado during the gold rush. She became a washerwoman. She ended up making a whole bunch of money and invested in a couple of mines, got really wealthy, and used that money to help so many Black people either find their families, get homes, get settled when they came to free states, all that, but nobody ever talks about her. I haven't seen a movie about Biddy Mason. I haven't seen a movie about Sarah Rector. I haven't seen a movie about what's her name? Magdalene what's her name? I would say Mary McLeod Bethune, but that's not who I'm thinking of. Her too. But why can't I think of this woman's name? Eartha
Eartha
M.
Kitt?
White.
No,
That's
no.
her name. I
Yeah.
think it's Eartha. I think it's Eartha M. White or Bertha M. White, something like that. No, Clara. Anyway, she's another woman. I don't know why her name escapes me. She's in Jacksonville, Florida. She actually had a foundation to help Black people in the community. She was a known philanthropist. She inherited a whole bunch of money. So she created all these businesses to hire Black people. She created a taxi service, an employment service, a cleaning service, just so she could hire the Black people in the community. Jacksonville, Florida became she became one of the single largest employers of Black people in that area, and she gave a lot of her money away. She wasn't just hoarding money. She wasn't like Jay-Z or
Hmm.
Beyonce, touting wealth. She was actually investing that back into the community. But you've never heard of these women, and you're talking about Harriet Tubman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's to me, it's more radical to tell stories we've never heard before. You know, maybe there really is a Black woman spy out there who did some wild, crazy shit that was, but you guys won't find those women. You won't talk about those women.
Or at least I think at the time this came out, the Harriet Tubman movie didn't exist yet. But at least there's something interesting about Harriet Tubman. But she actually dumbs down Harriet Tubman and reduces her to a superhero, which ironically is what the movie about Harriet Tubman that came out actually did. It made her into like a Marvel hero. It was very ridiculous.
Happened. It's written about. There's historical record.
Everybody knows about Harriet Tubman, like what
Right.
Vita says. So what are you acting like you discovered her? But that's what these people do. They erase.
She kept saying, rediscovered my history. We just rediscovered history. And I'm like, what did you rediscover? If she never
Yeah,
told us. This is what she came up with.
maybe it
Like
is.
historical
Her name was,
imagination.
real
but
quick, the
really,
lady's name I was talking about was Eartha M. White. That was her name. Just want to make sure you guys knew that.
Cool.
it's just like looking back and reclaiming it.
Claiming
So
it.
if you had a choice between that image and a patsy, because I kept saying that I would never want
I can actually just this thing so deep. Whoa.
my girl
What choice?
child to see 12 years a slave, because it's the imprinting of the sense of Black female body as victimized,
Yes.
or that image of the
Like the idea that the worst thing about 12 Years a Slave is the Black female body victimized, not just what happened to Black people in general. Like this is a very sick mind to me. Like you're just always looking for the gender war, even in a slave movie. But I mean, oh, here's one more piece of nonsense that's pretty good. And this is like the last thing. This is the end of the panel.
Writing them, and in those stories, someone asked me once, because I write fiction primarily, and I don't write memoir, and I don't write autobiographical. But if I'm honest, then every book that I write is autobiographical, in that every character that I create is a part of me, and imagining myself in a world
Imagining.
where these real three-dimensional people live, and they're not these caricatures or cartoons.
But I think it's a bad thing for every character to be you. You mean that? But we always complain that that's a big problem with these new writers is that they just write narcissistically and call it like woke.
People that are created in the other literature that I have to read, and so um, that's where I am, and that's where the next projects are.
So just talked about themselves all along, and
Identify
then
myself
they took
as
questions from the audience, and I'm just gonna skip to just one question because this was basically what I waited for. Uh, Mind you, I sat through this because somebody told me that the queer quote would make sense in context, and it turned out they didn't even watch it. But check this out. I believe this is somebody finally asked.
For the last couple of years as both a teacher and as
I think
recently
this
an
is her.
Oh,
entrepreneur
I
is,
saw this part.
finding myself in this
Keep the mic.
space where I feel like I'm tricking people into like talking to me about like more or thinking more radically. Specifically right now, I've just started with my sister this business where we're getting into like androgynous accessories and outerwear, but we're starting on the front of bow ties. And bow ties specifically
She
seem
said about radical and all this stuff, and now she's talking about fashion and how to
The
dress
funniest
queer
thing
enough.
is, it's like androgynous stuff, but I'm like, you just said bow ties. Like, you didn't invent bow ties. Like, I can see if bow ties is like some new shit that we'd never seen before. Like, look, a bow tie, it crosses gender lines because it's a bow and it's a tie. But it's like you like you're saying all this androgynous, right? Anybody can wear a bow tie. You
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
put some different print on it, but you just put like make vagina bow ties. Like, what the fuck are you talking
but
about?
also the funny thing that she talks about how to be more radical, and that's the best example she can think of. It just shows, and
That's
this is what I
right.
mean. But we lost. Like when I saw it, I'm like, if this is what radicalism is now, and when she died, to see all the people I respect acting like she was so amazing, I was like, fuck, like we lost. Like the fact that we have to seriously entertain this person as a serious radical thinker. Like we
Right.
we lost. This is when I saw it, I'm like, we lost the war. Just nobody told us.
do well with like
Right. I
white
hate that you say
Southern
that. but
evangelical
yes.
men, which has been a really weird space because, like, you know, I took a picture here tonight and I'm going to
Space.
post that on
Yep.
the Instagram for our business.
Space,
But then I
imagine,
feel like I'm
bodies,
like, I guess I'm
love,
just always in this
communion,
space. And with my
space.
bosses, when I was an art teacher, I worked with like a serious intensive special needs population, and there was always this dialogue where like, well, they can't handle complicated ideas. And I was always trying to like kind of lying to people.
What's it to do with "Are you still a slave"? I just want.
What is the question?
I
little
don't
bit
even
to
know.
convince
I don't
them
think it's
to
even
let
the
me
right
show
question.
movies
That's the
like
worst
the Black
part.
Power mixtape and Real Engine.
She's just talking about
I
herself,
wanted
like everyone
I
else
was
is.
hoping that you guys could speak about your experiences and if you've ever dealt with that and how you've dealt with like the experience of trying to lead people to newer, more like open, radical ideas, but also kind of feeling like you're tricking them into doing it.
What radical ideas? Not a single radical idea has been shared on the stage.
I don't understand what her
I don't
question
feel.
is.
Yeah, I don't understand the question either.
Well, you know, in a way, I feel that way about everything I do. You know, I'm making a film about Angela Davis or Shirley Chisholm, and most people come to it like, "Oof, don't want to see that. Black woman runs for president. Ugh, she
But I'm just too
loses."
awesome. I
That's
had
the
to do it.
story, right? But that's not
Nobody
the story.
says that.
We have
Stop
to
that.
reclaim
Pause
our
that.
narratives.
Pause that. Let's
So
pause that. I'm sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I knocked my thing. Nah, that's some bullshit. Nobody said that shit. Nobody said, "Ew, black woman for president." Ew, nobody said that. I promise you. She's
Yeah,
lying.
I totally agree. Also, this quote on the screen is great, by the way. I didn't read it by Jeffrey Corley, but it's totally on point.
the way that I open my films, I'm letting you know that's not the story. And so I'm tricking people with music, with images.
Okay, shut
How
up.
do you deal with sort of
No,
how do
no.
you like
I'm sorry. I meant to make that
prove
point.
to
I was
yourself
knocking
that you're
my
like
fix my camera.
woman?
That's some
and
bullshit.
what does
I
that
hate
Oh, yeah.
mean
people
when you
do
want to
that.
like break
Don't say you're doing some new shit and then lying, talking about. Because this is the reality. People are gonna like a good story. They don't give a fuck who's in the fucking story. That identity
Yeah,
shit is not
exactly.
real. Like it's even a lie when film critics tell it to black filmmakers. They're lying. It's not true. This idea that no, nobody's gonna want to see that. The identity part of it is never the issue. It's whether or not the movie itself is good. I promise you, nobody cares. They usually say that's a black filmmakers because they don't want to fund black shit. That's usually what that is. But now they're trying to say but they're trying to say what this lady's saying though, in particular, is not true. People will watch and be excited to be like, oh, that's like a great story. A black woman went for president and there's actually a true story. Yo,
Yeah,
I would love to see some shit like that. Anybody would like to see because it sounds like a cool ass story.
they have to exaggerate the challenge so that their basicness can seem more radical. And that's what I mean about they don't try to rise to the occasion. They try to shrink the occasion to where they are. That's
But
what they
it
do.
would be more believable if she said, yeah, they were down to make the movie, but they wanted to include white saviors. Like that would have been a
Yeah,
more realistic challenge. You know what I mean?
yeah. I
Nobody
mean,
says, oh, nobody's gonna watch ew, who wants to watch that? Nobody's gonna say that. It's
but it's
lying.
like Ken says, like these people just lie. Everything they say, Kenny always says they just lie. And I used to think we can just always assume they're lying. But Ken, if you're watching, I was wrong. You really can't just
Yo,
always start.
I
Yeah,
apologize to Kenny all the time because he'd be saying,
yeah,
because you know how Kenny is. Kenny just be
yeah.
saying shit, and it sounds totally like
Too harsh.
way overboard, right?
Yeah,
But then you start to be thinking about it like, yo, he has not been wrong. This has
yeah,
been
yeah. He's right a lot. Like it
he's
really,
he's right a lot. I'm like,
yeah,
yo,
yeah.
Kenny, you were right.
It's
I
not. Yeah,
mean, I've been
yeah.
trying to defend shit, and he like, nah.
These people always lie. I think this is finally the right place where I get the quote
Your
because
barriers.
I love what Jeffrey Corley's
And you
saying.
don't want to say, yeah,
yeah.
like I
All these
want to
people are like
present
crying
myself
like it's
as
the
woman,
Beatles
but
in
it's not just about
1964
looking
Shea
like a
Stadium.
woman, and feeling really bad about
Feeling really bad, it's time to affirm me. They're coming here to, it's like a cult. They're coming to
wanting
be
to be
affirmed.
pretty, and the fact that all these things are like really internalized. And
I think it's a guy. My
so
bad.
I guess my question just is like, even for like all of you, how do you sort of come to realization of like, like this is what makes me like woman, and yeah.
These are just really confused people.
Well,
Like the cult.
congratulations, first of all.
No, this is still the wrong one.
And thank you for sharing yourself with us and choosing to be visible and vocal about something I think that we all struggle.
Okay, forget it. This is not. Hopefully, this is the right one.
They all use the same jargon. It's so
just telling
They
him,
do.
and how she was just so deeply wounded, right? I mean, because she witnessed so many
What are we
horrifying
watching?
things. I mean, so she was so telling the truth about her.
This is.
In touch with somebody who can get me in touch with whatever dad is trying to say.
Okay, so here's the problem. I want to find the queer quote, right, that started all this, because the irony of it is it was actually to me worse than it was out of context. And it's such a stupid answer. And I want to end with it, but I cannot find it easily. So I'm
There's
sorry,
not
people.
A lot of people of color, doing research in social sciences
I hope
and
this
stuff
is
like
it.
that. And originally, I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm from the South. And coming up here, it's like big. It's real different. They still burn crosses down there and everything else. And so a lot of my friends up here tell me, that I'm oppressed and things like that. And I keep telling them, I'm like, don't oppress me.
Hold on. Let me push up.
Sense that someone is there for you and that is never going to let you go.
Sorry, guys. I got to find this stupid
can
answer.
be
Is this it? Hold on.
Epitomized, like producing a certain kind of hatred of the older black woman.
It's funny how you can look at this in any order
I
and it
hate how
still
they
works.
talk. The older
Yeah.
black woman. Just say black women.
Yeah, but it's funny because it's all gibberish. You can click around in any order,
I mean,
and it doesn't make a difference. It could be.
around the word bitch. That my best girlfriend, if she hasn't called me for days, I might call her and say, bitch, your hand broke. What's going on? But
That's dial up. Your hand broke.
But us turning that language into a speech that is about our bond and what we allow for one another wouldn't be the same as somebody outside that circle of respect using that language to slam me, to devalue me. So that I think that, again, think about context. And I think comedians have to think about different at an HBC, but it's there. And so the question really is, again, what is our vision? What is our intentionality? How do you deal with where you're located? How do you see your critical question? What is that? What does that liberatory sexuality look like?
Okay, I think this might be it.
I mean, let me theorize that it may very well be that celibacy is the face of that liberatory sexuality. That I would rather not be sexual.
So basically, celibacy can be queerness.
Than to be.
Now that's making me uncomfortable.
I can't fit in that box, though.
I'm trying to be futuristic here. That, but what does it mean to be able to say, I'd rather not be sexual than to be sexual in any context where I'm being mistreated, where I have doubt, where my feelings are not, where I am triggered as an abuse survivor or what have you. I mean, I'm just posing, what are our choices as we think about journeys to sexual freedom? What choices do we have? People don't ask me much. I guess I'm getting old. They used to ask me who I was having sex with and try to write it on walls and stuff. But I often identify myself as queer past gay.
I have no idea what queer past gay means, but I guess that you don't have to be gay, I guess, to be queer. She's evolved past gayness. And
I came up with this with one of my white colleagues, lesbian colleagues, where we were saying that all of our lives we've experienced ourselves as queer, as not belonging, as the essence of queer. I think of Tim Dean's work on being queer, and queer not as being about who you're having sex with. That can be a dimension of it, but queer as being about the self that is at odds with everything around it and has to invent and create and find a place to speak and to thrive and to live. And I think that is where we are going towards in trying to find that sexuality. And I think that it's so crucial that trans people are so at the forefront of that, because that is where among trans people that the imagination is called.
okay, there you go. Imagination. That's what I wanted to show. Basically, I sat through that whole thing. I got to the quote, and it was the exact shit that I thought the quote meant. And I don't understand why people had to lie to me about it. Like, why did you have to lie to me and tell me all that garbage about what she meant, what she didn't mean? I think, and I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, Vita, but to the extent that such gibberish can be clear, I think it was pretty clear. She was saying, as long as you feel like a weirdo, you can join the LGBTQ movement.
So that's where I was confused in how she was defining it, because what she described is what I think everyone goes through at some point in their adolescence. You know what I mean? Trying to find a space, understanding your sexuality, not necessarily your orientation always, but just what that means for you, right? Like as an assault survivor myself, I was asexual during the time when everybody else in my life was hypersexual, which was during high school and college, right? I wouldn't identify as queer just because I wasn't sexual. I was more so afraid of sex. I was more so afraid of men, at least men in that sort of context. I was safe around men as friends, you know what I mean? Or as, in any space that wasn't romantic. So by her definition, I could identify as queer. I don't identify as queer, and I don't think that's fair to people who actually are lesbian or bi or trans or a part of that community, because I'm not in that community. So I don't think so. Her definition can apply to so many people that have nothing to do with actual LGBTQ people, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, totally. But these people want to belong somewhere badly, and they don't want to be told limitations. They want to believe they can self-define and be whatever identity they want. So it's like these people are just kind of boring people. And
Jeffrey killing in the comments.
Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. They want to be more interesting than they are. And I heard a good quote from somebody this week. I was reading this guy Freddie DeBoer, and he wrote that we're living in an era of people who are bookish without reading books. And I feel like that's this way with sex. These people are sex obsessed without having a genuinely sexual bone in their body. Like it's just a joyless exercise in whatever for these people. Like, uh, oh yeah, again, Jeffrey Corley, he's knocking it out. There's zero sexual charisma there. It shows in all aspects. Yeah, and I think it's true. Like, I don't feel anything sexual there for people who talk so much about sex, and just the way that they respond to Beyonce's visuals and are so disgusted by it. I just feel like it's very sterile. It's they're very sex obsessed, but it feels very sterile and performative. And Yakub said he's trolling now. He's trying to type like them. Imagine a sexual freedom that encompasses a greater vision of self-realization that makes a difference with its radical purpose. That's totally what these
That
people.
sounds like something she would have said, though. Are you sure that's not a Bell Hooks quote?
It sounds like it, right? And this is true. Those are the people who talk about it the most. Like when I meet in Brooklyn, I meet all types of poly people, and they seem like they're just sex nerds. They're nerds, but about sex. You know, they're like people who never play sports, but know all the stats and whatever. They're like that. They don't have any understanding of it besides.
Colonel Kovic Gaddafi said to me, "But think about it. We're such an infantilized culture as a country. Why is it shocking they go for such vapid content? It's no different than right wingers going for Trump." And you know what's so funny about that?
Yeah.
I'm watching. So you guys know I love documentaries, and by the way, Showtime has some great documentaries. I just watched one about Charlie Chaplin. The man was a pedo. Everybody knows it, but they
I forgot about that. You're right.
Yeah, and they demonized the little girls up and through their adulthood, pretty much until they died, right?
Wow.
Yeah. And his last wife, he married at like 18. When she was 18, he was in his 50s. The man was a total creep. Anyway, there's another documentary I've been watching called Kings. They're about these boxers, Hagler, Hearns, Duran, and Sugar Ray Leonard. And in that documentary, they talk about Reagan, and they talk about how he basically won the presidency. And the thing that they focused on was the marketing. They said, this is the thing. People like things simple. That's how you basically win these elections, because it has nothing to do with how smart you are. Are you saying people only have to have a remote understanding of what you're talking about? It just has to be able to relate. That's it. It doesn't have to be true. Yep. It doesn't have to be anything other than.
But the thing is, people. People relate to simpler and simpler stuff, though, which is part of the problem.
Well, this is the thing. I don't know if I think it feels that way for us because we feel like we're watching it, and also we're getting older and we're getting smarter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
But I'm obsessed with history. So if you look at anything from the past till now, propaganda has always been a thing, right? Messaging has always been a thing. I'm watching I've just finished a documentary called Marketing the Messiah. About Jesus and the marketing of Jesus, but it talks about the marketing of Jesus during the time the Bible is being written, and how and why it's created and by whom, and how much of it is true and how much of it is most of it is pretty much not true. You know what I'm saying? And who the guy, basically Jesus was marketed thanks to Paul. There's a reason why,
he was brilliant at that.
Right. But what he did was he had to make things simple for Christians to turn, because Jesus was a Jew. He was teaching Jewish shit. They were doing Jewish shit. Christians were Jews at first. They were called Christian Jews. It was one of the many sects of Judaism. There was a ton of them. Paul wants to get the Gentiles, basically the Romans and shit like that, people who aren't Jewish. He wants to get
also the pagans. The pagans were a big thing.
Absolutely.
That's why there's so many pagan traditions in Christianity, because they had to he had to let them bring their, so the whole Festivus and the Christmas tree, that's all out of paganism. It has absolutely
Facts.
nothing to do with
Most of the Easter
Christianity.
stuff too.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good
Bunnies,
one.
eggs, that has to do with new life, multiplying, things like that. It was part of the what Christmas is, the winter solstice, and then you have the equinox, which is Easter spring era, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So pagans and Romans, and that's why there are certain traditions in Christianity that aren't the same. For example, Christians after Paul didn't he say, you know what, that whole circumcision thing, y'all ain't got to do that part because they wasn't down with that. Chop off a piece of my dick, are you fucking nuts, you know?
Yeah.
So that changed. So there are different things that changed in order to accommodate the new market that they're trying to get. So that's he had to make everything simpler for them. If we kept the complicated traditions of the Jews, it wasn't going to work. So you have to make it simple. You tell these simple ass, stupid ass stories that don't make sense. You know what I mean? You'd have to say Jesus did these miracles or did these things that likely never even happened because you had. In fact, they don't even really know if the man actually existed at all. They believe it could have been a particular popular teacher that everybody wrote about and called them different things. Yeah, the Jesus Christ, the Savior, basically is Savior, the Savior. So they all had different names for their Savior, you know, all this different shit. My point is that they had to make the message simple to get people to bite. And
Oh
that's
yeah,
what
of course.
religion does today. So everything's so you're absolutely right, Colonel COVID Gaddafi. You know, everything has been simple, but also I was pointing out to T, like historically, that's always been the case. We are simple people. It just feels like it's like getting more and more ridiculous, I think, because we're getting older and we were always critical thinkers. So we're always looking and questioning.
But you
If
know
you didn't
something that
grow up
was,
that way,
yeah,
I don't think for you, it feels like, oh, we're getting dumber.
something that was interesting when I was watching Cabaret, right, was right now we have Harry Potter libs, and these so-called progressives are the most sexless, um, unfun, dry, supposed libertines I've ever seen. Like whoever thought like the transvestites and the gays and the progressive thinkers would actually be the most boring unsexual people in a population. You know, it's amazing. But when I watched Cabaret, what I found interesting was the cabaret, which is where all the libertine people are, the drag queens, the transvestites, the closeted gay people, the promiscuous women, the slimy men, and all that stuff. The cabaret was so sexual and dirty and wet in a very uh exciting way, whereas these people have such a dry, clinical, sterile sexuality. It's like, and but then the Nazis, when they show like the Nazis, even though they're thugs, there's something admittedly like sexy about how they're presented. Like you can see how they would seduce a nation. Like there's an Aryan boy singing in the Hitler Youth, and he's like flawless. And it, you can kind of see like why demoralized people would like it. And but it was interesting how the libertines and the progressives and the queers and the so-called degenerates were so much smarter and sexier and more talented and cool than what passes for that today. But even the fascists were, I mean, people are still obsessed with like the Nazis today, just the aesthetics of them. So it's like I think it's like a race to the bottom. Like I think you're right that, I mean, like when you see Cabaret or see like video reels of Nazis, then look at last year's January 6th riot with those doofuses in the Viking hat and all these weirdos, and then you look at Nancy Pelosi with the Hamilton people coming on stage, and like, okay, this is the left, this is the right. They're both so corny and childish now in a way that I don't know. It's maybe because it's American. Oh, yeah, but this is a great point. One of the reasons why all the BDSM stuff is made to look like, old school cops and Nazis is because there's something that's almost inherently BDSM and sexual about all that stuff. Yeah, they brought the swagger back to Germany, but I mean, you look at the MAGA people; they just have a goofy red hat and khakis and an
I
untucked shirt.
I think the other thing though, to your point about it being more now, I think a lot of it has also to do with the internet and the ability to track analytics and data to see what clicks and what doesn't with populations. What kind of messaging works? How do we reach these particular people? We know people who like this type of music, watch these type of shows, tweet these type of things, are gonna click with this type of messaging. So I think we're seeing a lot of that. Nancy Pelosi and people from the cast of a play. That's marketing. There's some type of PR in that works, or it didn't work and they won't do it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think it's all about the fact that there's this new data that tracks with what works. Is like I was surprised how well the Trump campaign worked because it was like blatant stupidity. Like the man was dumb as hell, and it seems so obvious. But when you're a part of the demo that they're reaching, you're getting a totally different message, and it's
Oh,
contextualized totally differently.
all I'm saying is Hitler as the speaker and writer to Trump is just a big downward, in terms of like, persuasiveness. Like, it's just a bit.
You know what's funny? I
mhm.
was watching clips of Reagan. Reagan sounded like the first George W. Bush. You know what I mean? They sounded just as dumb. Like neither of them sounded very bright.
But there was something charismatic about Reagan. I can't explain it, but that's what his gift was, not being smart, but
He was,
charismatic. And to be
he
fair,
was
some people say that about
likable.
Trump. Yeah. I'm just going to play the opening to this, but listen to this line. First off, this is Angela Davis before she became today's Angela Davis.
Is
But
that Tony Brown's journal?
no, it's not Tony Brown's journal. In the 70s, he used to have an annual thing on TV that was the Black Leaders discussion. And you can find a couple of them on YouTube. We put Black Leaders discussion. So this is 1972, but there's more of them. But every year it was heavy hitters. And I believe this aired on PBS. So this aired on white people's networks. You know what I mean?
But that
Just
is
to
Tony
show.
Brown.
Yep, it's Tony Brown in the
Oh,
70s.
okay.
But check out this introduction, this panel.
Welcome to Black Leaders.
And compare it to what, and this is what I'm saying, like we lost. The war was still going on here. It was nearing the end. But
He was kind of handsome.
oh yeah, yeah.
73. This program has been pre-recorded, and you will not be able at this time to phone in any questions. The questions that you hear were directed in some instances to specific panelists, and in other instances they were not. Some of the panelists had not been advertised, and we do not have a number of questions for them. However, they have been encouraged to answer any questions, no matter to whom they're directed. For the next 90 minutes, we will present an unedited two-way communication system between you.
Now, first off, you see how serious it is? We're gonna have specific questions, and we're gonna have a certain format. It's not just like a ongoing rambling thing, but
and our Congress of Black spokesmen.
And just how the host is talking. It's just, it's not communion of love and loving communion that communizes the communion of this with imagination.
We will be using television as an instrument of positive social reform.
It's so
allowing
adult.
Black America to question members of her leadership and make herself heard collectively. Our guests are Judge William Booth, President, American Committee on Africa; Hayward Burns, National Director, National Conference of Black Lawyers; Berkeley Burrell, President, National Business League; Stokely Carmichael, All African People's Revolutionary Party.
Now, something I want to point out about this, you realize it's not a bunch of people that all think alike. What he would do is he brought a capitalist, he brought a back to Africa person, he brought a lawyer, and he brought like a radical communist. So the head of like black capitalism and a communist, they're all on the same panel. Nowadays, you can't be anything but a narrow intersectional thing. If you're not that, then you're a hotep. Good luck getting on a panel. They'll scream bloody murder if you get invited. Like they'll never put like me and you in a panel with Jamil Lemieux and those other people and all. They'll all call that violence and gaslighting to even have us there. But these people could sit there like adults and all talk to each other and debate and not be crybabies.
Angela Davis, National United Committee to Free All Political Prisoners; Fannie Lou Hamer, Director.
So you have Kwame Ture, Fannie Lou Hamer, and Angela Davis on the same panel.
Farm Cooperation.
Who's the capitalist?
Oh, the capitalist is at the head of black business. He's back here.
Okay.
Hayward Burns, Mississippi Freedom Farm,
Hold
Mississippi
on. He's
Freedom
gonna go back
Farm.
to him.
We will be using television, black lawyers.
I think it's after him.
Berkeley Burrell, President, National Business League.
National Business League. That's
Stokely
the capitalist.
Carmichael, All African People's Revolutionary Party. Angela Davis, National United Committee
She looked
to
pretty
Free
good
All
young too.
Political Prisoners. Fannie Lou Hamer, Director, Mississippi Freedom Farm Corporation.
It was a badass.
Nelson
know.
Johnson, National Chairman, Youth Organization for Black Unity.
But you know, these are all like leaders and
William
organizers
Lucy,
too.
International Secretary Treasurer, American Federation of Federal, State, County, and Municipal Employees.
Like
and
no one
the
here is just a
chairman of the
poet.
Steering Committee of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists. The Honorable Percy
Percy
Sutton,
Sutton.
President of the Borough of Manhattan.
So
The
Manhattan
Honorable
Borough
Louis
president.
Stokes, Democrat of Ohio and Chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus. Cindy J. Williams Jr., President, National Association of Black Social Workers. And James D. Williams, National Urban League.
There are a lot of men.
One
on
of our
here.
panelists was unable to be.
What's that?
There's a lot of men on here.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of men. I mean, unfortunately, that was just the nature of these things. But I mean, they're all there talking about serious stuff, and we spent so much time on the other thing. You know, people can go and look, but the answers, I'll just pick an answer at random, just to get an idea of what people would be talking about. But you can just pick at any moment, and people are talking about serious things, and they're debating with each other and whatever, and it just, the tone is just totally different. It's not like the same at all.
Experiencing insofar as repression is concerned, and what will we as Black people have to face in the future? Because there are many of us who feel that not only the Republican Party, but the Democratic Party as well is committed to upholding a system of exploitation and racism. If you
This is the thing that you were getting in trouble about today, about saying Democrats aren't our friends. You know, she's saying back then they're trying to find real solutions. They're not just trying to affirm each other. They're talking about like real problems. I just picked a part at random, and she's talking about something serious.
You know what's so funny? I was gonna say that too. That what I said wasn't even new shit. Martin Luther King said the same thing. Malcolm X said the same thing. Like, I wasn't saying anything they hadn't heard before if they had been listening to the people that they're always quoting and putting t-shirts on for. But I didn't even know Angela Davis said the same shit. Like, so I wasn't even saying, I knew I wasn't the first person to say the shit. So I was totally lost as to why. And they were saying it back then while they were being converted over to the Democratic Party. Black people hadn't been Democrats that long. They ain't been voting that long.
Yep. It said don't even have one ex-athlete. Yeah, there's no poets, there's no ex-athletes, no reality stars, there's no rappers. It's all
do work.
Yeah. And the last thing that I will say, and this is the legacy to me of bell hooks. I'm going to show you right now. Somebody sent me this, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to give it to you. But this is where we are now. Has anybody heard of the nap ministry?
Nap ministry?
Nap ministry. See a Black woman taking a nap outside.
I'm sorry. What are you showing me? I think I'm a little confused. What am I looking at here?
You're looking at a Black woman napping outside, and I'm going to explain to you why. So she's napping outside. The nap ministry was founded.
It's a nice photo.
Oh, yeah, it's a nice photo. The NAP ministry was founded in 2016 by Tricia Hersey. She's a woman who was in the New Eyes on the Prize. Remember they had all their friends on it? This woman was in. So remember the New Eyes on the Prize?
Yes.
This is one of the participants of the New Eyes on the Prize.
One of the other things you had us watching.
Yeah. And it's an organization that examines the liberating power of naps. Our Rest is Resistance framework and practice engages with the power of performance art, site-specific installations, and community organizing to install sacred and safe spaces for the community to rest together. So their radical liberatory resistance framework is taking people to take naps. We facilitate. Good.
It making me think of twerking for Martin Luther King Day.
Yeah.
Like, Martin Luther King Day. It's a nice photo. But yeah, it's a nice photo. But yeah, it's a nice photo.
Yeah,
working
exactly.
for radical freedom chains or whatever they was talking about.
Yeah, Patrice Cullors, electric slide for against white supremacy. You know, we facilitate immersive workshops and curate performance art that examines rest as a radical tool for community healing. We believe rest is resistance, a form. We believe rest is a form of resistance, and name sleep deprivation as a racial and social justice issue. And bell hooks opens the way to this nonsense. Like, a lot of people don't want to admit that this is what bell hooks is about. Everything is radical. We need friendship is radical, self-love is radical, whatever. We are very active on social media because we view our pages as one of our many tools to help deprogram the masses from grind culture. Please feel free to follow us to learn more about this justice movement. Services, collective napping experience, our signature program that installs sacred spaces for the community to nap together. We curate the experience with. So this is what she's selling. I think they sell the service to people. You hire us for your woke event, and we'll have this. So I'm sure a lot of white people, like the lady who was hosting that other panel, brings these people on. These people are so amazing, and they're showing real resistance. Like, they talk to us like we're children, and it's funny because the ones of us that they find really are like children.
This is the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
The
This is really
post-nap
offensive. This is
Oh, yeah.
offensively bad.
Oh,
Like,
it's really bad.
rest is not resistance.
and sleep deprivation is a tool of white supremacy. Yeah. All guided by Trisha Hersey, the nap bishop. It is a transformative and healing experience that rejuvenates and opens the mind to the possibilities of rest is resistance. Then have immersive workshops, then lectures and keynotes, and then and she's done lectures at Google Chicago. So Google brought her in. This is what I'm saying. Like, these people are making bank. The Boys and Girls Club, Brown University, Minneapolis Institute of Art. Yeah, so it's almost like a joke. Like, they do diversity training. And when you hear that these people are doing diversity training, this is what they're bringing in. They're bringing in this nonsense. And that's why Silicon Valley is still so racist, because they're not even bringing anybody real. I like this part, coaching. So you can hire her to coach you. We believe in radical community building. We offer rest coaching and spiritual direction blended together with an individualized healing plan. She's like a woke snake oil salesman.
Individualized healing plan.
Yeah, and then they open the school. It's the Shea Butter Dr. Umar. She has a resistance resistance school. The school serves as an intensive intervention and provocative space to understand and embody the resistance resistance theory and framework, starting with a group of 40 students. It was launched in January 20 in Atlanta. So
that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah.
I'm actually like, it's so offensively bad. Like, just imagine Harriet Tubman talking about rest is resistance. Like,
yeah.
What?
And again, Nas, sleep is the cousin of death. Like, you could just say that, whatever. So then this is the Instagram. The nap ministry. A black woman in a rested state is a radical act. And then people are responding, I took a 2-hour nap for no reason at all. Like, they're all patting each other in the back. I love watching my mother sleep, especially napping. She's not good at resting and being still. Woo, I felt this in my gut. Hashtag radical indeed. We lost. We lost. Nobody told us. We lost.
Black woman in a rested state.
You went from the Tony Brown
is a
thing.
Radical act. So this is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And this is my issue with this stuff as well, is because it's like what I was saying before with bell hooks. Like, she's not saying anything wrong. In fact, she's very dead on right when it comes to the importance of self-love, the importance of connection. But it's not new information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rest is very important. We do need rest. And it is very powerful to know when to work and when to rest, because you work better and can accomplish your goals in a more efficient way and in a healthy way if you're getting the proper nutrition and the proper rest. That is highly important. So they're taking an idea that is factual, but making it out like, therefore, it is radical, because as Black people, we don't tend to get enough rest. We are probably the most, but you can do that with anything. We are at the worst end of pretty much everything that you can think of in this country. So if the whole country is suffering from sleep deprivation, which I do believe capitalism leads to that, and not just because we're working. I think us being on the internet all night, us doing these podcasts up, and when T's supposed to be getting sleep, I think all that's just also part of capitalism.
Yeah, it
And
is.
so I do think that Black people, we do need rest, and I do think that's important. But the rest in itself is not the radical act. The radical act can take place if you're getting the proper rest, absolutely. But we also know sometimes being radical means you might not get to rest because you got work to do.
Oh yeah.
We not sleeping because we got shit to
But
do.
but these people don't want to sacrifice. They don't want to, like I said, they don't want to rise to the occasion. They want the occasion to shrink to them. They want to find a way to do what they are, to make what they already do radical and just pat themselves on the back. So she probably already sleeps a lot. So she's like, hey, not I just need to find a way to make it woke. I like this picture. Our second tenet: the body is a site of liberation. Therefore, wherever our bodies are, we can access rest. We don't have to wait for the perfect opportunity to rest. It's our divine right. And there's the word again. We can reimagine. People all talk exactly the same, and then they name drop the people. And one thing I noticed: there's no straight Black men around napping. It's always like Black women or Black queer people. I'm guessing you can't nap around a straight Black man because you might start raping or something. So it's yeah, but I mean that's basically. Oh, here we go. I didn't even need to look for this, but look whose picture is here. I didn't even plan this. I just saw it before I closed. Right there, made her journey be.
Like
She
a
has been.
mix between Felicia and what's that lady's name? I rock rough and stuff with my Afro.
Oh, Lady of Rage.
Lady of Rage. She's like Lady of Rage.
Oh yeah, for real. This was a long one, but I'm done. But yeah, basically. So people want to know what I meant when I say that we lost. That was
No, I understood what you meant, and I'm glad that you even painted a much bleaker picture. Appreciate that. Good looking out. I mean, my whole thing though is just I personally can't have that in my head because
yeah.
I just can't. But I do, and I think what I used to think it's a good thing for us to know these things because it'll put a fire up under us that needs to be there. But after the Trump situation, I watched Black people get deeper into the bullshit hole as opposed to the fire getting lit up. It was more so opportunity for a less progressive lefty to hop in there. You know what I mean? It didn't create the radicalism that I thought or hoped. I wouldn't say I thought it was because I didn't predict it, but I more so hoped it would be the case. Like, oh shit, we got this fucking lunatic in office. Black folks, wake up. I thought this was our opportunity to do that. And when that didn't happen, it kind of made me feel like, okay, well, clearly the negative shit is not enough to bring a fire. Probably, I think we're also just too pacified.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that's the thing. And people like us sound crazy. Why are you always so negative? That's what people tell me all the time.
Yeah.
You're just looking for the bad. I'm like, no, I just want you guys to see the truth. Like, you're getting satisfied because you got the right to vote, but who have you voted for? Who have you been able to vote for? Or who's actually won that you voted for? That's actually doing things that can make a big difference. And because the thing is, even if you do get that person in office, watch what happens to them once they get in office. Look at what they did to that girl in Compton, the mayor of Compton. The city council agreed to not do shit just because they didn't like her personally. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
People get set up all the time. I mean, even in New York. I mean, I don't fuck with none of them niggas in New York, even your boy de Blasio. But I was reading about how what hurt him a lot is the police. And a lot of people, city workers, didn't like de Blasio, so they weren't doing shit they were supposed to do. And everybody got mad at de Blasio.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm sorry. My point was just that. So even if you get people in office that you hope will make change or do things, they still get, even if they're trying to do the right thing, they get sabotaged. So what has voting really done for you? But yet you're trying to tell me, well, we have the right to vote. That's progress.
Oh yeah. And I was going to say this. Robbie said dedication and resolve aren't fun and often scary, depending on the end goals for anybody not in the club. But then B. Scott said, yeah, because we use Trump to lower the bar. I
Yes.
disagree. The bar was already lowered. And I think
No.
Obama lowered the bar and Trump just walked in because
Oh,
Obama had a very vapid presidency.
that's a
He
fair
was, yeah, and I feel like but he was so articulate. He was, if Obama was bell hooks, then Trump was the nap ministry. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it's still nonsense. He's just more polished nonsense. But
well,
yeah.
I want to say this because I actually I hear what you're saying. I think you're making a very good point. But I will say it feels like, to your point, Obama did lower the bar because all he had to do was have African ancestry or African blood or be black. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And half of that, they couldn't even get a whole nigga. They had to get half a nigga, right? But I think with Trump, it lowered the bar as to what we would even require as the counter candidate. Because before we had Hillary was still a little too high. And I don't like her. I think she's a white supremacist along with Biden. But for some reason, that was still they couldn't get behind that, but they was ready to get Biden. And I don't know. Biden may be better or worse than Hillary. Who fucking knows? I don't really fucking know. But I do think that it's I think both are very valid. I like you say Trump was definitely the lower the bar, because I could also say, as bad as he was, we were okay with doing just a little bit better than that. But I do agree that Obama lowered the bar because all it took was identity. It didn't take actual radical perspective or progress at all.
Yeah, I agree. And we've been going on for quite a while.
My
So
progress is progress.
yeah, I give people props for hanging in there. A lot of people hung in there, but yeah, this was a long one. But I think it was an important idea
Shit.
to
5 hours, T?
yeah, it's
Oh my
5 hours. Yeah, it's
Oh
been a while. But yeah, that's a good cue to end it. I'm going to sleep. But
Good
yeah,
night.
thanks for coming on. Thanks for everybody for hanging out. And everybody have a good night and support the show. Go to champagnesharks.com and we'll talk to y'all soon. Later.